Hello. Good afternoon, y'all. Or good evening. Or good morning, depending on where you are in the world. I feel like I could use like every single greeting for people in my chat. I literally feel like people people in my chat like are from like literally every time zone, it feels like. But yeah, how y'all doing? I just finished watching. Sorry, it's a little bit delayed, very slightly delayed by like a couple of minutes. I just finished the latest episode of To Be Hero X. The introduces the hero Lucky Cyan. Very interesting character, very interesting origin story. Can't wait to see her PV. Oh, wait, maybe I watched her PV already. I'll rewatch it. I don't remember too much of it. But yeah, hello Remy. Hello Don Lacha. Hello Artie. Hello Tomato Soup. Hey Epic Edits. Neo playlist. Oh. Not sure if I'm gonna be able to get through everything today, but you know, there's a few things I want to check out myself. But you know, obviously I'll check out a few things from your playlists. I believe Gamerzilla had one as well. And I know Gamerzilla changed their name to I already forgot. What was it? Nico? And I'm probably gonna like swap between both names. Kinda like how I did with Monolium. Speaking of which, welcome to stream Monolium. I don't know if you listen to the cut songs and Saga, but I added them anyway. I listened to cut songs. Yeah, I had a stream where I reacted to all the cut songs. It's part. I listened to that in the same stream that I checked out the Alien stage. Turn off my background. A little bit too much background noise. I can turn off the fan now. Because AC's on first. the AC's on a little bit. Saturday I met with the voice actor for a Honkai Star Rail's character at an anime convention. Oh yeah, I am going to be reacting to some Honkai Star Rail trailer stuff. I'm mostly very curious about it. I'm not sure if I'm gonna keep going. Like, I'm not sure if I'm just gonna like make that a regular thing. But I'll see. We'll see. If I enjoy watching them enough, yeah, maybe we'll keep going. I'll react to like all the trailers. I'll watch a few of them for now though. I'm giving it a shot. The Danny Saga. What's the Danny Saga? Is that part of the epic musical stuff? I didn't get an autograph because they were $40. $40? Oh, it's one of those kind of autograph things. I think paying for an autograph is okay. I think paying for an autograph is okay. Like, they're taking time out of the day to meet with fans, you know. It's like time they could be using to you know, voice act more roles and stuff. They need compensation somehow. They can't survive off of people's adoration. Let's see. Let me go into my room real quick. Voice actors aren't like they're not like big streamers or anything. Some of them are, you know, like Sayu. But you know, they're like some voice actors, all they do is voice acting. So they have like no other like form of income. At that point, I feel like it's kind of a little bit fair to like charge for for autographs, especially in the convention setting. You know, if you're just like meeting them, like you just happen to be in the same like place as them, you know, just run into them like, hey, can I get an autograph real quick? You know, it's like you run into them at the line at the Disneyland or something. I don't know, like you happen to have a pen on you. If they charge you in that kind of situation, that's kind of stupid. Yeah, I would agree that would be pretty stupid. But you know, you're going to a convention. There's like a whole like section where people just like sit there all day, and they like they're doing autographs and stuff. I think you know, depending on how popular of a voice actor this person is, they can charge a certain amount. I don't know. Maybe that's just my thinking of it. Jumping with joy right now. Yo. Really? Yeah, well, yeah, that's right, because you wanted to check out the Honkai Star Rail stuff, right? Or you wanted to like see me react to it. I am very curious because you're so hyped about it, right? Like I'm like, there's something. Maybe there's something here. Maybe there's something to these Star Rail trailers that I am you know, that would be interesting for me to see. As a person that doesn't play Honkai Star Rail, I played it for like an hour, and I was just like, oh man, this is gonna take up so much of my time. I want the free time for this. I mean, I probably have free time nowadays, but like I also wouldn't be able to help myself like when it comes to like putting money into the gacha. So I had multiple reasons why I never got into it. Only autograph I'd pay for is myself. Gotcha. Well, you could always pay yourself for an autograph. That's fine. I don't see any reason for that to not be a thing you could do. Yeah, why not? Killer Instinct has one of the best OSTs in video game history. I never hear about it. You know what? The one I hear a lot about is, and this one might be a little bit overrated at this point, but Streets of Rage 2. That's one of them. Even though I never really grew up with Streets of Rage 2, I you know, after like playing it recently, you know, because people hype up the soundtrack a lot, I can say yes. I'd say Streets of Rage 2 is one of the best OSTs. Killer Instinct maybe, but I'll have to check it out myself. I don't know. I never played any of the Killer Instinct games, except for like maybe in an arcade once. I think I might be thinking of a different kind of game. Should I play add the kindergarten musical even though I haven't played the game, or should I wait? I haven't. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. Again, I'm probably not gonna get into every single thing in the playlist. Just because you add to the playlist doesn't mean it doesn't guarantee that I'm gonna get into it. If it looks interesting enough, I'll check it out. But like, I don't know anything about kindergarten. I've never played the game, and I don't know if I'm gonna be playing it anytime soon. I'll admit the starting trailers are kind of mid, but it gets better halfway, I promise. I mean, you could always like just show me the most interesting one first. I don't have to watch them all in order, you know. I'm not playing the games. So whatever is the most hypest one, I'll probably start out with that one. And then I'll move on from there. I mean, I'll just go from there and see, you know, we don't have to go in order from hypest to least hypest or anything, but I would like to start out with the hypest trailer. You know, unless it makes no sense to start out with that one in particular. I'm gonna go voice actor and then be streamer and then take over the world. You would be the first person to be able to do that. I don't think I've ever seen a streamer voice actor do anything even close to that. I don't think a streamer / voice actor would be able to even like. You know what? No, I take it back. You've had a few U.S. presidents that are celebrities. So I was about to say, like, I don't know if I've ever heard of like them even becoming like powerful like politicians or like being in a position of actual power, but I was like, wait a minute, The U.S. presidents. We've had a couple celebrities in the U.S. presidency now at this point. You might be onto something there. That might be a thing. Yo, I'm telling you right now. Sometime within like my lifetime, I'm sure we're going to have like a YouTuber president. We're gonna have a YouTuber president. It's gonna happen. My guess is probably gonna be Logan Paul. I'm not gonna say any reasons as to why, but that's just the kind of guess that's just like the vibe that I'm picking up, you know, like if we ever have like a YouTuber president, it's probably gonna be Logan Paul or something. Which is I don't want it to happen, but you know, it's just like the way things seem to go. It just, come on, you see it too, right? Like, if anybody ever was to be like the first YouTuber president, it probably would be that guy. Hold on, I'm trying to rearrange my windows a little bit. My computer's giving me a weird time about it. Okay. Come on, computer. Okay. Cool. Sorry. Sometimes the computer works perfectly fine when it comes to snapping windows around. But sometimes it's just so, eh. Sorry. Like, what were you guys saying? It was like starting trailers of 4-star characters they had at the time. Oh, okay. Remember Flash animations in the early 2000s? Yes, I do. I mean, like, that was kind of like the era that I grew up in, you know? Like, that was like, you know, I remember Stick Wars, which is like Star Wars. Like Star Wars, but with stick figures. That was one of my favorite ones to watch back in the Newgrounds days. I have huge respect for VAs because I tried doing stuff like that for my podcast, and yeah, I gave up. It's hard. I mean, like, shit. I try to give a go. I try to give a go at it sometimes, every once in a while. I mean, even during like games, like right when I play like Yakuza or like, man, I don't know if any of y'all were like around during the Valhalla days, except for I think Monolium was there when I was playing Valhalla, and yeah, those were some of the, like, Yakuza and Valhalla were probably the streams where I really tried to do the whole voice acting thing. And man, maybe part of what makes it a little difficult for me, you know, in that context, is like voice acting while streaming live is kind of hard, because like usually the way voice acting tends to go, right, like in actual voice acting setting, you're like trying multiple takes, you try a few ones, and then like people will like listen to all of them, and they'll pick out which take kind of works the best. Or like if none of them works, they'll like, oh, can you do like something similar to like your take number 3, but like add a little more oomph to it, you know what I mean? Like they'll like try to like, if that's only if you got like, if you're working with like people who have like a good sense of direction, you know, who have like, or like sometimes there are like sometimes I would imagine it feels like whenever I watch some things, it's like some voice acting can be like, just first few takes to sound good enough, and the best one out of those, we'll go with that. You know, it's a little bit more formulaic. But sometimes they really want to put a lot of care and effort into it, and they want it to be perfect. So you never know which one you're gonna get. But I would imagine either way, voice acting seems hard. Flash animation, my beloved. Yo, man, I grew up on that stuff. That's like always going to be like, it's part of the reason why I'm a big fan of animations, you know. I've always loved animations, even Flash animations. I actually did I did some Flash animations on my own. Oh man, what was the fucking software I used for it? I want to say it was Adobe Fireworks? Let me look that up. Was it Adobe Fireworks that did Flash animations? Fireworks. Yeah, it was Adobe Fireworks. Oh my god. I'm not just making this up. Yeah, and Adobe Dreamweaver. Oh my god, dude. This is like old shit. But it was like some of the first exposure I ever had to like that kind of software. And I was like, hey, let me make a little flash animation. I made a little animation of like Shy Guy fighting Mario. And it was not good. I never uploaded it or anything. It was for like a school thing. Chile, Argentina. There's a ton of flash animations that are so obscene. Yee. Obscene? Probably stuff it sounds like stuff I'm probably not going to be reacting to then. Flashman animations were awesome. Yeah. They were awesome, but it's like, they're definitely obsolete at this point, It's like I don't know the exact technologies that we have for like, cuz like Flash animation uses like Flash like video players and stuff. And we replaced that. It's a little bit of web dev knowledge. It used to be like people would use Flash for like all the cool stuff that browsers could do. So whenever like you had a browser that was very dynamic, fancy stuff. Before it used to be like text on a page with some images on it, right? That's how websites used to be, and like GIFs everywhere, If you wanted something to be animated, you just you slap a GIF on there, you know what I mean? But at a certain point, Flash became a thing that every web browser had. And so whenever you wanted to see like your websites doing cool looking stuff, instead of a boring just like one website with like text on it and images, you would use Flash. One of the problems with Flash was that it took a lot of resources. It took a lot of RAM. It took a lot of processing power. It was pretty inefficient, but it was a start, we at a certain point we made a transition from Flash over to what we now use, I think currently, which is called HTML5, which is basically does all the stuff that Flash used to do, but it's more standard. And we don't use because of that, when we don't make Flash animations anymore, we use like some other software. I don't know what kind of animation software people use these days. I don't know what the technique would be called. Like it was Flash animation before. I don't know what they called this kind of animation now. I don't know the term for it because I was more like knowledgeable about the web development part of it. I don't really know the video making animation making part of it, but you can definitely see some of the carryover, from stuff that techniques that like people use in Flash animation that they use in current day animations and stuff. It's kind of interesting progression to be paying attention to. One of the weirdest Flash animation Chile is Roberto Manfinal. Don't watch. It's a dark humor animation with a ton of Chilean words and jokes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm probably not going to watch it. Favorite soundtrack from any game is Sally Face. I actively listen to that. Okay. Nice. And character trailers give context to animated shorts, which the animation is so good. Ooh. Okay, I mean, like, first off, I'll just check out the most interesting trailer. Like, tell me what's your favorite trailer. Like, what do you think is the best trailer? Like, if I was to ask any Honkai Star Rail player, like, what's the best like character trailer? Let's start with that one, and then we can move on to like maybe watching it in some sort of order, right? If they actually like all kind of like they're all related to each other in that way, I'm down to watch it in order then. Dante for president. I don't know who that is, so I have no opinion. Plus, it sounds a little bit too. Maybe that might be a little bit too political of a discussion talking about YouTuber presidents. Hey, it's not happening anytime soon, so I think it's safe for this channel. But if once the more real that becomes, it's actually becoming more and more real. It's kind of scary, actually. I'm talking about nostalgic this when I wasn't even born in the 2000s. Well, maybe I see it like that's the thing that I've been noticing. A lot of people have like nostalgia for the era that they never were like a part of, you know? Like, I think this is something that I definitely noticed as a person I was not born in the 80s, right? Like, I didn't grow up in the 80s, but like, whenever I see stuff with the 80s, I feel nostalgic about it. I can't tell you why. I was never really around during the 80s. Not really. Well, I mean, let's say during the 80s, I was, you know, I was kind of like, I was off doing other things, not paying attention to anything involving media. You know, let's just say I was what would be a good lore reason as to why I wasn't around during the 80s in my 2,000 years of existence? What would be a good reason? Maybe what should I say? I was imprisoned for a crime that was unknown, and you guys don't know about what crime I committed during the 80s to lock me away, so I wasn't able to watch any 80s movies until until maybe the 90s. I just had different people part of my podcast. I don't know. I don't do it myself. My voice is awful. Ah, I see. Shy Guy versus Mario. I bet Shy Guy would win. Yeah, Shy Guy was the main guy. Like, it was the main character for my animation. So I definitely, yeah, Shy Guy won. I had him like kick a. I basically had Shy Guy. You know, they're like jumping around on platforms like Smash Bros style, and Shy Guy like picked up like a turtle shell and like threw it, a Koopa shell, not turtle shell, a Koopa shell, and threw it at Mario basically, and it ricocheted all over the screen, and then it hit Mario, and it did the I can't do the song right now, but like, yeah, it played the dying Mario dying sound. You know, that was basically it. Yeah. Take out the cut songs if you heard them already. Yeah, I already heard all of them. Yeah, unless there were like other cut songs that were released recently. Like if he released some of the Patreon songs that were not available in the past, and he made them available for the public, then maybe those ones I'd be reacting to, because I skipped all the Patreon songs. What's up, Natalie? I have Macro Media Flash. There I have PFP. There I make a PFP. I think I did also use Macromedia. I think I used Macromedia also. Oh, maybe that was the one I used. Was it Macromedia? No, Macromedia. Yo, Macromedia Flash. Oh my god, dude. Macromedia Flash is Adobe Fireworks, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Macromedia Flash became Adobe Fireworks, I think. If I remember that right. Because I was like, I don't even hear about Macromedia anymore. I think they actually got absorbed by Adobe, if I remember that right. My favorite trailer is Boot Hills. Oh, okay. Maybe. You know Dan TDM. No, I don't. Hey, what's up, regular ass skeleton? In my days, but context is needed for this one. Okay. Okay, so like whatever is like the best trailer that doesn't require context, right? Like what's the best standalone trailer, and I'll start with that one. Does anyone remember the Sci-Fi Channel? Yeah, I do remember the Sci-Fi Channel. Yeah. I have nostalgia for music from previous decades before my birth in 2006. There's something weird about it, right? I think part of the reason why I believe that's the case is maybe you just kind of like listen to it when your parents or like an older person, like maybe an older brother or a cousin, right? Maybe they're listening to music that's like before your time, and maybe you just have nostalgia for your relative, your older, like your parents or your older relatives, that you know, you're nostalgic for like by proximity. You know what I mean? What you're really feeling nostalgic for is maybe like all the times that your parents were listening to that music around you, right? And at the time, maybe you didn't fuck with that music so much because it was old, right? And you were more into maybe newer music, and but like when you listen to those songs again, right? But you're really like, you feel nostalgic because you're remembering like times when your older family was listening to that stuff. I mean, that's my guess. I mean, that's my guess. I think that's part of the reason why I feel nostalgic for like a lot of 80s songs, because I know people who used to like to listen to 80s songs, and maybe I'm more just like nostalgic by like being around like people like that. Maybe I'm just like that's me projecting there. Lore. Yeah, adding it to the lore. Sure, that's not bad. It's not bad lore. I think I'll stick with that one. Yeah, I was during the 80s. I wasn't around during the 80s. I wasn't around because I was imprisoned for a crime that I'm not going to tell you all about because I still haven't figured out what crime I did. Maybe I just remember. Maybe I just don't remember it. Maybe there's just like a gap in my memory. During the 80s, you were stuck in the Oni world and you didn't have access to human stuff. Yeah, how about that? I was thinking that too. Maybe I was still just like doing Oni stuff at that time, and I only became more acquainted to modern day Western culture and stuff because I moved to America. Yeah, like around the 90s or something. And that's why I have like nostalgia for the 90s. Yeah. All right. How about that? That's good. I think that works. There you go. That's some lore right there. That sounds like fun. I like that. Or Argenti is my beloved trailer. Argenti is your beloved. You got to pick one to start with. You can't do all of them at the same time, or can we? No, we can't. Okay, so I added you were in prison for an undisclosed crime in the 80s to the lore. I haven't been able to add lore in so long. Yo, yes, right. I really have not been even thinking about lore lately. I mean, I think about it a little bit from time to time, but I was like, I'm starting to get a little perfectionist. It's like it's got to be good, But maybe I'm thinking of overthinking it. Before I used to just kind of like wing it. Maybe I should get back into doing that, winging my lore, like very impromptu lore building, It's kind of fun doing it like that. Must be living under the rock for too long. Must Neo's hair become lighter? Yeah, I've become even lighter red. It's like the lightest red now. Happened like 3 streams ago. Yes. It's pink now. No, it's lighter red. It was light red before, and now it's just lighter. Come on. What? I'm 2,000 years old. People's hair gets old, lighter and lighter as they age, right? Eventually it becomes white. Doesn't it make sense to you? I think it makes sense. That happens to you humans too, right? When you get old, your hair turns gray and then it turns white, right? It happens to us too. It happens to Onis too. My hair was originally red, right? It just became lighter and lighter because I'm getting older. How about that? That's some lore right there too. Okay, that one's actually kind of true. That one's actually lore. My hair just gets lighter and lighter as I age. I didn't want to reveal it now. I wanted to save it for a special occasion, but you know what? I just fucking said it just now. So you know what? Fuck it, I'm owning it. That is actual lore that I was planning on dropping at some point, but I didn't mean to just drop it right here in the middle of like a random reaction stream. I wanted to save it for a special occasion. It sucks that I had to like drop it right now like this. I thought that would have been like a funny. I felt like that would have been a funny realization for somebody else. Yo. My hair wasn't like this when I was born, all right? It was red, and it just kept getting lighter and lighter and lighter as I aged, and that's why it's light red. It's light red, it's not pink. find. What do you watch? Warehouse 13 or Eureka? What is that? I don't know what either of those are. Usually find the old music myself online because I stopped caring about what my generations usually listen to. Ah, okay. Yeah. You know, I think I had like the opposite kind of thing. I think like before I started out not giving a fuck about any music at all. Well, no. I started out liking like music that my parents listened to. And at a certain point I was just like I got so obsessed with like animation, like cartoons and stuff, to the point where any like media wasn't good enough for me to check out, including music. I wasn't interested in checking out like music because I was like, this is getting in the way of me watching cartoons and playing video games. I don't want to listen to music. And then at some point, like I just started listening to like popular music, you know. Started listening to popular music, and then one of the first popular like artists I listened to was Kanye West. And I was like, oh, this is great. And then I started like discovering new music from then on. And like I would just kind of like listen to like stuff that sounded good. And if I heard like a song and then I found out the artist, I look at their discography, and if I like an album that they made, I would just be listening to that, and I'd put that shit on loop. I would just like listen to a particular artist / album on loop. And that's how I listen to my music, and I still kind of listen to music like that a little bit. I just haven't really discovered a lot of new artists these days that I have that kind of attachment to. But you know, that's why one of these days, maybe sometime tomorrow even, I'll like scroll through the music channel, you know, listen to some of the songs that y'all post, and see if there's anything. Maybe I'll discover stuff that y'all are into, and then maybe I can get into it. I don't know. Too bad I can't do that on stream because of copyright. That'd be so cool if I could. Progressively through time, Neo's hair is just gonna get lighter and lighter red until it becomes white. What? You're acting like it's such a weird thing. That's just what that's just how it goes. That's how every this is how it is with like every humanoid creature. Getting lighter and lighter hair, that's just the sign of aging, you know what I mean? Speaking of which, I was listening to Killswitch Engage's End of the Heartache album and re-listened to Stone Sour's self-titled today. Okay. Hold on, I don't even know this. What is Killswitch? That sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard someone mention Killswitch before. Once upon a time. Switch. Engage. Stone Sour. Oh, I'm writing it down. I might check it out I might check out that stuff at some point. Wait, can I add that to lore? Yes, of course. That one's actual lore. I don't know why I haven't. I was kind of trying to find like a good situation to like drop that lore. I might still drop it because like not everybody's watching it in chat right now. Not everyone's here, so maybe I'll drop it. I'll like mention it again in another context. The context I was originally going to like drop it for the first time in. I'll just say it again. My hair's been graying since since I've been 10 years old. Yeah, I mean, yeah, some people. Wait, how you doing, Nico? Did I say hello yet already to you? My hair's been graying since I was 10 years old. But yeah, there's some people whose hair starts graying at random ages. You know, I know a guy who started going bald in their like teens. Like dude was like dude was like, I think he told me he was like 16 when he started going bald. I'm like, bro, bro, you got like, you have like, that was like the worst genetic like roll I've ever seen. That you get like, you rolled like a nat 1 when it comes to hair growth. Like, bro, that sucks. And like, ever since I met that person, I've been counting my lucky stars. I still have my hair. Next time you see Neo with white hair on his birthday, I'm predicting it now. No. No, that would be kind of funny to use that as like, to do that as a prank or something. Manningware has 13 Eureka trailers to the Neo playlist. I don't even know what those are though. Did you listen to Carol, the old ones? No, I have not. Close to finishing my drawing, but I might want to reshade Orion's face again. Okay. You'll send my indie animation playlist to Discord. Okay. I saw some of your indie animation stuff, which is why I included what is it, CFBR, the CFBR pilot. I don't know what it was, but I saw I have no idea what it was. I saw the comments, and it looks like it sounds, based off the comments, it sounded kind of interesting. You see what I sent you to Discord? Flash of a bastard child. I haven't been super active on Discord lately. But I think I'm going to like try to catch up on a lot of what y'all have been saying on Discord starting tomorrow. I might not be streaming tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow, but I might do a short one. There's a chance of that. No, you didn't say hello. Nico is Nico. Okay. You know, it's like Gamer still changed his name to Nico. It's the same account. I think Nico and Zilla are the same person behind the screen, except it's like a different persona. Yeah. Which is why, like that's a whole other thing. I'll treat it in a similar way that I treat Monolium's name changes. It's because to me it'd be a little bit too confusing for me otherwise. It's like if I act like you're a different person and then you start making references to things that you were saying back when you were Gamerzilla, then that's gonna throw me off completely. I saw that Gilded guy watched it. Guy from Fortnite. Who? Gilded guy? Bro, I really don't know other. I really don't know other YouTubers, huh? I know like some of the like major big name stuff, but like other than that, I don't really know a lot of YouTubers. A lot of the more recent stuff. I think maybe I'm just not paying attention to like the more recent streamers that are like coming up like since like COVID, right? Some of the ones that kind of blew up since COVID, because like ever since COVID, I kind of like fell down a VTuber rabbit hole. So I started becoming more familiar with like new and up and coming VTubers around like 2020 and onwards. So like I'm not paying attention to a lot of new streamers, but I do be paying attention to a lot of new VTubers, you know? Like my whole world of like watching streamers kind of just like shifted over to VTubers. So I'm like aware of a lot. I don't know all of them, obviously, right? But you know, like you know what I'm saying? Like even amongst VTubers, I'm relatively under a rock. I pick my favorites and I kind of just stick to them. You're losing your marbles. When a person says I'm losing my marbles, it usually means I'm going crazy, I'm losing my mind. You know, it's just another way to say that. Gilded guy is old, around 14 years old. That is pretty old. My siblings ate the last burger. No, not the last burger. The guy also does stickman animation stuff. Oh, okay. okay, Neo, most of the YouTubers I follow are all artists. Yeah, like me, right? Like me. Certified artist Neo the Oni. Creator of masterpieces such as Basil Handsome Squidward. Handsome Basil Squidward. And Omori Family Guy, the Family Guy Omori crossover. Come on, my favorite things that I've drawn are all like Omori themed. It just goes to show that, like, at the time that I was like really drawing a lot. I was playing a lot of Omori around that time, I think. My friends mentioned someone who isn't an artist. There's a 90% chance that I'll have no clue who they're talking about. Okay. I'm not the only one who's low-key under a rock on when it comes to like knowing certain relevant streamers. Pancakes sound good. They do. I drew your PFP. Yeah, I did. Oh man. Okay. See, the thing is, I was thinking about like setting up my iPad for streams, right? I want to do that, but like, oh man, I use my iPad for like also personal things. So like, man, I'm just like, now I'm thinking about getting like a second iPad. I'm like, bro, I don't know if I want to buy another one. I don't know. Now I'm thinking of it, because I do use the iPad for personal stuff, but it's not that often. But when it does happen, it's pretty clutch. So I'm a little bit on the fence on like using the iPad for streams. I might do it temporarily just to give it a feel and see how often I do it. So yeah, I think I might just do that. Yeah, just like a temporary thing. Yeah. Anyway, let's go get into some reactions, yo. Almost 45 minutes of just yapping, but you know what? That's pretty normal at this point, isn't it? So you treat Discord the same way as I neglect Blue Sky and Instagram nowadays. Since I got too many apps, I've usually been on TikTok and recently watching live streams. It doesn't help that a little bit, yeah, but it doesn't help that like I've been like, I just kind of, one of the things that I like to do, one of the things that keeps me kind of plugged in on Discord is just the fact that it's on my phone all the time, right? And I could just like check in on it every once in a while, you know what I mean? And for a while I've been able to do that, but lately, the way that I have my Discord set up, because I have two different Discord apps, okay? My main Discord app, because I have people that contact me through Discord and they don't have like a phone, or they don't use their phone or something, they don't use like any other social media type of like texting, you know. Literally the only way that we communicate, and these are like family, right? This is family I'm talking about. So like I kind of need to be in communication with them at all times, you know, in case something happens, right? In case they need me for something, or if I need them for something. So my main Discord app is always going to be my main personal account, right? And I don't use my personal account for my VTuber stuff. So what I had to do is download this sideload on iOS. If you're an Android user, you're probably not familiar with this. If you're an Android user, you probably get like some other like Discord like clone, just like name something else, and you can just like have both of those apps on your phone, which is like honestly probably starting to get me to think about getting into Android phones again. But for iOS, for Apple phones, iPhones, man, what our options are is sideloading, and the Discord app that I use to sideload is called Enmity, right? It's basically like Discord, like it's Discord, but it gives you more freedom to do stuff, right? That normally Discord doesn't want you doing if you're on iOS. But I have to use, the problem with me using a sideloaded Enmity app is that I have to refresh it every like week, and sometimes I just forget to do it. I have to have it like connected to my Mac, which I haven't been using for a while because I just go straight to my PC. So like I have to like log into my MacBook and like let my phone just refresh by connecting to my Mac, and I just kind of forget to do that. So I'll just have like my Discord app, which I used to for my VTuber like account, like it doesn't work because I haven't been logging into my Mac. I don't know if that's a little bit confusing to say. Basically, it's just a little bit of a hassle to have like multiple Discord apps, and it makes it so that I'm not always around on Discord as much as I'd like to. I've still yet to find the perfect solution, but I'm getting close to finding one. I'm hoping one day I might end up having to just switch completely to Android. You know, if the more serious the streaming stuff becomes. Yeah. It might just be worth it just for that. Sweets yummy. Yo, I just got like a strawberry cake yesterday. I just got it like somebody was like selling homemade strawberry cakes like outside of this like store. And I was like, oh hey, you're selling cakes? Okay, homemade stuff. Ooh, sounds good. I'll take the strawberry one. And I've just kind of been picking at it, and it's like nice homemade strawberry cakes. I didn't eat it all at once, you know, but it's kind of nice. I'm usually too lazy to bake my own cakes. And like store-made cakes, in my opinion, are not that great. They have like a little bit of artificial flavor. It just feels kind of artificial to me a little bit. Only really gotten into watching VTubers this year. I've been wanting to be one since I was 11. Oh, really? Have VTubers been around since that? What? Wow, it kind of has been, huh? Yo, it's been like about... It's been almost 10 years, huh? Almost. Since VTubing has been a thing. That's crazy. That's crazy. I feel like people still... Like, I know, like the top of the top of VTubing has been always been, like, Gargura, Iron Mouse, let's see, like Pekora, from Hololive also, or like also I mean Vox also, and who else would I put? Oh, Kizuna-ai, right? That's definitely one that you'd have to like throw in there. I forgot there's another like male VTuber that in Japan that's really popular. I keep forgetting his name, but like he's also pretty huge. But like when I see these VTubers, right, I feel like, man, there's so much untapped potential for like what VTubing can be, right? And part of me wanting to become a VTuber is like, hey, if it ever happens where like I ever find growth, I'd like to tap into that like untapped potential of VTubing, what VTubers haven't tried yet, and it's like stuff that like only really works if after I gain a certain amount of skills, and after obviously if I grow big enough, but like I don't want to do it all now, right? It's like stuff I'd save if anything ever happens. You know, I don't want to like say it now because I don't want anyone to steal my ideas. Okay. But yeah, I feel like there's still so much more that VTubers can do, and it kind of sucks that like I feel like the VTubing landscape has been a little bit stagnant, just a little bit. You know, we're starting to see like VTubers try more like things that regular streamers do, and I think that's a good step in that direction, honestly. Mainly follow artists and reaction YouTubers. Yo, there was a good time where I've just been following a bunch of reaction YouTubers as well. It's the first reaction starting soon. Just leave the Apple economy cage, guys. I like it just fine. Literally the only reason why I'd want to switch to Android is to be able to use two Discord apps at the same time. Also split screen. Like having two apps on one screen at the same time, that is very handy. I can't believe Apple hasn't figured out how to do that on their phones yet. Because they can do it on their iPads, not their phones. Why? 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 No, but the Apple economy or whatever, the Apple ecosystem, I think it's fine. I think it's good. It's very convenient, and I don't see any reason why people hate it so much. I don't own anything Apple. Bye for now. All right, see you later, Nico. Yeah, sucks. Glad I'm using Android. Yeah. You also use Android? My first VTuber was Kizunai. Even though I don't speak Japanese, Kazuha and Kanade were predominantly male VTuber group in Japan. I don't know if I remember if those names ring any bells off the top of my head. But maybe Kazuha. Is that like the #1 VTuber in Japan? Because I know he's a male dude. He's like a dude with white hair, right? It's like a guy with white or gray, it's like silver hair, and he has like red eyes and stuff. He looks like a character that I totally would have like wanted to. He looks like an OC that I would have made back when I was in high school. when I was in high school, like I always wanted to make an OC that had that looked a lot like Soul Eater. like white hair, like shark teeth, red eyes, you know? Like the more I think about it, it just like looks a lot like Soul Eater, but I was gonna put a twist on it, you know? Maybe he would have like longer hair, you know what I mean? White hair and red eyes, Zeppies from Niji Sanji. Okay, I was right. Okay, I'm gonna head out and have a good one. I'll see you later, regular skeleton. Anyway, I'm gonna get into some reactions. Let's go. Hold on. Oh, yeah, there it is. All right. I'm going to start out with a death battle. I wasn't really planning on like watching like all the death battles, you know, as they come out, but this one's a little bit special to me. This one's Gurren Lagann. Fucking Gurren Lagann. I didn't know they'd ever do like a Gurren Lagann death battle, and I'm all for it. But like I probably should have expected it ever since they started doing like Rick Sanchez in their fucking death battles and stuff, you know? Like, dude, Gurren Lagann is such a deep cut for me. This is one of my formative animes, you know? First VTuber I saw was Tibet of Natsume Moe, and she made me want to be one. And I was saying the first VTuber I ever really followed was Rin Penrose. Oh yeah, that's also a pretty familiar name, Rin Penrose. I can't remember. Was Rin Penrose was she a tomboy, or was it a guy? Because Rin sounds like a guy's name, but the character looked very androgynous, so it was hard to tell. I never really watched any of Rin Penrose's content, but I know what they look like. Ron Boo is great. Love them. PL. Oh, it's a PL. Oh, nice. Okay. That's good to know. There's a little bit lore there. All right. First reaction, gonna be Gurren Lagann. Character from Gurren Lagann. Simone. Gonna be Simone the Digger versus Kyle Rayner. I don't know who Kyle Rayner is. Simone is like the main character from Gurren Lagann. He's the guy who pilots the mech. The White Lantern. I've never heard of the White Lantern, so this is gonna be like the first time like I'm gonna be exposed to this character. It's not the first. That is oftentimes. Whenever I'm a lot of the time I just kind of discover new characters through death battles. So it's not the first time I've ever just watched a death battle involving a character I don't even know about. I'm interested to see why he would be the matchup against Simone. And Penrose, she's a prince. Oh, okay. She's a prince. That's why I was confused.
Simone the Digger, Kyle Rayner, the White Lantern. Two men born.
So this is the White Lantern thing. So it's both the Green Lantern and the White Lantern. Is this kind of like a Green Ranger situation where the Green Ranger becomes the White Ranger? Was that inspired? Was this inspired by the Green Ranger transitioning to being the White Ranger?
Born of Earth with the willpower to pierce the heavens and conquer infinity.
Do they both use like? Do they both like pierce the heavens? Is that the thing they do?
Who would win a death
First
battle.
VTuber was Neo. Really? Hey, if that's actually true, hey, I feel special.
Village lived in dreary isolation, oblivious to the wider world above their squalid cave. That's where the hero.
Oh my god, it's so nostalgic, y'all. I have not seen. I love Gurren Lagann. I have not seen it in like many years. Why? Because Gurren Lagann was one of those animes that I rewatched over and over and over. Mostly, like at first it was because I loved it, you know, so I would just rewatch it all the time. The other reason why I would rewatch it is because I was introducing it to people for the first time, and it became their favorite anime. They're like, "Yo, Gurren Lagann, best shit fucking anime ever," and you know, it's like, and I feel happy that I'm like the one that introduced it to him. So I would be like the guy to like red pill everybody on Gurren Lagann. That was me. I was one. If you heard of Gurren Lagann and you're hyped for it, you could probably thank me for it. Because like I know I'm just kidding. Obviously, a lot of people knew about Gurren Lagann before I didn't even. But it's definitely one of those shows that I felt like I was able to successfully get other people into watching it. You know.
Of our story comes in.
Why does he look like Ben 10?
Who would lead his comrade?
Who? This guy? Ben 10, like the Simone, or are you talking about the Kyle Rayner, White Lantern guy?
The great and mighty. Oh, and his little brother from another mother, Simone. He was there too, I guess.
Simone was a digger, content to drill endlessly through the dirt.
Wait, did he just like hype up Kamina and then like, oh wait, and there's also Simone? It's true. I didn't even know VTubers existed until I saw your Everything music video. Really? Hey, yo, that's kind of cool. That is like one of the things that is kind of a thing that like, because like I know a lot of VTubers kind of follow a specific format that like, you know, like Hololive, Niji Sanji, even what was it, the other one, Vshoujo. They all kind of like follow certain things. They do certain kind of content that all VTubers tend to do, and like, you know, they present a certain way, you know, like, and I try to be like just kind of a bit of a VTuber, but also a regular streamer at the same time. This tends to be how I try to do things.
Until the day
So
he
I'm glad
the
you
core drill.
you know, I got you into VTubers. Hello, welcome to Ozone. The White Lantern guy? Oh, really?
That activated
I need
the
to see him again. I don't remember.
buried mech that Kamina named Lagann. Under his magnificently masculine leadership, Kamina finally drilled their way to freedom, seeing the sun after a life in the dark.
But the sky was by no
Yeah.
means the limit. The surface was ruled by the cruel chimeric
Must have been like a
beastmen,
crazy way to
and
live.
Kamina would lead his compatriots against them to reclaim the Earth for humanity, scoring a second mech in the process, aptly named Gurren.
And
I just like how, like, even just like the anime, like all of like the introduction to like the stuff in Gurren Lagann is just like them talking about stuff that Kamina did. Oh man, there's probably okay. Hold on, chat. I'm just gonna warn you right now. If you're interested in watching Gurren Lagann, they're probably gonna get. I'm gonna tell you right now. They're probably gonna get into some serious spoilers territory here. This is gonna be like some, like it's impossible to talk about Gurren Lagann in any other context without spoiling it. Honestly, there's gonna be like a big spoiler. I'm just gonna tell you right now. Like, so like for this like reaction part of the reaction, if you don't want to get spoiled for Gurren Lagann, like, and it's a pretty big spoiler, I'd say like check back in, like maybe in about like 30 minutes or something, or 20 minutes. You know, probably wouldn't take that long to get past the spoiler, but yeah, just giving you a bit of a warning right there. Kill la Kill is one of the few classics I haven't watched yet for some reason. Also really good, but I don't feel like. I think Kill la Kill is great, but I also don't think you're missing out on much by missing out on Kill la Kill. You know, honestly, like I feel like I'm not gonna act like you know. I'm not saying it's bad at all. You know, Kill la Kill is great. One of my favorites from the time. You know, I don't exactly. It's not exactly like something that like I'd be like, oh man, this one really changed me a little bit. Gurren Lagann kind of changed me a little bit. Kill la Kill, it was like the most fun anime to watch when it was airing, honestly. And it was kind of a product of its time. I think you can still get into it, but I don't think it's like a must-watch the same way that Gurren Lagann is, in my opinion.
And as befits Kamina and Simone's unbreakable brotherly bond, Gurren and Lagann
Kill la Kill is also Shouty
creating
Hedgehog's
Gurren
favorite anime
Lagann.
character. Yeah,
With
true.
Kamina
They look
piloting
very
the body
similar,
and
don't
Simone
they?
the head,
Ryuko
these
and
two
Shadow.
were unstoppable.
Of all the giant fighting robots in all the animes across
Yep.
history,
Yep.
Gurren Lagann might just be the absolute coolest, fueled
Yep, Gurren Lagann's probably like one of the best mechs, one of the most overpowered mechs in all of anime, honestly.
By its pilot's willpower and
Actually,
universe
universe breaking.
Imagine.
Including missiles, a jetpack, a sunglasses boomerang, and of course,
Drills, wrist-mounted drills, kunai drills,
Yep,
shield
drills.
drills,
It's all about the drills,
drills,
baby. Real
and
baby
everyone's
drill.
favorite, the Giga Drill Bureku. Side note, it is so funny
Oh my
that the
God,
only
it's
thing
so
they
fucking
could think of
nostalgic,
was
dude.
drills. That's like if I made booze or something, my whole personality. What up?
with Gurren
Hey,
Lagann's
One
awesome
Piece.
power, Kamina laid waste to enemy forces, liberated human villages, and fomented a rebellion against the Beastmen King, Lord Genome.
Until Kamina died. Oh, wait, shit, was that supposed to happen?
Nope.
Spoilers right there. Already, I warned you. Like, bro, okay, you know, we're already here. I was gonna say, the Kamina was like propped up as basically being the main character, like from the start of this fucking anime, and then he fucking dies halfway through, or like not even halfway through, like maybe a third of the way through the anime. Dude fucking dies, and like. It was such a shock for everybody who watched it because nobody at the time, nobody was used to like basically like the main character dying in an anime. It doesn't happen that often, and it doesn't even happen that often to this day. Like Kamina dying was like honestly like it took a lot of balls for them to do it, and it's the reason why people kind of just like remember it so much. Whenever you talk about, oh, I love Gurren Lagann, people will be like, yeah, me too. But damn, man, Kamina!
And it was all Simone's fault. He let his willpower waver, and his soul brother paid the price. After all,
Damn.
he was just a humble digger, at home in the darkness, guided solely by the light of Kamina's spirit.
So his big bro left him with these final words. Have faith in the Simone who believes in you. Damn.
Kamina was the
Never seen it,
one
probably
looking
never
up to
will, so
him the
spoilers, fine.
whole
Okay.
time. It was Simone who found Lagann.
Just making sure to
Simone
warn
who
y'all.
pierced the surface, and Simone who would now lead humanity to victory.
Especially with his gal pal Nia at his side, who helped pull him out of his rut and
Yeah, he lost his big bro, but now he gained a girlfriend. You know what? That's fine. That's a fair trade. Just kidding. Nothing will ever really fill the void that was Kamina.
kicked Lord Genome's ass. But victory only lasted 7 years before the anti-spiral attacked.
Unimaginably powerful godlike aliens, the anti-spiral feared humanity's potential, what they dubbed
Yep.
the spiral nemesis.
Remember how
Yeah.
Gurren Lagann runs on
That's
fighting
why-
spirit?
this is why I always
Turns
thought,
out
like,
that's
Gurren
just a
Lagann is an
manifestation of
interesting
spiral
concept,
power,
an interesting
energy
concept.
that all spiral beings, like humans, have.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, the laws of physics run on chutzpah.
Just as the spiral turned inward represents
I think this is actually like I think it's honestly like a good like metaphor for like just like the way that humans like operate on like on a fundamental level, right? Like as humans, we're always striving to do better. We're always trying to one up our past selves, a past generation. We're trying to improve things every single time, right? But like at a certain point, we gotta reach a like every single time we try to improve ourselves, we're like going to run into inevitably a big like wall that's like impossible, seemingly impossible for us to overcome, right? For instance, like back in the day, computers, you were like the size of a big room, right? Somehow we managed to like pull off a miracle and condense it into a tiny box, which is like the Apple I, first computer that would ever be like in a desktop format, right? And then we moved on from like, you know, a fucking desktop PC into like little tiny laptops, right? Pretty small, right? But you're like, oh, probably can't get any smaller than this. You're wrong, because now they're in the size of a fucking cell phone now, and even those are starting to get smaller until we start making it bigger again. But like that's the thing, we're always trying to like improve things, trying to do a little bit better than like our you know, the past. So what happens if we keep trying to do that forever to the point where like not only are we like traveling around in space, but like we're like interfering with like other entities in the universe. You know, I don't know, like maybe we're going to like break the laws of reality, I don't know. But like Gurren Lagann kind of touches on that concept a little bit in its own way, which I always thought was kind of interesting. and it's always kind of like stuck with me a little bit. You know what I mean?
Right, the laws of physics run on.
In Sonic canon, Kill la Kill Shadow's favorite anime. I wasn't joking. Oh, really? What Sonic canon? Like what's the Sonic canon stuff? Like where was that said? Was that in like some kind of like magazine or like Sonic? I'm Shadow. My favorite anime is Kill la Kill. And let's not forget, I love Latinas. Let's say Sonic canon stuff, unless I state otherwise. Wait, what? Oh, it's canon. Oh, okay. Because I also really like Sonic too. I'm aware of a lot of Sonic stuff. I don't know all the Sonic shit, but like I'm aware of a lot of Sonic stuff. I grew up with Sonic. Literally the first video game I ever played.
Chutzpah!
Just as the spiral turned inward represents endless obsession and madness, the spiral turned outward spins forever into infinity, the perfect representation of humanity's evolutionary potential.
Potential Simon would use as he led Team Dai Gurren
Just
across
like
the
constant
multiverse
evolution.
to take
Hello,
the fight
Kaleidoscope.
to the
Welcome to the stream.
anti-spiral. And this is when Gurren Lagann gets
Have you ever watched Gurren Lagann,
crazy.
Kaleidoscope?
Channeling spiral power lets you constantly adapt to threats, no matter how overwhelming. Simon
Yeah,
can create
constant
portals to different
adaptation.
realities and higher dimensions. He can generate force fields, absorb energy attacks, and even merge Gurren Lagann with bigger and stronger machines.
Creating the Arc Gurren Lagann, which is
Yo.
strong enough to shatter space and time.
Yup.
Or the Super Galaxy Gurren Lagann, which can fire lasers that are fast enough to hit, and I quote, all time, space, and dimensions.
It's Gurren Lagann's ridiculous, man. Gurren Lagann's ridiculous. I'm telling you right now. It gets to absurd levels. People like these like mechs get so big, they literally just like pick up galaxies and throw them like fucking frisbees, dude. I'm not even joking. That's like literally, I'm pretty sure that's literally what they did. You just grab the Milky Way galaxy or Andromeda or something, just like toss it across the universe like a fucking frisbee. Dude, I've never seen an anime reach the same level of scale as Gurren Lagann has, and I'm scared to see another anime try to even attempt it, because I don't know if they'd ever do it as well, honestly. What did you walk into? This is we're watching Simone versus Kyle Rayner. Basically Gurren Lagann versus White Lantern. Death battle. The name does ring a bell, but I never watched it. I feel like Gurren Lagann is like one of those animes. If you ever have like a friend that's really into anime and you ask them, hey, what's an anime I should get into? Gurren Lagann is probably like one of the most recommended anime that people always bring up for the first time. Like if you have like a friend that's like a weeboo, you know, like a weeboo, like they watch more than just like JJK, you know, they don't just watch the JJKs, they don't just watch the One Pieces, or like what's the most popular anime, Solo Leveling or something, you know, like you got the friend that watches like all the crazy animes that you never heard of. Gurren Lagann is probably one of the ones that they'll recommend you first. It's one of those kind of anime. It's like Gurren Lagann, Death Note, maybe, you know. Death Note used to be kind of one of those where like super popular, but it's starting to get a little bit old. I mean, it's been old, honestly. The Latina thing isn't canon. The Kill la Kill is it. You know, it was during the Q&A, the characters where they were asking their favorite animes, and Shadow said it was Kill la Kill. He didn't say the name himself. He described the show. Yeah, I mean the Latinas thing. That's one of the fan dubs. That's one of the fan dubs, which they low-key made a reference to the fan dub in the Sonic 3 movie. I think they called Shadow Hot Topic. I'm pretty sure that was a reference to that, to the fan dub, the improv. What is it called? I forgot the name of the channel that did the dub. You know, the pissing on the moon thing. Yeah, the name's Kai. Oh, it's Kai. Oh, it's Kaleidoscope. Okay, Kaleidoscope. Okay, that makes sense. I see it now. It's a little bit hard to see it. You have the capital K-A, you have the lowercase L, and you have an uppercase I and then a lowercase E. You do that on purpose, okay? I'm sure I'm not the first person to make that mistake. I think Sonic's was Naruto, and I don't remember fully. Really? I would have thought that Sonic's favorite anime would have been Speed Racer or something. I'd watch anything as long as I have someone to watch with, to be honest. I watched DN though. What's DN? Is that... Yeah, what's DN? What is that? You Hot Topic wannabe and you Blue Gumball. Yeah, yeah. I love having people struggling with my name, Sumi. Yeah. Okay, you're not the first person in my chat to be doing that. I'm used to it. Okay, I'm used to it.
Within a plank instant.
You know what you're doing.
Unit of time physically possible.
Meaning each
Hold on, I need to go back. What did they say?
All time, space, and dimensions. All within a plank instant.
That's the smallest unit of time physically.
A plank instant? Okay, I've never fucking heard of this. Yo, oh damn it! I was about to ask Gamerzilla. This is like something Gamerzilla would know about. What the fuck is a plonk? A plank? Plank? Planking is a meme. Is it actually pronounced plank? Because why would they spell it like that if they want to pronounce it plank? Incredibly small interval of time that emerges naturally from a few basic quantities and theoretical physics. Oh my god, it was discovered by Max Planck? The smallest gauge of time. Now that's interesting. I can't believe I've never heard of this before. That's kind of cool. Finished your drawing, you put on this DC. Yo, I'm gonna just like spend tomorrow just going through Discord. And I'm gonna catch up on everything. Death DN is Death Note. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, Death Note is good. Old name is not K411. And people would just call me Not. Gotcha. Okay. I misread stream time on Twitch and I thought I missed stream. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not streaming on Twitch at the moment. I might get back into it at some point, but I'm taking a break from streaming on Twitch. It's a little bit stressful for me to stream on multiple platforms at the same multi-streaming. I'm not sure if it's for me. I'm kind of like making YouTube my main thing. At some point I might go back into it, but at the moment I'm still, I mean, as far as Twitch goes, I'm kind of on hiatus, and that schedule is hard for me to keep up with. It was during like last month. It was hard for me to stick to a schedule because of a lot of chaos happening IRL.
Possible.
Meaning each laser would have to be moving 4.6 times 10 to the 117th power times faster than light. Oh.
Now I'm a nerd, but damn, that's too much for even for me. Man, I want to be like good friends with a guy who's like really into this shit, and I'd love to like listen to them talk about this stuff. Like genuinely, like if they have like genuine interest, and I want to hear the enthusiasm in their voice as they explain it to me. You know what I mean? Like I want to know about this stuff, but I don't want to be the one to like actually research myself. I'd like to hear it from like someone way more knowledgeable, who has way more interest in this kind of stuff than me.
Well, looks like this wins the award for fastest calculated speed feat in our show's history. Congratulations!
Is the spoiler part done? For the most part, yeah. Like the major spoiler is done. They might make a reference to it, but you know, like it might go over your head. So I think you're good now.
It's Gurren Lagann.
Move over, SpongeBob. You've been
mood.
dethroned.
Yeah, you think so? Is yours the same way? Hyperfixation tag. Yo, let's go hyperfixation. Let's go ADHD in chat. Hold on. Here's a poll. I haven't done a poll in a while. Here's a question I have for y'all. Do you think /know if you have ADHD? I really want to know this. Yes, what y'all say. I really want to know the results of this poll. Be honest now. And like, don't be like, I'm, kind of ADHD because, sometimes, I have a hard time paying attention to things. No, like, you gotta, I want to know if you really legit think you might have ADHD to the point where if you don't know, you will definitely try to get yourself like diagnosed at some point. Like I want to feel like if you're at that level of conviction, thinking that you have ADHD, right? Like, yes, answer yes. But if you don't really know, then just say no. Maybe I should have added I don't know. Maybe I should have added an I don't know part, actually. I'll I'll probably do this poll again in another stream, and I'll add that part next time. But for now, it's fine.
Across infinite universes. You literally cannot calculate how
I know I have ADHD for sure. I'm going to get diagnosed. Okay, yeah, I've been there. I've been there with you.
Multiverse labyrinth. An attack that imprisons Simon in his own unique multiverse, forced to experience an infinite number of alternate realities that controlled his mind. Permanently.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Hold on. I need to go back to that. Wait, I don't. What? What did he just say? I don't remember any of this in the anime. What the fuck?
Says they move over, SpongeBob. You've been dethroned. Oh, and the guidebook says they hit an innumerable number of enemies across infinite universes. You literally cannot calculate how fast that is.
But it wasn't.
Wait, they hit every enemy at the same time? Really? They actually did that? Dude, I need to rewatch this anime, dude. I barely even remember that shit. I was too busy like taking in all of like the epic scale of everything. They mentioned they attacked literally every enemy at the same time. I would not put it past them. It seems like something like the Gurren Lagann could do. Yes, I love listening to people yap. Same here, honestly. Like, I'm a yapper, but I also love listening to other people yap at the same time. Like, I think I can be a pretty good listener as long as a person I'm listening to is if I find what they're talking about interesting and I can feel genuine like enthusiasm behind the things that they're talking about too. Especially that when I listen to people talk about things that they really like, and they get really in depth with it, I really like listening to people talk about stuff like that.
Enough to escape the anti-spiral's greatest trap, the multiverse labyrinth. An attack that imprisons Simon in his own unique multiverse, forced to experience an infinite number of alternate realities that controlled his mind.
That's
permanently
crazy.
Arresting him in a dream world.
Except
Oh, that's what that was. Okay, I remember. Oh, that I actually kind of forgot about that part. That was a crazy moment, like at the end of the anime. Yeah, that was crazy. That's what happened, huh?
His spiral
I remember being a little bit
power
confused by
just
that
built
part.
different. And after being inspired by his bro, Simon absorbed that whole multiverse to escape.
What makes this even more impressive is that this labyrinth
I need to
was
rewatch this shit. I barely remember this.
Meaning, Simon absorbed a higher dimensional structure several orders of infinity greater than himself. The jump
God
between
damn.
dimensions is basically infinite. Each new dimension adds a new direction of space that extends infinitely, thus an infinite gap in size and scope.
What?
Oh, we're just getting started.
Yeah,
Imagine
Gurren
a
Lagann is insane,
two-dimensional
bro.
drawing interacting with a three-dimensional person.
Okay. That's not too far off from what actually happened.
Because when
Man,
Simon
it's like
absorbed the
melting my brain just trying to understand what the fuck they're talking about. Sonic Hyperfixation is wanting to come out right now because Kill la Kill mentioned. Yo, I need to do more Sonic content soon. At some point, I need to think of something. I mean, because I love Sonic, but like it's I haven't been able to think of like anything Sonic related that I've been able to do on stream except for just me just randomly yapping about Sonic. Dude, you want proof? You want proof that I'm like a huge Sonic fan? Look no further than my Sonic 3 trailer reaction. I reacted to like a 2-minute trailer, and I spent like 40 minutes yapping about it. My Sonic trailer, my Sonic the movie, Sonic 3 movie trailer reaction, literally like 40 something minutes long, and even everybody who was like watching me, I think like Ogbluke for instance, even he thought that was ridiculous. Like, bro, what were you thinking with that one? I was thinking that I love Sonic a lot. That's what I was thinking at the time. And I was honestly, that was kind of an experimental upload. I was just like, is anybody going to be interested in watching this? I don't know. Let's fucking upload it and see what up. I only have like 100 subscribers or something. I don't have that much to lose. Algorithm's not picking me up anyway. I'm not going to be missing out on any algorithm stuff. I once it's a good idea. Artie, what are you saying? I have too many hyperfixations to name them all here, though I have part of a straw page dedicated to my fandom's hyperfixations. What's a straw page? Is that basically like your own personal little website where you can like write anything you want? My hyperfixation is human behavior, epic, and identity V. I've never gotten tested, so I wouldn't know. My friends say I might have it, but I'm not about to say it if I'm not sure. True, yeah. I think that's a fair way to think about it. You know, I think it's a healthy way to think about it. Like you don't really know. I wasn't sure either. Like I doubted. This is the reason why I got diagnosed. Like literally in my final year of college. My regret. That was a regrettable thing. I wish I had my diagnosis at the beginning of college, but I waited a long time because like I didn't want to feel like I was like making excuses for myself or something. But at the same time, I think I was just being a little bit too harsh on myself. I need to be a little bit more honest. I think the best way to do it, honestly, go to go to a psychologist to get yourself diagnosed. Get diagnosed by a psychologist because psychologists, they do not prescribe you drugs. They don't prescribe you Adderall, okay? Psychiatrists are the ones who prescribe you like medication, right? Because my thinking, I don't think this is true for every psychiatrist, but I feel like if there are people who would diagnose you in order to get you to buy, so they can be like the person that you go to in order to get your prescription. You pay them every single time you need to get your prescription, right? There's a financial incentive there for psychiatrists to diagnose you with ADHD. So I'm a little bit sus on people like that. But so it's like that's why see a psychologist first if you want to honestly know. And if they give you a test, usually there's a test. Be as honest with yourself as possible, like be honest with yourself. Don't like pretend. And and then you'll find out for sure. I think honestly the best way is like to genuinely genuinely like you want to know for sure, you know what I mean? And because of that, so I had to see a psychologist first. Once I got diagnosed, I'm like, okay, well, I know my psychologist doesn't want me to do the medication. He wants me to do like alternative like forms of treatment, but like I got diagnosed already. I'm gonna get the medication because that should makes things easier. It's like at that point I'll get the medication. that's my little journey of ADHD for you. For anyone who is curious about like my if anyone's curious about like whether or not they want to find out they have ADHD and want to know like how other people discovered it themselves, I mostly found out because just because I found out like some ADHD memes and I resonated with a lot of them and I just wanted to know for sure. Total mood. I once explained tarot for 4 hours. Tarot for 4 hours? There is a lot to say about tarot though, so I guess that's fair. You can't be dyslexic and autistic. That's interesting. I didn't know about that. That's a new one. Yeah, I didn't know they were mutually exclusive. That's interesting. I have ADHD and OCD. That ADHD and OCD, man, that is a tough combination. I don't know if people. I wonder sometimes people downplay the seriousness of OCD. Honestly, whenever whenever people tell me that they have OCD, because there was a time where I thought I might have OCD, and I was looking into like the symptoms of it, right? And I was close to some of it, but honestly, most of the things that I thought was OCD it's just plain perfectionism, which is not exactly a mental condition or anything like that. It's just a personality trait. But OCD sounds very bad. It sucks. I feel for anybody who actually has who's been diagnosed with OCD. My heart goes out to you. I hope you find a way to make things work in your life so that you're not stressing out on so many things, because OCD can kind of fuck with your head a little bit. Have you played Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. You know what? Yeah. Yes. No, I have not. Artie. I have not. But Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog is something I want to play on stream. I wanted to play it during Halloween last year, but I got bogged down with all these other horror games I wanted to play. I'm not gonna wait for October this year. I'm going to probably play it sometime this summer. Tarot is great for both self-discovery and a psychological tool if you're not into the spiritual part of it. Low key, I kind of want to make like a game that uses elements from tarot. So I kind of did a little bit of research back when I was like, if I ever decide to get into game development, right, just for funsies, I think I might use elements from tarot cards as part of the gameplay, as like an element of the gameplay. Yeah, I don't know. I just like games involving cards. That's the main reason. And tarot sounds interesting, and I don't see a lot of games like really lean into it. Like the legitimate, like how people do tarot readings. I want to use that more than like just the archetypes, because people tend to just like focus on the archetypes of the tarot cards. You know, I want to get into like the actual mechanics of like how the readings work, and I want to turn that into a video game somehow. I think it would be interesting. I haven't seen anyone do it yet. Maybe people have, and maybe I just haven't seen it. I forgot that it was things in the brain that for dyslexic people they are no longer than most people. Autistic the same. They're shorter than most people are eating the brain. Oh, okay. Can have both at the same time. That is interesting. Okay. That's interesting. I didn't, because I know sometimes these things can be mutually exclusive, but I didn't know that dyslexia and autism were one of those things. I'm spiritual, so I'd love to learn about tarot. I'm spiritual. I'm a little bit spiritual. I do believe there is a God. Yeah. My hyperfixations are the Epic the Musical, Percy Jackson mythology, and Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan's a good one though. Yo, BJ hyperfixation is real. There's a lot of that in my chat. It was probably because of Epic the Musical, though. To be fair, I feel like Epic the Musical is like there's like a lot of it is people who love musicals. There are people who like musicals, people who like Greek mythology, and people who like Percy Jackson. If you're in the DC, I'll be more happy to teach you and at least coach you. Okay. Interesting. DC. Oh, RD's on DC, but they said they might. Asking if they are in DC. My friend blocked me once, and I yapped too much about Honkai Star Rail. God damn, that's a little bit of an overreaction. Jesus. OCD majorly sucks. My mouth is always bleeding because of it. Oh man. Yeah, see that's the thing. It just like manifests in so many weird ways, and in almost always like I see the thing is I feel like OCD people are always suffering somehow, you know. There's always something that's giving y'all anxiety and it doesn't seem like there's an easy solution to it, you know. And as a person that likes to find solutions for people when people are obviously suffering or they have problems and stuff, I always like to find solutions for stuff like that. And it feels like one of those things where I don't know if I can ever have a solution for you. It's one of those things where you just kind of like have to. I think it's one of those things where you just kind of have to like deal, hope for some way that you can deal with it on a way that only works for you. That's when I gathered. You know, I hope you found something like that if you haven't already. I hope you find something like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm blocked you. I was blowing up their phone. If you ever make a game with tarot elements, please ask me. I'll hand over this info for free. It's literally my enrichment time when I have. Okay. I'm not sure if I'll if I have any specific questions about things, I'll ask you. Tumblr is my straw page, which is linked to my YouTube bio. Just verified my old account. I can't help to yap about the genius of complex characters. I love characters. You Remy, yo, same here. My favorite thing in stories are when stories have great characters. When I feel like a story is good. Story is only good when in my opinion, when the characters are interesting or well written. You know, one of those two.
Multiverse Labyrinth,
Back to
he
the
merged
reaction.
with
I'm sorry if I
every
yapped
alternate
too
universe version of himself, including an alternate universe Simone, who is writing his own alternate universe version of Gurren Lagann. And that author's spiral power made his fictional Simone real, adding another to the mix.
Wait, if every
Wait, hold on.
What?
I need to rewatch
We're
some of
just
this. Hold
getting
on.
started. Imagine a two-dimensional drawing interacting with a three-dimensional person.
Oh, we're getting into this. We're getting into like the dimension shit, dude. Oh my god, I was so obsessed with the idea of like the concept of like being able to perceive all of these dimensions. You know, being like a fourth dimensional being, being able to perceive the three dimensions in a way that a three-dimensional being cannot. I see humans as like three-dimensional beings that with the ability to imagine what a fourth dimension is like, in meaning time, and being able to observe two-dimensional things. And I imagine like fourth dimensional beings being able to see the three-dimensional world, the third dimension, the way that we look at two-dimensional things, like on a piece of paper, right? So like anything that exists, any like sentient being that exists on the fourth dimension probably is able to observe us the way that we read books. You know what I mean? I wonder if that makes sense. Yeah, but it's something I've always kind of like daydreamed about back when I wanted to like get into like writing fiction.
Okay, that's not too far off from what actually happened.
Because when Simone absorbed the Multiverse Labyrinth, he merged with every
God, Gurren
alternate
Lagann is
universe
so
version
good,
of
dude.
himself, including an alternate
It's got
universe Simone,
it's got
who was
so
writing
many
his own
concepts
alternate
in it.
universe
I
version
forgot
of
all this
Gurren
stuff.
Lagann. And that author's
Bro.
spiral power made his fictional Simone real, adding another to the mix.
Wait, if
Oh my-
every human
oh my
being has
God.
spiral power,
That's
you're
crazy.
telling me we can all do this shit?
This all gave our Simone enough spiral power to form the next step in mecha evolution.
Yeah.
Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann.
Tengen
This is when
Toppa Gurren Lagann.
gets actually fucking crazy. Like
Dude.
shooting missiles that alter probabilities so they have a 100% chance of hitting you, or tossing galaxies around like frisbees.
Yes, I did do that. See, I wasn't joking about that. See, I wasn't memeing. That wasn't me just making that up. Literally. Okay, I'll run it back just so you can just see what they fucking just said.
Actually fucking crazy. Like shooting missiles that alter probabilities so they have a 100% chance of hitting you, or tossing galaxies around like frisbees. Sorry, did I say galaxies? I meant universes.
Simone's power.
Oh my god, it was universes? I thought it was galaxies. Wait, they were universes? They were tossing universes. So they were existing in the multiverse. They're fighting on the multiversal plane, just grabbing universes and throwing them at each other like they're fucking frisbee, like fucking shuriken. Bro, that's even crazier than I thought. What? Dude, Death Battle's already blowing my mind like that. That's crazy. I can't believe I found this out. How many times have I fucking watched Gurren Lagann and I'm finding out about this shit now in a fucking Death Battle video? But you know, like, was it Wiz and Boomstick? They do this for a living. You know, there's a reason for that. I love complex characters, which is why Shadow's my favorite Sonic characters. Characters so complex, I love it. True. My favorite character is, I think it's Metal Sonic. Metal Sonic, especially like once you like learn a little bit about his character in Sonic Heroes, I feel like he's also a very interesting and complex character as well. You don't think about it because he's just like a fucking robot Sonic, but he actually is like he actually does have a personality that's actually pretty complex. Because like when you think about it, it's kind of weird being born just to be a clone of a very like it's just to be a clone of Sonic, right? And that's like your purpose is to like to be able to defeat him and stuff. What happens when you're no longer useful, you know? And then, you know, people forget about you. Sonic Heroes had actually, I think, a pretty interesting story when it came to like Metal Sonic specifically. I love morally gray characters, which is why IDV is my favorite game. All characters can be seen as good and bad depending on the angle. So morally gray characters are great, like Adventurine and Honkai Star Rail. Yeah, I think morally gray characters are pretty interesting. But you know, Yeah. I generally like morally gray characters. I think one of my favorite characters in the Star Wars world universe was like Hisoka. I say Hisoka, Ahsoka. I say those two. I get those two names mixed up sometimes. Ahsoka, not Hisoka. That's Hunter x Hunter. Ahsoka Tano. She was like probably one of the most famous of the gray Jedis, you know, which is why she was one of my favorites. Also, like Qui-Gon Jinn is kind of like one of those, but I don't really see enough of Qui-Gon, to be honest.
It was so immense that he started generating super spiral
Hisoka.
space.
I also love
A higher
Hisoka.
dimension
Hisoka's also a great character.
encompassing our own
Also very morally
universe.
gray
With
too.
it, Simone turns his thoughts into reality, letting him create his mech and all of its weapons in the first place.
Not only does this mean he no longer needs co-pilots, he can also regenerate any damage done to him or his mech
God damn.
just by willing it back into existence.
That's
when
like
Lord
ultimate
Genome used
willpower
spiral
shit,
power
man.
to survive quantum breakdown, or the time Nia, now the best wife in the universe, used spiral power to constantly regenerate her body from being erased at the informational level for 7
Bro.
days straight.
Information in physics
Bro,
is essentially
what?
the ones and zeros that make up every possible
I need to
outcome
rewatch
in
Gurren Lagann,
reality.
dude.
Nia literally regenerated from the statistical
I'm gonna watch this in
certainty of
Japanese.
her own destruction.
With
If
no
I
subs.
have spiral power whiz, when the fuck is my leg growing back?
When even this was not enough for the anti-spiral, Simone evolved one more time.
Into Super Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann!
This
Oh
mech
my
is
god, that's right. It got even bigger than that. Dude, okay. You know what? It really has been a long time. I forgot all about the super version.
so big, its size is literally incalculable. And with
That's
a
a lot
drill
of text.
somehow even larger than that, Simone and his friends shattered the anti-spiral once and for all.
Hey, cruel
Yeah,
indifference
Metal Sonic
of
is
the
cool. One of my
universe.
second
Meet
favorite
the
characters,
indomitable
Sage, and then it's
human
Cosmo,
spirit.
and then
Proving commonest
Rouge
words
and Tails.
prophetic. That Simone's
Good list,
drill
good
is
list.
the drill that would pierce the heavens.
With no more worlds left to conquer, Simone chose to wander the earth for the rest of his days, in service to others.
Always looking up. For all the lights in the sky are stars, and every star another world of spiral cousins that can live free.
All thanks to a humble digger.
And I'm starting to realize that maybe the reason why Gurren Lagann was never in any death battles is because, honestly, Gurren Lagann probably is gonna win like almost every fucking fight, almost against like almost any like fictional character, honestly. Which is why now, like after reabsorbing, like how crazy Gurren Lagann can be, now I'm thinking, what the fuck is up with this White Lantern character? Really? Gurren Lagann has competition? White Lantern is like on this level? Really? I need to know about this. And this is why I watched Death Battle. Because I want to know about this character who seems to, apparently, according to Death Battle, seems to stand a chance against a guy who can literally throw fucking universes like frisbees. and still become even stronger even after that form somehow. God damn. Okay.
The universe is a dangerous place. Should you find yourself face to face with an interdimensional vampire, alien dictators, or this one really pissed off cat, you know who to call.
The Green Lantern Corps. They're the Space Fuzz, an intergalactic police
Okay.
force founded billions of years ago by blue leprechaun gods.
And the greatest Green Lantern among them was everyone's favorite, Hal Jordan.
You know him.
Hal
you
Jordan.
love him. You might hate him, but you gotta
I was honestly, like I knew about Hal Jordan, but I'm honestly a little bit more familiar with the other Green Lantern, the African American one. I forgot his name, but honestly, I didn't know any of the Green Lantern names. I only know Hal Jordan because he just said it just now. But like, I grew up with the other Green Lantern, not this one.
respect the man with a will
Ben
as
10.
unbreakable
Yo,
as
yeah,
hell.
yeah. Green Lantern is a little bit like Ben 10, isn't he? Yeah, like I think Ben 10 was probably a little bit inspired by Green Lantern. Yeah, just a little bit.
Until the
Like,
day his will
probably not like
broke.
After his
they're very
hometown got
different,
completely
but
obliterated,
they have a
Hal
few
lost his
similarities. They have a few
mind.
parallels.
He rampaged through the core, killing everyone in his path, and absorbed the central power battery, the literal Green Lantern.
Becoming the Emerald Tyrant, Parallax.
There was only one survivor
Wait, what? He became a universal tyrant?
in his path.
Day
Wait, hold
his
on. I need to
will
go back in that.
broke.
No, I saw Ben 10 on the screen. Oh, really? A few seconds away. Let me go back.
Founded billions of years ago by blue leprechaun gods.
And the greatest Green
Hold on a second. I just saw that. Hold on.
Intergalactic.
Oh yeah, this is the Green Lantern that I grew up with. I'm pretty sure he's not Hal Jordan unless they just changed his ethnicity, but his like name is the same or something. I doubt that's the case.
Police force founded billions of years ago.
Hold on, did I see that right? Yeah, that's right here. An actual blue leprechaun. And that's like the horror film version of a leprechaun, right? Is that actually canon? Are leprechauns actually supposed to be this horrific in canon? In the official leprechaun canon? That'd be hilarious to me. I do know that like a lot of fictional creatures, mythological creatures, like elves, are way different than how they originally were created. I think we talked about this a little bit in chat before. Like Tolkien managed to change elves from how they were back in the Grimm days. A few seconds away, Dexstar. A few seconds ago. Okay, Dexstar is my fave, but I also have different types of rings. All the different types of rings. Wait, what? Dexstar? What's Dexstar? Dexter's Lab?
On gods.
And the greatest Green Lantern among them was
Get out
everyone's
of my
favorite,
laboratory!
Hal Jordan.
You know him. You love him. You might
Oh
hate
yeah,
him.
that's right. Oh, that's right. There was this was a previous death battle. There was like Ben 10 versus the Green Lantern. And he lost against the Green Lantern. He was like as versatile as Ben 10's ability was. Green Lantern's is still like way more versatile. Honestly, Green Lantern is probably like one of the most versatile like abilities ever like conceived, to be honest.
But you gotta respect the man with a will as unbreakable as Hal's.
Until the day his
Damn.
will.
Yeah, I know, it's pretty crazy, right? Like especially when you think about like what was it, Alien X, right? I think that was the name of like the ultimate like Ben 10's like ultimate like alien. Like when you factor in Alien X, I think people were really pissed off that like Ben 10 lost against Green Lantern for that one. This was like years ago. It was like, man, this must have been like maybe more than 5 years ago even. Like it was that was probably one of the most controversial death battles because people really stand Ben 10 because like everybody knows Ben 10's pretty overpowered, but I don't know if people realize just how overpowered the Green Lantern is. Sorry, Neil, I'm not up to date with the Leprechaun lore. Damn it, Natalie! This is what I rely on you for. You're the librarian. You should know all lore, including the Leprechaun lore. I'm joking, of course.
Broke.
Next star was the cat Red Lantern that they showed on screen. Oh, really? That is pretty cute. I agree, Kai.
After his hometown got completely obliterated, Hal
A
lost
quadrupedal
his mind. He rampaged through the core,
superhero,
killing everyone in his path,
right? Like
and
Jeff the
absorbed
Land
the
Shark.
central power battery, the literal Green Lantern.
Becoming the Emerald Tyrant, Parallax.
There was only one survivor of Parallax's killing spree, Ganthet. And with what remained of his strength, he gave the last Green Lantern ring in the universe to a human, Kyle Rayner.
So was Kyle picked for his
Oh, so Hal Jordan became the villain. So he became like an ultimate, like omnipotent, like Green Lantern villain, right? He was able to do like basically with all the powers of like the Green Lantern. He used it for evil, which is actually kind of horrifying. There's like a reason why like people who are chosen to be the Green Lantern, they're all like they're like chosen by like a group of people. Like there's like it's like one of the hardest tests to have passed in the universe, right? And the reason why is because you might end up like Hal Jordan and just basically take over the fucking universe with those powers. in comes Kyle Rayner. This character I have no idea about, but he's supposed to be like able to overcome an evil Green Lantern that's taken over the universe. Interesting. He likes Superman and Asian movies and Gamera. He dislikes DC editorial, Jaws, and love triangles. This guy's pretty relatable.
Dominable
I also like
willpower,
Asian
like
movies.
Hal was?
I don't know. I'm okay with Superman.
What was going on.
And
Must
love
feel
triangles,
good.
I do also kind of dislike love triangles sometimes. I just see them too often. To the point where, like, whenever I don't see a love triangle, I find it kind of refreshing, actually. Not even up to date to the Fae lore. What's the Fae lore? Lantern rings are red, rage, orange, greed, yellow, fear, green, willpower, blue, hope, indigo, compassion, violet, love, black, death, and white, life. I have physical versions of each. Oh, yo, you're like a big fan of like the Lantern? Are you like a big DC person, Artie?
Being given the most dangerous
Or is it just specifically Green Lantern?
magical weapon in existence to figure out on your own. Hey, if Colonel Sanders, Daffy Duck, Space Wheat, and a sentient fox can master it,
Space
what's
Wheat.
your excuse, Kyle?
The Green Lantern ring can do anything, fulfilling any wish
Yep.
its user desires as though it were a genie from a lamp.
It lets you fire
Yeah,
energy blasts.
it's
create
honestly one of
force
the most
fields,
overpowered
affect gravity,
things.
turn invisible.
But like whenever you see like them use it, it doesn't seem that overpowered because they tend to just use it in the most basic way possible. But then when you really when you hear about like the feats that they pull off in the comics, that I like sometimes there's like random comics that you probably never heard of. if you're an avid comic reader, right? Sometimes you'll like randomly hear like, oh, did you read this one issue number 7 something where the Green Lantern literally became a god? It's like, wait, what? Yep, you could do that. It's like that's how the Green Lantern always is, though. Like every time I find out more about him, the more insane the Green Lantern seems to get, including like the White Lantern. I'm like, the people with the lantern powers.
Visible and intangible, manipulate
I heard the
matter,
mention of
time
love triangles, and I
travel,
gotta say, love
reality,
triangles
and
can ruin a book
erase
for me.
things from existence.
They can be good. Like, say love triangles can be good, but they can also get kind of a little bit too. They kind of get overplayed sometimes, and sometimes they just get thrown in there because sometimes there's like sometimes you'll have like people who, how do I say it, like they throw in love triangles into stories for a reason. It's like one of those, it's like isekai, right? It's a trope that some people will just eat up no matter what. Even if the story is bad, it's got a love triangle. I gotta watch it, right? In my case, for a good while, it was isekai. Even if the isekai is bad, I gotta watch it. It's an isekai. I'm addicted to the concept of characters, going to another magical world. Going from like regular life to a magical world. It just scratches the niche for me for some reason. And I think love triangles are a similar thing. Dude, it's so true. Love triangles so boring, right? It's just like they happen so often, but yeah, just to see a love story that doesn't involve a love triangle, it can be kind of refreshing for real. But sometimes you run into a love triangle where like it actually is pretty compelling, and then you kind of remember why people liked love triangles to begin with. But the problem is, it's kind of usually done cheaply. It's almost never like an interesting love triangle. You know what I mean? I love superheroes. I'm a huge DC and Marvel fan. Oh, okay. Do you play Marvel Rivals, Artie? It's so obvious who the MC will go with. The love triangle is just so forced, and to add tension, I've never met someone who actually likes them. Like, people won't say that they like them, but they'll watch like anything with a love triangle in it. You know what I mean? It's kind of like isekai anime. Honestly, it's a very similar thing. Like, I'm probably one of the few people that will admit that I like isekai. There are people out there who also like hate the isekai stuff, but they'll watch the animes anyway. But I kind of my limit though. I think I stopped around the time where it's like, oh, I have a cell phone in another world. I think in another world with the smartphone, I think that was the one that kind of got me to knock me out of the isekai addiction. I was like, his only superpower is that he literally just has a cell phone. I think I'm good on isekai. I love isekai, but if the story is bad, I dip. So for me, it's like, it's got to be bad enough. If the story is like bad, but there's some redeeming qualities, I'll give it a chance. But if it's just like bad, like in another world with a smartphone, you know, I'm good. I'm good on that. I'm good on that. Like around that time, that's when I started realizing, like, I think I can take a break from this genre. Nah, spitting facts. True. I'm a bit into PJ Masks lore of his superheroes. I love it. I don't know what PJ Masks is. The names of human Green Lanterns are Hal Jordan, Kyle Renner, John Stewart, and Guy. His name is John Stewart. Oh my God, Guy Gardner. Oh, his name is John Stewart. Okay, really? His name is John Stewart? Isn't there like a comedian named John Stewart or something? That's a funny name. I do remember his name was John. I do remember that. Okay, I think John Stewart's the one I grew up with. I can't digest something that my brain doesn't find interesting. That's the ADHD for you. That's the ADHD speaking. I get what you mean. Sure, it's possible to write a love triangle well, but I've yet to find an instance where it doesn't make me want to put down the book. What's a good love interest? Oh, what's a good love triangle? I mean, okay, my example of a love triangle done well, but only because it's like so absurd the way they do it is, I don't know. I wonder if Ranma 1/2 counts, because Ranma 1/2 is a rom-com, so like the love triangles naturally happen, but the way that they use the love triangles is very funny to me. I'd say Ranma 1/2 is a good example of a good love triangle, but it's used for comedic purposes, so it's not the same thing as like a regular story. The only love triangle I'm a fan of is the one in Kane Chronicles, and how Sawa made a poly. That's a unique way to do it. That's a unique way to do it. That's why a lot of people, a lot of poly people would be like, "Why don't we us all get together?" And I guess finally somebody made a story where that actually happens. May I offer candy in these trying times? I'll end up eating them if I don't stop. What kind of candy? Actually, yeah, if the ending to a love triangle is a poly relationship, hell yeah, I'm all for it, but it's so rare. I don't think I've ever seen it. This is probably the first time I've ever seen that. No. Honestly, the first time I ever saw like a love triangle turn into a poly, have a poly ending, it was actually done so bad. I didn't like it. It was this anime called, it was like a spin-off of Soul Eater called Soul Eater Not. It's not really a love triangle, but it kind of is. When as you watch the show, you realize it really is just like a love triangle, basically. And like they basically did the poly ending, but I felt like this was not the anime to do the poly ending. Because the way that they did the poly ending was so awkward feeling. Oh man. Oh dude, yeah. If you want an example of a poly ending that's like really bad, there you go. Soul Eater Not. You'll see what I mean if you watch it. It's just it was just so awkward the way that they played it out.
Think we're exaggerating? Well, consider the time Kyle stretched the very fabric of space to increase the plank length.
We don't talk about Soul Eater Not,
billion
silly.
times over.
Oh, so you know what I mean then. Soul Eater Not definitely was a poly ending. It definitely was, but it's just like it's not done well in my opinion. Like the way that show was supposed to be, she should have just chosen one person.
Faster than light, but totally brutally immeasurable.
I felt
And
like the
rings
poly
have an
ending was
artificial
the way they did it
intelligence that
felt like a
operates
cop
just
out.
as fast, automatically protecting
If they
its
made it
user
look
from
cool,
danger.
then maybe
Like the
yeah,
time that
but it didn't even
Boozer
look cool.
Kilowog survived being erased from existence by the crisis on Infinite Earth.
The ring is fueled by its users' willpower and limited only by their imagination.
While Hal may have had the greatest willpower in the core, Kyle's imagination is unmatched. Probably because
Oh, this guy's basically like the Monkey D. Luffy of the fucking DC universe. He's got the best imagination. Bro, he's basically like Gear 5th Luffy.
he's a comic book artist. And we know from this show, they think of some wild shit.
But the Green Lantern's most recognizable ability is their constructs, Kyle's speciality.
Samurai armor, pirate ships, giant dragons, actual working home computers, and his favorite, super fighting robot.
Yeah, whoa, hold on, what, dude? Okay, I need to know, you know what, if I ever get into fucking DC Comics, I think I'd be down to like read like the Kyle Renner Green Lantern stuff. Because this seems like my kind of superhero. I love when people have abilities where they use their imagination to its absolute like fullest, and it actually comes out with like really cool gives you really cool results like this, bro. What, he made a fucking supercomputer?
Home computers and his
He makes a fucking mech suit out of the Green Lantern powers. Like, you can do that, but I never see anybody do it until now. Yo, this guy's sick, actually. Dude, I'm not a Green Lantern. I'm not even really like a DC Comics guy, not that much. But yo, actually, I kind of like this character already based off of this. Are you love triangle where the girl is in love and the god of death? What? Yeah, I don't really know about that one. Chewable candy, I was craving except tasty. And then again, I'm a romance fan. I know Hunger Games only had love triangle because Twilight is popular and people's were basically Hunger Games is basically like Battle Royale, and like Twilight did the fusion dance, and that's what you got. It was like basically, honestly, I'm pretty sure Hunger Games, like, you had the Battle Royale elements in it, like to appeal to guys, and it had the love triangle element to appeal to girls. Honestly, I think Hunger Games actually did a pretty good job, like balancing those two things, and it managed to be pretty successful. They managed to make like movies out of all the books, and I don't think those books even were out for that long before they decided to make a movie out of it. Hunger Games actually was pretty good at like just being able to cater to every audience. You don't talk about Soul Eater Not. I was told about Soul Eater Not, and I decided to dodge the bullet altogether. You did. You're not missing anything. Like, if you're a Soul Eater fan, Soul Eater Not offers nothing for you. Literally nothing. You don't even really get to see the characters from like the original anime. They make cameos, usually pretty short too, and almost in their whenever they show up, their participation in the episode is very insignificant. Soul Eater Not was an insult to pretty much anybody who was ever a fan of Soul Eater, and I would not recommend it to anybody. But it is my one example for a poly ending for an anime about a love triangle. It is the one example I have. It honestly is probably the worst example I could ever come up with. Like, I doubt there's ever like a poly ending to a love triangle that would be worse than Soul Eater Not. I would be very surprised if it could get worse than that.
Robots. Hey, that one looks
Did
familiar.
you know Soul
Kyle
Eater is
can make
directly
them
linked to
strong
Fire
enough to lift
Force?
the
Yes.
Spectre, who weighs as much.
Ever since like the final episode of season 2 of Fire Force, where they showed the moon, my headcanon, my theory is that Shinra becomes the sun, because I feel like Shinra kind of looks like the sun a little bit in Soul Eater. I think this Fire Force is a prequel to Soul Eater, and I think Shinra becomes the sun. I don't know why, but that's what I'm guessing. That's what I'm guessing. I think Shinra becomes the sun. I think Joker becomes the moon.
As eternity.
Or hold back a 12.3 dimensional Big Bang. Wait, 0.3? DC's multiverse has 12.
Who weighs as much as
Hey, that one looks familiar.
Kyle can make them strong enough to lift the Spectre, who weighs as much as eternity.
Or hold back a 12.3 dimensional Big Bang. Wait, 0.3? DC's multiverse has 12.3 dimensions? That is the
12.3?
stupidest thing I've ever heard.
The ring's only
What's this,
downside
the
is that it's
0.3
limited to
dimension
24
for?
hours before needing a recharge.
So it can blow up universes, but it has the battery of an
Really
iPhone.
invention of the
Never
ring,
mind,
Andy.
that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Although I'd say Kyle's biggest weakness.
Wait, what did he say?
So it can blow up universes, but it has the battery of an iPhone. Never mind.
That is actually really dumb. Yeah, that is pretty
The
stupid.
stupidest thing I've ever heard. Although
I could use this device to blow up the entire universe, but I'd need to charge it like every 2 hours.
I'd say Kyle's biggest weakness was Kyle. With great power came no responsibility.
Perhaps a manifestation of Kyle's self-doubt. Any reflection came too late, though, when one of Kyle's villains brutally murdered his girlfriend, Alex, and put her body in a fridge.
Kyle wasn't the
Oh my
only one
God.
traumatized. This moment was so infamous.
Whoa,
it started
that's crazy. Jesus, that's insane. Put her in a fridge, dude. That's one of the craziest. That's one of the craziest things I've ever heard happen to like a superhero love interest, and I've seen some pretty crazy ones too.
the trope
Jesus
called
Christ.
bridging.
For how female characters are often
battery in the iPhone
sacrificed
iconic.
as mere plot devices to further a male character's
Oh yeah,
development.
you would know
it
about
might
that, huh,
surprise
Kai?
you that it happened to Kyle again.
Kyle finally got serious. He became a prominent member of the Justice League, faced
Huh.
off against Hal, and even rebuilt the Green
It had to happen twice for him to get serious. Huh. You know, I kind of okay. I feel like Kyle is probably like, okay. Now I'm starting to get kind of like now I'm starting to get like, how do I say it? He reminds me a little bit of now. Who's he remind me of? Subaru from Re:Zero, where like you can see they have like potential to be an interesting character, but they're like so frustrating on their route on their way towards like becoming like this really good character. First they start off very, very cringe for like a long time, and eventually they get good. But he still seems to have pretty cool powers before that, but I don't know. He kind of, apparently his personality sounds, basically based off what he just said, kind of reminds me of like the kind of similar art that Subaru went through.
Green Lantern Corps better than ever.
But little did he know, this torchbearer's greatest journey had only just begun.
In order to save Ganthet from an emotional lobotomy, it's a long story, he had to master all the colors of the emotional electromagnetic spectrum.
There are 7 colors, each representing a different emotion.
Oh,
The
okay, this is
yellow
what you were
light of
saying.
Fear lets Kyle
Oh, this is what you were saying, huh? Kai. I mean, not Kai. RD.
manipulate the worst horrors in your mind. The more scared you are of him, lets
Wait, hold on,
Kyle
start that-
manipulate,
start that
each
again?
representing a different emotion. The yellow light of fear lets Kyle manipulate each
And also, how many are there? There's 7. Am I the only one seeing this? Do I have to? I want. What do I? Hey, chat. What does this remind you of? Does this remind you of anything that happened on one of my streams recently? This reminds me of. I'll tell you what this reminds me of. This reminds me of. I feel like if I were able to get all 7 of these, I'd be able to finally free the monsters from the underground in Undertale. 7 human souls, each representing something. Subaru and Re:Zero, right? Subaru and Re:Zero is like one of those characters you have to follow his frustrating arcs for him to finally be a good character. He's a good character now, but man, was he so hard to watch like for the first 2 seasons. Just like Undertale, right? As soon as I saw it, I was like, wait, there's 7 of them. Oh, 7 human souls. And they all represent something.
Fear lets Kyle manipulate the worst horrors in your mind. The more scared you are of him, the
Yeah, you
stronger
called
he
it, Kai.
becomes.
Orange light is fueled by bottomless
7's a very common number. Yeah, it also reminds, you know what it also reminds me of? I guess to be fair, we were just talking about the fucking 7 Chaos Emeralds. Chaos Control! Bro, it really, the 7 is a common number. 7 Dragon Balls. Yes, yet another one. Hello, welcome Hermes. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? I'm gonna take a bath real quick. All right.
avarice, possessing Kyle to absorb not merely his enemies' attacks, but also their souls.
Red is rage, ripping out Kyle's heart and replacing his
Their
blood with
souls?
napalm, which sounds like it sucks, but it's metal as hell.
Blue
Jesus.
light is powered by hope and allows Kyle to heal wounds, resist mental domination, and supercharge his ring.
Indigo is compassion, reducing his opponent's will to fight and letting him open portals across space, connecting him to...
Wait, did I hear it right? Was Kyle like the first one to be able to like wield all of these like colors, like all of these different lanterns? Was he like the only one who's able to do that?
others.
The final one was the Sapphire Light of Love. With it, he can trap enemies within crystal matrices and control their minds. But Kyle only mastered it by forgiving himself for Alex's tragic death.
Oh,
Damn.
self-love. I get it. Must be nice. And with their powers combined, he doesn't just make...
Okay, I take it back. He doesn't remind me of Subaru from Re:Zero. He reminds me of somebody else now. He reminds me of this reminds me of more of Aang from Last Airbender, actually. Now this journey actually kind of reminds me of Aang now.
Make his enemies taste the rainbow.
The lights of the spectrum merged and Kyle became a White Lantern with total control over
He's
the
basically
power
like the
of
avatar
light.
of like
I
fucking
cannot think of an
of
attack
the
more useless
lanterns.
in a death battle than something that makes you live.
Empowered by the physical embodiment of all life in the DC multiverse,
Jesus.
Kyle is vastly more powerful than any other lantern in existence.
The greatest
Far
lantern.
stronger than hell.
That's
Who
crazy.
could harness the energy of every power battery across the multiverse?
Not only can Kyle instantly heal all
The
wounds, purify
multiverse?
corruption, and resurrect the dead, the white light of life is strong enough to go up against threats to all of creation, like the
Whoa.
Anti-Monitor.
Okay, so it's not totally useless.
Especially after Kyle visited the Source and acquired the life equation. Essentially the source code to reality, the life equation is mathematical proof that life is worth living.
With it, Kyle can also...
That's crazy. Oh man, dude. DC Comics don't play with their high concept shit, dude. What the fuck? The fucking the life code? That's crazy, dude. Re:Zero. Cheat reason actually. Wait, what? Oh, it's a long story. I'm pretty sure we have time. I forgot to spell his name and good. I hate him so much. Yeah, I mean, I hated Subaru for like the longest time, but I think like it's the final episode. By the time we got to the final episode of like season 2, then I started like he started coming around. You know, like he actually had like a. You know, it took forever. You know where his character arc was going. It just took so long to get there. I felt like Subaru's like character development just dragged on for way too long. Was my main problem with Subaru. Like the way he acted in the beginning, like if that only lasted for 1 season, I felt like that would have been fine. But it lasted for like 2 seasons, and I was kind of over it. I would have been done if he was gonna stay like that after like by the time we got to the 3rd season. That would have just annoyed the fuck out of me, and I would have stopped. I would have dropped Re:Zero if Subaru didn't finally have his character development moment when he did. Rage is red. Aries would be proud. I mean, like. I think the real twist would be if red meant anything else other than rage. Like, on God, dude, it took 2 agonizing seasons to be better. I know. And like every single time you're like, bro, like I'm not usually the type of person to be like, if I was in his shoes, I would be trying something else, you know? Like I usually try not to do that. For anime characters, but with Subaru, he fucks up so badly. It's so often. It's hard not to do that. It's like, bro, why are you fucking up like this? You know how this is going to turn out. Why are you still acting like someone who hasn't grown? Subaru was so fucking agonizing to watch for real. I'm gonna watch a show. All right, see you later, Epic. Kale's closest to anyone we know to wield all of them. However, I don't think he was able to wield the black ring. Oh, okay. It seems like the black ring is like, it sounds like it's a completely separate thing, because I don't think they listed it earlier in the like amongst like all 7 lanterns. Maybe the 8th lantern is Yeah, maybe the Black Lantern is the 8th one. It's probably like the one he probably wasn't able to wield. Probably because like if you're able to wield all of this other 7 lanterns, it probably doesn't make sense for you to be able to wield the Black Lantern because of the properties of the Black Lantern. I don't know anything about it, but I'm sure it's kind of like the anti-lantern or something, right?
All of reality
Hey, what's up,
at a
Crunchy Luo?
whim, even threatening the new gods like
All this cool shit
Darkseid.
just completely
The life
fumbles
equation,
cinematic
like its
universe
counterpart,
concept.
the
Batman,
anti-life
Superman
equation,
can't carry
is a
everything.
conceptual artifact from a
Yeah.
higher reality, originating.
How you doing, Crunchy? It's been a while. Live code source, trust me. Dude, trust me. I know, right? So your model looking up to catch up to the comments is funnier than I gave credit for. Yeah, I really do just be like looking to the side, right? I place the comments at a perfect spot so that it's like, so when I'm facing my monitor, my side monitor to look at the comments, I'm also looking at the comments. I do that on purpose, at least for the reaction streams.
In a platonic realm that is, in a sense, more real than we are.
So it's not a shock that the equation made Kyle too powerful.
He struggled to control it, and it subconsciously manifested a being composed of his fears and anxieties.
Interesting.
Oblivion. Kyle's greatest weakness was still
Black Lantern?
himself.
Kyle spent his whole life struggling with the power that the gods granted him, and throughout it all, he always rose to the occasion, carrying the universe on his back.
But ultimately, the only way to stop power from corrupting is to spread it. So Kyle split the life equation into pieces to found his second core, the White Lanterns. And together, they
Damn.
shattered Oblivion, destroying the self-doubt that plagued Kyle once and for all.
Not bad for a comic book geek from LA.
Yeah, man, it's I feel like just like having all the power, just like all like held by one person. I imagine like no one man should have all that power, you know? It's like that Kanye one Kanye song. No one man should have all that power. It's like Kanye said, dude. White Lantern, definitely a Kanye fan. I've been doing okay. Been just finishing the academic year. Nice. There are 10 lantern cores. 10? Do they all have different like colored lanterns, or do they like are they all like 10 different like green lanterns or something like that? Life equation. life equation. Right. Life equation. I don't know why I said life code. I was reading. Yeah, life equation. Sorry. Sorry, my brain just like fills in the blanks sometimes. And I don't completely like I'm not giving it my full attention because I gotta yap a little bit. Otherwise it's just gonna be me watching it without saying anything. I gotta contribute to the stream somehow. Honestly, I prefer that because I'm gonna have to go back to school earlier. Make summer feel so much shorter. Wait, what? Why? Wait, are you telling me that you had to? Because like, it sounds like you're starting summer later than most people. Hold on. Uh-oh. I think one of my fans on my PC is hitting something. I need to see what's up with that later. Gotta make a note on that. Check on, because I'm hearing a little bit of rattling on my PC fans. Fan rattle. That could be a problem later. It shouldn't be happening, but I hear it. That's weird. Oh, also my LEDs are off. My LED fans aren't on? That's weird. What's going on? What's going on with my computer? That's weird. I'm gonna look that up later, see what's up with that. Man, I don't miss studying, that's for sure. There are new ones like Ultraviolet, Gold, and Silver in recent comics. Oh, it's like the new stuff. Okay. Hey, welcome back, Hermes. That was a fast shower. When summer comes sooner, it also ends sooner. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean now. Okay. I thought I misunderstood what you were saying a little bit. I think one of my fans, I had to look up because my brain immediately assumed you're talking about a person. No, I was like, I don't know, like, I'm hearing one of my fans in my computer rattle, and I also looking at my computer. There should be like RGB, and I'm not seeing any RGB right now, and I'm a little bit concerned. But the computer's still on, so it should be fine. You know, I'll wait until after the stream to figure it out. We got a lot of
Now
time.
he was the one giving out rings of unlimited power to people who weren't sure if they could command it.
So he told them the truth. You can't
Ends
teach someone how
early
to
June
use
now,
such
ends late
power.
May.
You have to learn
At least
yourself,
where I live.
making mistakes along the way.
Oh,
But with the
okay,
power
okay.
of life at their command, there's no end to their journey, only endless beginnings.
Okay,
remember-
it sounds like a pretty good matchup for. Yeah, that's a pretty good matchup for Gurren Lagann, I'd say. I was wondering, like, how crazy would this character have to be to compete on that level, you know? And yeah, I'd say that's a fair matchup. Did you make your model? I use the reality app to make my model, but I had to gotcha for all these things. All the parts that I use for my model is all stuff that I had to gotcha for. So in some way, I feel like I was I won I won a little bit of a lottery, you know, to get to get the model I have. I had like it was like, you know, it almost feels like it's by fate that I was able to make this model. But yeah, welcome to the stream, Bubble Poppings. Good to see you. Have you ever watched Gurren Lagann?
And there's
That's the main
even
reason why
more
I'm watching
goodies
this
on the
death
For
battle.
a death battle.
And we've run the data through all possibilities.
Let's go.
It's time for a
For a death battle! Alright, let's go, baby. Let's go. Alright, let's see this. I need to watch this. I need to watch this. It's got my full attention.
Hey, dude. Green
Sorry if
Lantern
I'm
Officer
not going to be
Kyle
looking at
Rayner
what chat's
here.
saying right now.
Ring says you've got a Class A galactic super weapon, whatever that is. I'm thinking it's the giant mech. Why don't you hand it over?
Gurren Lagann's mine,
But you like
Who the
giant
hell do you
mechs, right?
think you
I want to see you make your giant mech. Come on, let's go. That's not a giant mech. That's a giant boxer.
I'm told I'm bad with authority.
Yo.
Tell me about it. 4.
They do have a lot in common, actually. When I actually think about it. Yo, this is so cool.
That's nothing! My drill will pierce the heavens!
Let's go. Already doing it. Okay, we're already going Tengen Toppa.
Topa Gurren Lagann!
All right. All right. Make your giant mech. Come on, I need to see it. I know you said they said you're a giant mech fan. I need to see it. Let's go. That does not look like a giant mech, but like, okay, I'll take it.
Lantern. We do the impossible.
See the invisible.
Touch the untouchable.
Break the unbreakable.
If you
Are they saying the lyrics to the fucking like row row fight the power? Break the unbreakable, pierce the unpierceable, row row fight the power. I don't exactly remember the lyrics, but it did sound a lot like that. Ah, dude. Okay, I love this. This has got to be one of my favorite death battles ever. I just never thought that do like deep cuts like this.
Lantern. We do the impossible.
See the invisible.
Touch the untouchable.
Break the unbreakable.
If you ain't know,
Now you know!
Dude. Row, fight the power. This is so fucking cool,
I'm
dude.
Simone the Digger! If there's a wall in my way, I'll smash it down!
Fuck, dude. You know what it feels like? I feel like I'm like, after watching Gurren Lagann like so many times, so many years ago, I felt right now. This feels like I'm like reliving the final battle in Gurren Lagann again. It's great. I have no idea how this is gonna turn out. This is great.
stop fighting. Think about your fear of death, your love of your friends, your compassion for me, your hope for the future.
Kamina.
Choose life.
Have faith in the Simone that believes in you.
Dude. I think, okay, my prediction, I think Gurren Lagann's gonna win. Because his whole thing is that he's supposed to surpass any limits or something. That's like that's the concept, like the concept of Gurren Lagann, and that's what it's supposed to be. I feel like, and like the concept of White Lantern is like too much power can like become a problem, right? So there is a limit to it seems like White Lantern has some sort of limit, so to speak. Like in some form. It's not exactly the kind of limit like where a limit to his power. It's more like a self-imposed limit where like, you know, having all that power to himself was too much that he created like an alternate version of himself that where like it was evil now. So which is the reason why he had to like felt like the need to like split his power amongst the other White Lanterns. Because of that, I think Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann is going to win because it didn't have that kind of issue. At least I don't remember them mentioning that.
My drill is the drill that will transcend the heavens! Giga Drill Free!
All right. Let's see how this goes. Come on. Gurren Lagann, I believe in you.
The super weapon wasn't your mech.
It was me.
Then, Simone, I'm taking you in brightest
All
day,
right.
in blackest night. No evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my
Damn.
power. Green Lantern fly!
Dude, this music though. Shit.
Let's see you grit those teeth!
Let's go. I fucking called it. Fucking called it. All right. Wait. It's not over yet.
A good lantern.
Oh, it is.
Simon of Earth, you have been chosen.
He becomes a new Green
Who do you
Lantern.
think I am?
Who the hell do you think I am? Dude, I believe this is why Gurren Lagann's the best, dude. Bro, like this is kind of like Goku versus Superman a little bit. And like at a certain point, like both of their powers are like so like basically infinite that like it just becomes a battle of concepts. And the concept of Gurren Lagann is stronger than the concept of White Lantern, I think.
For the guy with the snazzy sunglasses!
When both combatants possess unlimited power, it's hard to
That
judge
was
them by our
crazy.
normal standards. Take
Hey,
speed.
Keltaro,
Simone
welcome.
can hit an infinite number of targets all at once, and Kyle
Hey,
can
also,
fly
what's up,
faster to
Seiya?
surpass the normal concept of speed itself.
When you control space and time, things like strength and speed kind of become irrelevant.
Instead, let's analyze them through a lens more applicable to beings as absurd as Simone and Kyle. Their imagination, their willpower, and their ultimate
Yep.
potential.
First
Yep.
up, imagination. The boundless things
I think-
we can
I
conjure
think-
to use
I
against
think the White
other.
Lantern is
Both
better
can think
imagination.
of just about anything the other could, like absorbing each other's attacks, fighting across time, anything.
Simone did have a few attacks that Kyle hasn't encountered, like the probability-altering missiles, but it's likely Kyle could adapt considering his ring could protect against existence being erased across
Right,
the multiverse.
And in general, Kyle's constructs were a lot more creative than Simone's
Yeah,
arsenal, which
that's
was
my
mostly
thinking too.
drills. Though again, nothing Simone couldn't adapt to with, say, his energy
Yeah.
absorption. Imagination is a draw.
That leaves the other
Like I think their imagination manifests differently, but I think the White Lantern has a more broad spectrum of how he can express his imagination. But like Gurren Lagann, like with Simone, like he's like his imagination is able to like surpass anything that that is standing in his way, basically. Well, he doesn't have to do the same things that like the White Lantern does, but all he needs to do is have enough imagination to overcome any obstacles. So I guess I can kind of see what they mean by them being at a draw. From my perspective, I still think White Lantern kind of is a little bit stronger when it comes to imagination, just because the way that he uses his imagination is way more creative. but I can see the argument that they're making here.
Factor for both characters, the origin of their unbelievable
Did
fight,
notify
their
you?
willpower.
Did
And
then your
that's
uncle?
really gonna be the winning factor here.
Oh, did you have
since
like the
source of
bell icon or
everything
something?
For both of them. Whoever's
That's
got the
weird. Sometimes the
strong-
bell icon doesn't work. I know what you mean. I realize this is spoilers, so I'll come back in a bit. Yeah. It's only got like 3 minutes, and I like the major spoiler stuff is kind of like it's already kind of over, so you're not gonna get spoiled too badly. But yeah, you're right. There is some spoilers here. That's pretty much every death battle. Every death battle has some form of spoilers in it if you're not familiar with the properties of the characters involved.
Stronger willpower wins.
Both can manipulate reality on a multiversal scale with their
Yeah,
willpower,
no, like
but we can use
Simon
dimensions to roughly
has like
calculate a
unparalleled when it comes
difference.
to
This might
willpower.
sound
That's his
absurd
big
for most
thing.
characters, but
That's
it's
his main
necessary for
thing
being
is
as
willpower.
beyond the pale as Simone and Kyle.
The multiverse labyrinth that
Like,
Simon
I think Simon
absorbed
is number
contained
one
11
with
spatial
willpower across like
dimensions.
most
That's
universes.
1.3 dimensions less than the multiverse Kyle's power can threaten.
And remember, each numbered dimension infinitely surpasses the one below it.
Like, I think the only person that might be able to compete off of the characters that I know in terms of willpower, like, we have to see how One Piece ends. But I think Endgame Luffy might be able to compete with Simone. But it also depends on how big of a scale One Piece becomes. I think One Piece will get to crazy scale. Maybe on par with Gurren Lagann. But maybe I just want that to be the case.
Which meant Kyle's willpower was stronger at a base level. However, that doesn't necessarily mean Kyle gets the edge, because if there's one thing both of these guys are known for, it's that they can always get stronger.
So to determine the limits of their willpower, we first need to understand their full potential.
Simone's whole deal with spiral power is how he can constantly evolve to get stronger. So
Yep.
just because Simone
That's
starts off
the
weaker
core of
doesn't
what
mean
makes
he'll
his
stay
character
that
what
way.
it is.
Absorbing the multiverse labyrinth required Simone to leapfrog several
To
orders
absurd
of infinity
levels,
in
even.
an instant. Simone made himself that much stronger through sheer force of will.
Yep.
More than enough to close the gap with Kyle, especially since spiral power also lets him regenerate his body down to an informational level. Kyle's never destroyed something
crazy,
that thoroughly
dude.
before.
Without
That's
the
crazy
ability
that,
to
like, it's
easily
able
kill
to
Simone,
go into
it
that
was only
level
a
of
matter
detail.
time before Kyle's ring ran low on charge, especially since Simone could likely regenerate for at least a week straight, like Nia did. While Blue Lantern Light could boost Kyle's power, he's never jumped several orders of infinity in strength like Simone has.
And while
Nope.
Kyle
I don't remember seeing anything like that.
To reduce Simone's willpower, Simone resisting the labyrinth's mental manipulation meant he could power through anything Kyle threw at him.
Everything, that is,
Yeah.
except for the life equation. It originated from
The
a
life
higher
equation.
level of reality and would have more than even the odds.
Too bad Kyle couldn't control it. It was just as much a detriment
There.
to him as an asset, forcing him to relinquish it to keep from destroying reality and himself.
I feel like DC's like need to like somehow like nerf their heroes, like except for like Superman. Superman's probably like the one exception to this thing, but like, yeah, I think that's the reason why. Honestly, that's the one reason. Like when I saw that, like he became too powerful. He became so powerful that like he had to split his power. I don't remember that ever happening with Gurren Lagann. So yeah, I felt like it just came down to that, honestly. Can they beat Goku though? No, can they beat this motherfucker? Exactly, right?
Compare that to Simone, who merged with a version of himself writing a version of Gurren Lagann, and using spiral power to make that fiction into reality.
A pretty similar level of reality to the life equation, and a level of power Simone had no trouble embracing and mastering by the end of his story.
Hydration
No
check,
matter
by the
how you
way.
look at it,
Are y'all staying
Simone might
hydrated
start
out there?
weaker, but his peak will
Also, how's
always
your posture?
transcend Kyle's.
And how's your phone
Isn't
charge?
that how all of Simone's battles usually go anyway? That's Gurren Lagann in a nutshell.
So Simone's incredible potential eclipsed Kyle, which means his willpower
Yep.
was ultimately greater. Kyle may have
Yep.
embodied life itself, but Simone's unstoppable evolutionary potential would shatter even this lantern's light.
I hope Kyle at least dug the fight, because when it comes to death battle losers, he was a dead ringer.
The winner is Simone the Digger.
I see what he did there. Can I hear that? I want to run that back again. That was a good
Lantern's
one.
light.
I hope Kyle at least dug the fight, because when it comes to death battle losers, he was a dead ringer.
The winner
Dumb.
is Simone the Digger.
One of the
Next time
dumbest
on
fucking
Death
puns.
Battle.
What is that? Wait, was that Roadrunner versus... Wait, huh? Hold on. Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner versus Tom and Jerry?
So
Wile E. Coyote versus Tom... Like the two biggest losers in fucking cartoon history. Wile E. Coyote versus Tomcat. I think Wile E. Coyote's got this one. I think Wile E. Coyote easily. I don't even know if that's it's crazy that's even a question. I'd like to see if Tomcat wins this. If Tomcat wins against Wile E. Coyote, I'd like to see what reasoning they have for it. Because like Wile E. Coyote does like crazier, like bigger scale things than Tomcat does. Like Tomcat like does stuff in the fucking household, right? He's setting up traps in the fucking house. Wile E. Coyote is setting up fucking traps like on the edge of a fucking canyon. Okay, he's trying to catch like the fastest roadrunner in the world or something, and like Tomcat's just trying to catch a fucking mouse, a clever mouse, but he's not like as fast as the fucking roadrunner is. And the roadrunner is also clever too at the same time. I don't know. You got to go with Wile E. Coyote also. I think so too. Please let Wile in. It'd be funny, I promise. I think Wiley's got it. And I think this would be like one of the funniest, like this is probably gonna be one of the funniest death battles I'll ever see. I'm gonna be lurking for a bit while I look for my sketchbook because I really want to do some doodles of Orion and Arlo. I really love these two sillies. I need to find my sketchbook. Gotcha, Natalie. No problem with that. This was so hype. I agree, Remy. This was hype as fuck. This was crazy. This is one of the craziest death battles ever, and I'm glad we finally got to see like some representation for Gurren Lagann because like I feel like not enough people know about it. Even though it's like your favorite anime like watchers favorite anime, you know, like I still feel like it's still in terms of like because like anime's been kind of like blowing up since COVID, and amongst the people that kind of got into anime recently, not enough of them know about Gurren Lagann. You know what I mean? And like not that there's anything wrong with that. The thing is, like, they just don't know how crazy it is, you know? And with this death battle, I'm sure a lot of people are going to discover that for the first time. Already, it's only been 10 hours. It dropped today, and it's already at, like, over 600,000. It's going to hit 1 million in under 24 hours. That's crazy. I'm charging my phone, drink some water, and posture like Jinx. Okay. Posture like Jinx, that's acceptable. Nice to say it. Good job. 87%. You're at 17%, Remy. Gotta start looking for that charger. Phone charged, water untouched, posture a mess. Thanks for asking. No, I'm drinking Pepsi. Okay, Pepsi's okay. That's fine. We're doing a React stream. You can drink your Pepsi. I was drinking nothing but my root beer earlier. I just like the first sip of water I had all stream. I feel like that will be a draw, like Deadpool and Pinkie Pie. Oh yeah, Deadpool and Pinkie Pie was a good one. That was a really good one. But oh, dude, Wile E. Coyote and Tomcat. I can't imagine these two having a draw in the same way that Deadpool and Pinkie Pie was. Yeah, like, yeah, maybe though. Maybe it's possible. It's over 9,000. Yo, that's an old school meme. And even older than that is Dr. Octagonopus blood. I wonder if any of y'all even know what that is. I feel like that will be a draw. Oh, wait, P. Jones at 25% of phones. Like, what the fuck is a P. Jones? It might be the first time in stream my phone's higher than 15%. I'm eating, so I am keeping hydrated and my posture is shit. Well, at least you're honest about it. Yeah, I think Wile E. Coyote winning would be funny. And it would be like the first time Wile E. Coyote's ever won anything ever. But I think that'd also be... No, wait. No, I feel like Tomcat's won like a few times. Like I feel like Tomcat was able to win against Jerry a few times, right? I think Wile E. Coyote's like lost every single time, but I just feel like Wile E. Coyote has like the more difficult op. You know, I think the Roadrunner is more difficult to catch than Jerry, honestly, in my opinion. Like I imagine Roadrunner is basically as fast as Sonic the Hedgehog. All right, and trying to catch that with nothing but Acme was Acme or Acme like Acme like merchandise using nothing but anything that's sent to him by Acme, you know, that's all he's got. I feel like he's got more of an uphill battle than Tomcat ever did. Tom and Jerry is my childhood, but I can't see Tom winning over Wiley. Right? Same here. Like Tom, you know, like I feel like if you're going to say who has the better win rate, you know, against their op, I'd say Wiley definitely loses to Tomcat because I'm pretty sure Tomcat has caught Jerry a couple times. But like, you know, somehow Jerry finds a way to like turn it around on him, but I feel like Tom's caught Jerry like at least once or twice. I don't think I've ever seen that happen with Wiley. But welcome back, Hermes. At 3%, iPad at 100%. All right, okay. iPad 100%, that's an important thing. Posture like the sirens getting captured, but no water from me. I know, Hermes. I still remember that you don't drink water. What's the next to be reacted to? Yeah, good question, actually. I wanted to check out this reaction thing. I wanted to check out this language school thing, but I think right now I'll check that out later because I don't know if this is going to be super interesting to everybody who wants to learn about what is anyone in chat like want to learn want to watch this video about like, you know, this guy talking about learning languages. I might check that out later, but I'll save it for later. I still want to watch it, but I think there are some other things that would probably be good. Like the CFBR pilot. This looked pretty interesting. It only came out 10 days ago. There's also... There's like... What else am I having? Oh, wait. No, I kind of watched... No, okay, no. I changed my mind. I want to watch the 2B Hero X PVs. Yeah, 2B Hero X Unlock PVs. I've seen some of them, but I haven't seen all of them, and I kind of want to watch them all. And I think this stream would be a good time to do it. And it'd be a good way for me to try to get y'all into watching 2B Hero X along with me. Because I'm watching 2B Hero X right now, and it's pretty hype. But apparently there's been some content that came out that I've never seen. Right now, like in this show, we already watched the show. We followed like this first one, Nice, then Esol, and then currently we're watching currently it's Lucky Cyan. I wonder what these PVs were. Anyway, before I get into it, languages are cool. You love learning languages? All right. Probably later. All right. Yeah, I feel like right now, I think coming off of the hype from Death Battle, I feel like it would be such a major shift in tone to scale, to pull. I feel like they'd be getting some kind of whiplash, just slowing it down to like language learning stuff. I want to keep the hype up a little bit by switching over to 2B Hero X, which I think is pretty hype right now. It's probably like the hypest anime of the season, to be honest. But before we get into this, I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to take a little BRB restroom break. So I'm going to BRB, y'all. I'll try not to fall into the toilet this time. It took me by surprise. Wait, my shoulder just popped. My chat. I lost my arm. I lost my army thing. Silly. Wait, what? No, you're fine. Oh, okay, you're okay. Okay. I was like, wait, you said you lost your arm? Like, what? I had to like make sure I read everything correctly before I said something. Okay, I'm gonna go BRB, y'all. Use the restroom. See you in a bit. back. I'm back. Yo. Still hasn't perfected Shadow Clone Jutsu. No, I have not. It still doesn't. my clone still looks like my original model. I wasn't able to fix it. I need to get better at this. Anime, so for real, I'm on an indefinite anime hiatus. Indefinite anime hiatus? Why? I mean, I was on that for a while too. Like during my college years, I think I completely stopped watching anime until I started watching One Piece. I think I completely stopped watching anime just to focus on school for a bit. I stopped playing video games too for like a few years even. And I mean, it was like 2 years, I think. And I think I got into watching One Piece by accident because I just I didn't think I'd get into One Piece, honestly. I just kind of like put it on to be used as background noise while I was studying for stuff. And then I ended up just getting really into One Piece. So I kind of got into One Piece by accident. I'm crying, my back hurts so much. See, that's why we do the posture checks, though. Leo's still not having the neon pink hair. Well, like, yeah, because it's not neon pink. It's lightish red. Or neon lightish red. I think that was the lower explanation for any differences between the models when Neo switches his around. Yeah. Yep, that's true. That's true. Natalie's right with that one. I really just I'm not good with the Shadow Clones. Hey, listen. I'm not as good as Naruto, okay? Shadow Clone Jutsu is really hard. It's actually one of the hardest ninjutsus, right? It's one of the hardest jutsus, all right? That is very difficult to master, and just the fact that I'm able to make one clone that's like 90%, accurate, I think I'm happy with that. It's 90% is still an A. A minus is still an A. Also, does your puppies have a name? Yeah. I mean, are you talking about my dog? No, my dog's name is Shadow. He's kind of a dirty boy right now. Why is he covered in grass? He must have been touching grass earlier. But he's chilling right now. I had this little fold out. I have this little mini couch, right? It's literally just forms into a mattress, right? It's like a little mini couch that forms into a mattress. I call it a couch because it's kind of shaped like one, but honestly, it's basically the size of a beanbag chair, right? It's really small, but if you fold it out, it turns into a twin size mattress, right? You can use it. You can put it on top of a bed platform and all that if you wanted to. But basically it's a little folding mattress that we can use as a couch, or when we have guests over, we can use it as a bed, right? And it's I never really use it because I'm just chilling on my computer desk, my computer chair. My computer chair is comfortable, so I never really feel the need to use it. So I kind of got a pet blanket on Amazon, a waterproof pet blanket, because my dog kind of if you. My couch, my little mini couch has the texture, has this little soft texture, and whenever my dog is on a couch that's has that soft texture to it, he likes to pee or poop on it because I think it reminds him of grass. So I had to get this waterproof. I just found out this is a thing. It's a waterproof blanket, a pet blanket that you can just drape over your couch. And you can just safely put your dog on there. If they ever decide to pee on it, it won't seep through the blanket. And you can just feel there's no guilt about having your dog on the couch now. And it's kind of nice. I don't have to worry about it. And because if he actually does pee on it, bro, it's waterproof. It doesn't seep through. It's not gonna get on the couch. It's fucking amazing. I can't believe I never heard of this. All these years, I could have just gotten a pet blanket. It would have saved us so much money. I ended up getting a whole new couch because he peed on when I first got my dog, he peed on these couches that we had for the longest time, and like the smell would just not get out of it, go away. Like we cleaned it as best as we could. We tried to air it out and everything, but the smell would just like never go away, and it gave me some crazy fucking headaches anytime I sat on it. So like ever since then, I just never let my dog on the couches, right? But like I feel bad about it because like I want to chill with my dog on the couch, you know. You want to like cuddle a little bit, you know. But I didn't know about the pet blanket before. I wish I knew about it sooner. I'm a big fan of socks, not gonna lie. My dogs have regular names. I somehow managed to get away with naming one of them after me. So true, and still an A. It's the closest I'm ever gonna get to a healthy view of my grades. Oh, A minus still an A. So close I'm gonna get to a healthy view of my grades. But for now, I'll stick to my unhealthy expectations of myself. Hey, look, listen. As long as it gets you results, you know. I mean, it's like I personally don't like it, but like if like having that mindset helps you get good grades, and that's that was your goal. Hey, it's like you're it's working, whatever. if it's like even if it makes you feel bad about yourself every once in a while, you're getting the result that you're wanting. So I'm like, who am I to say that it's not a good thing for you to do when it works? It's doing what it's supposed to be doing. The negative reinforcement, the self-imposed negative reinforcement. It can be there can be positive results. Hey, listen, I did a little bit of that myself in college. I wish I had somebody tell me that I didn't have to do that, but it worked for me as well. But I had to mentally torture myself a little bit in order to push myself to actually graduating. Socks give me the ick. They feel heavy on my feet and the texture, I hate it. I wear socks all the fucking time. You know why? Because if I don't wear socks, I in my house there's like a lot of mosquitoes randomly, especially during the summer. Sometimes like a lot of the time mosquitoes like to bite my feet, and like whenever I get bitten by a mosquito, it swells up really badly. One time it swelled up really so bad. It got like I had a fucking blister that was like the size of like half a ping pong ball. All right. It got that bad on my foot, and I wasn't able to wear shoes. For a while. And I had I was trying not to pop it or anything because I thought it would have been a bad thing to do. I had no choice. I had to pop it. I put a Band-Aid over it, put some Neosporin on that shit. It healed eventually, but it took forever. But that one experience convinced me to wear socks all the fucking time because maybe it's not going to stop the mosquitoes from biting my feet. It ever since I started wearing socks, I have yet to get bitten on my foot by a mosquito, by a flea, because my dog has fleas sometimes. Yeah, that's the reason why I wear socks all the time, and it's the main reason why I stopped wearing. I used to wear flip-flops, right? And I switched from flip-flops to Crocs because of that. Because you can't wear socks with flip-flops. You can wear socks with Crocs though. Those aren't going to be their names because we aren't keeping them. We need a way to tell them apart. It's so fair though. Yes, I have something like that. I have a cover for the couch, and if the dog pee on it, you can watch it. Yeah. It's just it's very nice. It's so convenient. I wish I knew about it. It's so cool. It's a good idea. It's it makes sense. It's like why didn't I think of this before? Of course there'd be a pet blanket. Quite literally, it's the only motivation I have for putting effort into school. True. I think I had a similar. I think that's similar for me too. Back when I was in my academic days, cheating to get higher grades is always an option. Yeah, nah. I mean, it's always I mean, that is factually true. Yeah, that is an option. But I don't trust myself to not get caught cheating. I have this personality flaw where if I know I'm doing something that I disagree with morally, I eventually out myself. even if it's like through my choice of words, whenever somebody, if I was like supposed to like lie to get away with something, I would try to lie, but I'd also like sprinkle in a little truth that would also expose me at the same time. I don't think I'd be able to pull it off. Is all I'm trying to say. I would eventually like I would cheat, but I would also get myself caught at the same time. I just don't think I can. I don't think I could get away with some things. Sometimes I'm not going to say I'm too honest or anything, but I just can't handle like juggling a lot of lies. It's just something I have a hard time doing. This is my playlist. This is yours? Oh. This is your playlist, really? Neo has Skeeter syndrome. Ninjago rap. Skeeter syndrome, is that what it means when you're like more, is that what it means when you have an overreaction to mosquito bites and like you get like huge blisters? Or are you talking about like when you're like mosquitoes are way more attracted to you than other people? Because I know that there's some people who have genetics that such that mosquitoes don't really bite them. But I also know that some people also get like mosquito bites and they don't really get big like rashes or anything, or big like inflammation or anything like that. I don't cheat, not on mine. Then a Chinese or Japanese version. I think this is a Chinese version. I might actually try to look for the Japanese version, but that was like the first playlist I saw. If that's the only playlist I can find, then that might be the one I'll watch. Okay, this is a Japanese one. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I'll watch these. Okay. Mosquitoes don't bite me very much for some reason. Perhaps my blood doesn't smell good. Yeah, I guess I'm just too delicious for mosquitoes. That's unfortunate, but you learn to live with it. You know what I mean? You figure out ways to live with it. Like my main thing is, if I can avoid scratching the mosquito bites, then I should be fine. But sometimes when the mosquito bites you on a place where you can't avoid like the rash getting like brushing up on something, like for instance on my foot, right? On my foot, I'm going to be putting on socks. I'm going to be wearing sandals. I'm going to be like wearing shoes. It's going to be rubbing up on something every single time, right? Like unless I'm literally just like walking around barefoot all the fucking time everywhere, right? I can't, that's not realistic. So like it's like rubbing up on something, it's going to swell up, it's going to blister. That's like, it doesn't do that every single time, but if it like gets irritated after getting bitten, then it happens. Yeah, so cute. What the fuck? You'll make me feel bad about academic cheating. I'll survive and I'll do it again. Chances are. Like, it depends on what you mean. Like, I don't think I'd be able to do it. And like, I think like in school, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with it. Like academic cheating, like I could probably do it a little bit with like if it was like this is kind of considered cheating a little bit, right? Where like if you knew you had a friend that took a class like before, like they took one of the classes that you're taking, right? Okay, this is what happened in my situation, and I kind of consider this like light cheating a little bit. Sorry. Where I was taking like an operating systems class, I think, and I had to take it twice because like it was really hard. Like I had a friend that took it one time, like a year before I did, and he still had his tests from the previous year, right? And I think like I was no, this is not the class I took twice. Actually, I almost took it twice. There was one class I took twice, but that's not the one actually, I think. Anyway, like basically he was able to give me his tests from his previous year, and and this was a class where we were allowed to make cheat sheets, right? Off of the material that we were studying. So like basically I just kind of used like the questions on his previous test, and I basically put the questions and answers, not basically word for word, but similar. I paraphrase it a bit. I put that in my cheat sheet, and it helped me a lot. But I don't know. It's literally called a cheat sheet, right? So I consider that a little bit cheating, but it's very light cheating. I think that's the kind of stuff I would do. But anything beyond that, I don't know if I can do it. No, I don't cheat. Not on mine. Chinese, Japanese version. I wouldn't cheat myself, but I can't say there's much morally wrong about cheating in school unless you're in college studying to be a doctor or something. Yeah, true. Yeah, right. If you're trying to be a doctor and you're cheating in school, you like imagine going to a doctor's office. They're about to perform a surgery on you, and they're like, "Hey, by the way, I cheated my way I cheated my way through pre-med on all of my pre-med classes. I cheated to get those A's." Right before you get knocked out from the fucking anesthesia. That's the last thing you hear. Like, would that not freak you the fuck out? Well, my profile also has 2B Hero XPVs as Chinese. Japanese version has cut dialogue with just songs. Oh, really? It doesn't have the dialogue? Okay, it looks like it's shorter. I'll just go with the Chinese version. Mosquito syndrome is when you have a major allergy to mosquitoes. I get it where if I bite on my ankle, it swells so much I can't walk. Dang. I do kind of have... sometimes it does... that does happen for me. But if I were to get, like, bitten on, like, I don't know, like my forearm, like in my arm or like on my shin or my calf, right? It's not a part of my body that usually I have to wear clothes over, or it touches stuff often, right? If I can avoid touching it, if I can like resist scratching it, the mosquito bites usually go away within a week. I just have to like hold out and not like be tempted to scratch it for a whole week, which is hard. But I think it's worth it because I don't want to make it worse to the point where it would be like a problem that would last a whole month, which is basically the issue I described earlier with the giant blister on my foot. You usually need to write my answers on my hand. That's why I like classes that let you have like cheat sheets. That's basically what that is. Like you can literally write anything you want on the cheat sheet and the teacher doesn't even check it. So you get like one sheet of paper, right? You get like one sheet of paper and you can basically put anything you want on it. What I used to do was like I would use like this iPad. I'd use my iPad to make my note, my cheat sheet, and I'd like zoom in like a lot and make very small text and type in whatever as much information as I can while still being readable. So like my cheat sheets would be like a bunch of little tiny texts, and I'd have them separated. I'd draw circles around every relevant section in order to find things faster, so I didn't get lost in them. I'd group them up. So like it was like, because I had a lot of classes that let you do that, I wasn't in that position where I was like, I gotta put right on my hand. I never had to do that, thank goodness. But even if I did, like, I don't think I could get away with it. The classes that usually didn't let you have this cheat sheets were very careful to have like their TAs make sure, like, to walk around during the test and make sure you weren't cheating. Because some people in my school were pretty creative with their cheating stuff. This is like they did the thing where like they were wearing a hat, like a baseball cap, right? And they would like write the answers on the bottom side of the baseball cap, and they would just kind of like tip their hat with their hand and just kind of like look up and roll their eye up, and then you look up at the hat and just like see small little answers that way. And like I'm thinking like, bro, that sounds like way too much effort. I think at that point, if I'm gonna put that much effort into cheating, I'd rather use that effort and put it into like trying to actually study and learn the material. You know what I mean? Usually, it's not cheating, to be fair. It's just proper use of resources. Our professors in college even gave us previous tests on purpose so we knew what to expect. See, I wish my professors were able to do, were like allowed to let us to do that. I wish my professors did that kind of stuff. That would have been great. But I also probably would have made the test harder because they'd go out of their way because they know that like they're exposing you to previous tests. They know you're doing that, so they're gonna make the tests like as different as possible, so that you can't just like memorize all the answers to the previous tests and just like regurgitate them. You know what I mean? Our professors in college. Yeah, that happens. Bye for now, and watch the Chinese version. Okay, see you later, Nico. I reached the I received aloe vera gel. It soothes the itchiness while being able to use it unlimited times without overdosing. Okay. I think I read that. Okay, that's good to know. Aloe vera gel. Yeah, that works for some things. I don't think I've tried that before. I usually do like anti-itch cream, like was it Blue Star is what we use in the US? Blue Star cream, good stuff. I recommend that if you have like if you have a rash or an itch problem, Blue Star ointment I think is pretty good stuff. It works for me. One thing I remember doing in high school is that the day before a test I would write with a pencil on my desk. Wood was dark brown, some stuff I knew I wouldn't remember, and that was technically my cheat sheet. Yeah, we can't do that in college. And like during high school, I never needed to cheat on anything. I felt like high school was really easy, but in college, that's when things started getting hard. And when you're in college, you don't have like assigned seating. Like you're just kind of you know like whoever basically is first come first serve. Whoever gets gets in the classroom fastest is able to choose whatever seat they want to sit in. So like I wouldn't be able to do that in college. That's technically your cheat sheet, true. Should have made a Mobius strip out of the cheat sheet. Who's telling you I didn't? Maybe I did. That would have been a cool idea, though. Hey, bro, my classmates are not good with their cheating. According to my friend, they were legit talking about cheating on the math test in front of the Spanish teacher, and he was sitting. That's so dumb. Bro was talking is people's downfall when you plan on cheating. You just shut up and just cheat, right? It's like, bro, I would just need to tell you how smart I am when it comes to like figuring out how to cheat. Just like you're just bragging about it, and you just want to like tell people how you just kind of want to flex how that you came up with a good idea. If you're gonna like be bragging about like being smart about something, just study for the fucking test. If you want people to glaze you for being smart on having a good cheating solution, maybe Maybe you would rather be glazed for actually studying. Anyway, this is the first one, To Be Hero X, nice chapter. And this is the first hero that we see in the first episode of To Be Hero X. Let's see what this is. I'm not sure what to expect. I don't think I saw this one. Even though my dog is like, I get the fucking the couch cover for him. He still wants to like hang out right next to the wheels on my fucking office chair. Like literally, if I roll just a little bit, I might run over his paw, and I'm like scared to even move my chair now because my dog just likes to be like as close as possible to me. But he doesn't want to be on my lap because he's very fluffy and he doesn't want to share the body heat because he's gonna warm up too much. My doggo. It's like dogs and pets in general, I guess, probably like just like really good tests for you. Like the amount of patience you can have for a creature that doesn't know any better. You know what I mean? It tests your patience a lot. He really does. I'm like, bro, I got you a nice comfortable bed right there. You can hang out on that. It's like big It's pretty close to me. It's like right there. I can touch it right here. Look. Oh, I moved my couch a little bit. Oh, I almost ran over his foot. I'm sorry, boy. He's good though. He's good. He didn't yelp. But like I just touched the couch. It's like right there. I could pet him. Sorry, spelling hard to type while bottle feeding a baby. Yeah, I know. It's just struggle. It's just a struggle sometimes. I'm gonna have to like figure it out. Look, headbang. True. I accidentally hit the fucking mic also at the same time. Okay, now my dog wants to get on my lap. Okay, come on, boy. Come on, Shadow. Come on. Here's the thing. Sometimes he'll just jump on my lap, but sometimes he just wants me to pick him up too. Like it's obvious he wants to hang on my lap, but he doesn't want to jump on. He'll try to like be as low as possible to make it take as much effort as possible for me to try to actually pick him up while I'm sitting on a chair. God damn it. Come on, boy. Get up here. Come on. Bro, you were like covered in twigs and like... Bro, I'm gonna have to like, after the stream, I'm gonna have to clean out all the fucking grass out of my dog's fur. He was like rolling around in grass, I can tell. Jesus. This is why I don't like to leave the back door open while I'm not like watching him. Anyway, starting the reaction to the nice chapter, the nice PV. Alright, let's check this out. To Be Hero X is so hype right now, dude. I'm really enjoying it. I'm looking forward to this. I don't remember this at all. Who is this? What is he like changing buildings up like that?
Nice.
Ah, interesting.
终于来了。别再摆出一副故作完美的虚伪模样了。
Yeah, that's his thing. Like, Nice is the perfect hero. It's supposed to be like perfection incarnate. So like the way that powers work in To Be Hero X is that whatever the public perceives you as, that's who you are. That's who you are in your as a superhero. So like everybody sees Nice as perfect, right? His name is Nice. Everybody sees him as perfect, so he always has to be perfect at all times. Which when you really think about it, it can be pretty fucking stressful. and that becomes a theme. That becomes a theme in his story. If you ever watch it, you'll know what I mean. This is my first impression of To Be Hero X, to be honest. All right. I'm curious how you feel about it. I've never seen this. I've never seen like this character, this villain character. Like, not really. I kind of seen it. I seen him a little bit, but I don't remember really like saying like him in action basically. He has some pretty cool powers though.
无论你耍什么小聪明，我都会完美化解。我会守护每一个完美的笑容，也包括你。
Dang.
Nice.
He had to do it perfectly. He made no mistakes. He did everything right. Interesting. Let's see that one more time.
我会守护每一个完美的笑容。
Ah, okay. I'll just say this: there's a little bit of a backstory between these two characters. There's a little bit of a backstory between these two characters. That's why this moment was like so replayed. And I think a lot of people after watching that one episode, I can't remember which episode it was, but the episode where you kind of like you get a little bit of like information between the relationship between these two. I think maybe people went back and rewatched this scene just to see this part and confirm that this is actually him. As stressful as a concept, I can't imagine in practice, right?
Nice.
Yeah, it is pretty stressful. Like, and yeah, they're gay for your honor. Gay your honor. That's what I see. I don't know if they're actually. I don't think they actually. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. I was gonna say something, but I think it's like I think that would be like spoiler. That would be a spoiler. Yeah, be careful. I almost said something, but that's an interesting theory that you have there. I do remember some spoilers here and there. I didn't interact much with the whole thing. Okay. Now this is another character. This is the other character. This is the second character we followed was E-Soul. I'm pretty sure E is supposed to be Electric Soul. Now this is like both Nice and E-Soul have very similar stories, but it like played out differently. So I'm actually curious about this one now. So like the way that we saw a little bit of like what Nice was about, I thought it was interesting because I never really saw that side of Nice. Okay, in the anime, I never really saw that side of him. The way he was when he was doing the fighting, the perfect fighting and all that. I don't remember seeing all too much of that. The way that we saw Nice was in a completely different context. So it's interesting to see how the hero Nice was when he was actually trying to be perfect all the fucking time. Oh my god, where the fuck why you have all of this stuff on you, man? Like, this stuff is like really prickly. Like, yeah, it's probably like stabbing him a little bit. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to like take out all of these thorns. I feel like there are some thorns in here. Where the fuck were you rolling in? I don't remember anything in the backyard having any of this stuff on it. Where were you, boy? Come on, tell me. Okay, I'm done. Hey, welcome back, RD. All right, now we're watching E-Soul's PV. And I think E-Soul had probably like the most interesting story, to me at least. Like, I think E-Soul is probably like, E-Soul's story is like a good way to like, it's like a really good way to kind of take a cynical look at it gives you a good cynical perspective of the hero society that they're world building, that they spend world building. Because like the whole concept of your powers come from people's trust and their perception of you. And I feel like E-Soul's story is the perfect like story to tell you, to show you like the good and the bad of like that concept. So I think that like I really do like To Be Hero X because of that, the whole like heroes, the people's trust concept. I think it's really interesting because I've never seen anything like it, for one thing. And like they immediately like show you like that it's kind of a double-edged sword. For all the positives it has just as many like, if not worse, if not more, like negatives. Like I'll spoil one small thing. There was like this one hero whose like ability is that like he can never be like knocked over. He can never like, he's always standing tall, right? He's like always standing tall, always like unmovable, always like standing, right? Like you can never knock him down. But like the consequence of that, he can't even lie down. He can't sit. He can't lie down. He can't fucking crouch. Like he can't do. He's like basically standing straight all the fucking time. So he like his fucking bed is like vertical. He has like a fucking bed that's vertical. He has to like sleep standing up, literally. He has to like strap himself to his fucking bed in order to get some sleep. It like that's an extreme version of like on what I'm talking about here, but I think it perfectly encapsulates like how absurd this society can be. For it's like how crazy the powers can be. Like it really it really also seems like a curse at the same time. It's a Barbie doll. Oh shit, I just saw the time. I'll switch to my phone. All right. Oh, wait, you're going to switch your phone? It's a Barbie doll. Wait, what's a Barbie doll? My spelling magically has gotten way better now. Yeah, because they're not feeding the babies right now. How does he shit? Well, you know what? I think I spoiled enough for you. That was part of the joke too. That was like they showed him trying to sit on a toilet. I don't think they really got into the details of how he does it actually, but like there was some moment where they show him like struggling to take a poop because he wasn't able to sit on the fucking toilet. My guess, they probably figured out a way. Probably use like some kind of tube. They kind of use some sort of tube to help him shit. Use your imagination from there. That's my guess. You should probably watch direct Q&As. I think I'm just gonna stick to PVs for now. I got other stuff to watch.
Zero， 你为什么要这么做？
Okay. I think this was supposed to be like the original fight. Okay, so I think this guy was supposed to be like the worst villain ever. This guy was supposed to be like the worst villain in history, I think. At least at a certain up to this point. So this was supposed to be like one of the strongest villains ever in the history of this world. And I think this is showing like the fight between him and Isol. And Isol was supposed to be like, I think he was supposed to be like the one hero that was able to defeat him. I think that was what this is. Yeah. I think all those names that were on that stone like memorial. I think those are like all the names of the people that died during like while that villain was active. Zero. Yes, his name is Zero. Zero was a hero. He was a hero, but he became like the worst. He became the villain too. he definitely killed a lot of people. Those who bear the trust of the people. God damn. God damn. Oh, so he's been having that arm. He's been having that robot arm. Oh. Or maybe no, this is the future. We pay the price that comes along, yeah. Man, just Oh man, like knowing how the story goes for Isol, I'm just like, God damn, this guy really did. This guy was a real hero, I think. I feel like this guy really was a real hero. And I think his story turned out pretty interesting, despite the fact that he was a real hero, I think. Man, wow. Because they made some references to this fight, but yeah, that really was like Isol versus Zero was a hell of like it was like a fucking tragedy. That's crazy that he was able to defeat him, but man, it's so hard to talk about it without spoiling anything. I'll go to the bathroom just to figure out how he does it. Let me know what you discover. Those soda hat tubes, you can just see the shit sliding down. Soda hat tubes. He uses that. You're telling me that he uses the soda hat tubes to shit? Now, where is your imagination with that one? Maybe my imagination isn't even strong enough to understand what the hell that would imply. How would that work? My problem with anti-itch cream with mosquito bites is, for me, they get so bad I end up getting woozy from overdosing to the anti-itch cream. So I like aloe vera because I don't have that problem. I never get woozy from anti-itch cream. I like my stuff that I put on my skin almost never affects my mind. Very few things have ever done that. Honestly, I don't think I've ever had anything that does that before to me. Though I know things that exist out there where if you just touch it, you end up on like some sort of like it affects your brain somehow. Director revealed this about God came to this world 34 years ago, commissioned everyone in this world to prevent the existence of another God. Okay. My problem with anti-itch cream on mosquito bites is, for me, they get so bad I end up getting... Oh, wait, I already read that. You probably lost it 34 years ago. Okay. I guess you're talking about Zero. Weather's so unpredictable around here that I just had to check the weather app to see if I should sleep or if with the fan or keep with the fan or the heater on. Really? It's that crazy for you, Kai? Really? Like the weather can either need the heater or the AC? Or the fan? The heater or the fan? That's wild. Those are like wild changes in weather. Because usually, even if it's too cold, I'll just put on the fan either way, right? And I can sleep when it's cold with the fan on a little bit, as long as I like have enough layers in my blankets, you know? Basically, when everyone believes in a single person as hero, that hero becomes a god. Oh, I see. Oh, I wonder if that's how it's gonna be with X. BRB, I need to find a charger. All right, Artie. Like how the fuck it goes from 80 degrees to 40 degrees overnight. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's insane. Your hair is pinkier on my phone than it looks on my laptop. Interesting. Yeah, display panels change over time. Display panels change over time, or sometimes your RGB settings on your screens are different a little bit, slightly. I can have like two monitors, right? They're both LCD monitors. One's made from like HP, the other is made by like, I don't know, Asus. Like even if they have the same specs, they can probably there's a good chance they're going to look different. Not all monitors are created equal. Not all screens are created equal. And my hair's not pink, it's lightish red. Welcome back, Epic Edits. Like cut off the tubes in the soda hat, or use the fight tubes but wider. The fight tubes? I don't know what a fight tube is. Also, director talking about 20 million trust value hero and the ability to heal terminal illness. Yeah, it's fall here, so it can go from 50 degrees to 100 degrees if you're lucky enough. Okay. Damn. That's a pretty big change.
我叫新芽，自从那次事件受伤之后，就一直在医院养伤。拯救我的是我心目中的大英雄阿虎。
This is Ahu. Oh, this is the dog. Oh, it's the dog hero. Okay, I saw that this was one of the heroes, and I always wanted to. I was actually very curious about this one. I thought he was going to be the next one that we're going to be watching in like the anime right now, but we're watching Lucky Cyan now. I was very curious about this dog. Hold on. What's up with my dog? My dog's making sounds. You okay? What's up? This is why I gotta train you to stop rolling around and everything. I don't know where you picked up that habit. Jesus. Okay, I don't know. He was like lying down. He was like making a bunch of weird whimpering sounds. I've never heard it before. I'm a little bit concerned. Sadly, Ahu and X are only getting 1 episode. Oh, dude, that sucks. If X is only getting 1 episode, then I'm not. I hope the other heroes are interesting enough to keep me watching, because I wanted to get into this anime for X. He was the reason why I wanted to watch this anime. I'm a little bit annoyed that I have not yet seen X. I watched his PV and it hooked me. That's the reason why I got hyped. There's got to be a good. There should be a good. I hope there's a good reason for it at least. But actually, that's actually disappointing, and it kind of makes me not want to watch it anymore. Not gonna lie. I thought they're gonna at least get like 2 or 3 episodes for X. I was like, damn, like, are we really gonna get like 3 episodes for all 10 heroes? Like, there's gonna be like a 30 episode anime. It's gonna be crazy. But like, if it's really just X is like gonna like, I figured he's either that everybody's gonna get 3 episodes, or some heroes are gonna get like 1 episode. Some heroes are probably not gonna get any episodes even. Or they're gonna share like an arc. But if X is only gonna get 1 episode, that actually kind of kills my hype, not gonna lie. Like, guys, you gotta realize, X has like a really fidget. Oh, okay, curses in British. Okay, gotcha. It's a fidget tube. I never heard of it. The show was only originally 1 season with 48 episodes, but so they decided to make it just 2 seasons. Oh, so they're making 2 seasons. So maybe we're gonna see more of X in season 2. I hope that's the case. Here's the main 4 companies. Every hero works in the same commission. X works alone without any. Rest in peace, Neil's hype. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll show you. I'll watch the PV again. Because I'm just gonna gush over everything, because it's just so hype. You got to understand what made me so interested in this anime to begin with, and we haven't gotten there yet, but you'll see it. You'll see X is a very cool looking character, and I was really excited to see like what he would be like in this anime. You know, I wanted to know more about him. He was so mysterious. Anyway, let's go back. Well, I want to know about Ahu, who is also disappointingly only getting 1 episode for some reason.
我叫新芽，自从那次事件受伤之后，就一直在医院养伤。拯救我的是我心目中的大英雄阿虎。
Ahu, the dog. Yeah, I like his design, man. He's just like a dog with a hat and a tie, dude. Come on. He's like a top 10 hero. This is fucking amazing. Look at him, man. Look at this little guy.
你是？
看我带来了什么？
Wait, what? Wait, hey, yo, what the fuck? This is not what I was expecting. Wait, what? I thought he was gonna be a little guy. This is a furry. No, my hype just keeps dying. I didn't know this was gonna be a furry thing. I just wanted a cute doggo superhero, not a fucking furry dude. This is probably like her imagination or something. Hold on, let's keep going. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. What? What? Wait, so he can transform into a furry? Is he like Chopper from One Piece?
Hello?
I'm suddenly less interested in this character. I liked it better when he was just like a little guy, and I thought he was just gonna figure out, he was gonna like solve, he was gonna like just like save the day somehow in the form of a small dog. And I thought that was gonna be it. I don't know. I didn't think it was gonna turn humanoid. That's suddenly not as interesting for me for some reason. I I thought the PVs were supposed to get me even more hyped. It's killing my hype, man. If you're still dying like the others. You honestly sound like the type of friend that would manage to convince me to watch any series just because of your excitement is really contagious. Thanks, Kai. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's like a thing that I was really I like watching other people get like super hyped and excited for things that they're interested in, right? And it makes me want to get into stuff, which is why I tend to get into like things that get pretty hyped, because it's contagious for me, right? When people hype up stuff like Solo Leveling, people hype up stuff like One Piece. What's another one that got hyped up for me? Haikyuu was another one, right? I see the enthusiasm like in the fan bases. Some people be like, man, those fan bases be annoying, the fan bases are so annoying, that makes me not want to watch the anime. And it's like the opposite effect for me. When I see the fan bases being quote unquote annoying, they say their version of annoying. For me, it's like, wow, these guys are super into this like thing. I want to see why they're freaking out so much over it. I kind of want to take a look and see what I'm missing out on, That's my reaction to that. And I feel like I kind of IRL I kind of do that also, where I get super excited and stuff, and I want to get my friends into stuff, and I feel like I kind of have that effect on them, where like a lot of my friends, there's some friends, this is not every one of my friends, but I have some friends where like, they're into anime and stuff, and I'll be like super enthusiastic and try to hype them up and get them into like a fucking show or something. But sometimes, you guys ever have like that one friend that you try to get them into stuff, and like when you hype it up, I feel like if you hype it up too much, they find one thing that's wrong with like the first episode of something that you try to get them into. Like you try to get them into like an anime, they watch one episode, they find something wrong with it, like one little thing that stands out to it, and they will keep bringing that up as a reason why they don't want to watch it. And that annoys the fuck out of me. I'm like, bro, I wasn't saying that this was like the perfect fucking anime. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that there was something wrong with the first episode. That was like enough for you to stop watching it, to not watch it anymore at all. So you just keep bringing it up every single time. I'm like we're hanging out with the other friends, and I'm like, oh yeah, this one episode, like, oh, what are you watching, Neil? I'm like, oh, I'm watching this anime, and like, it's fucking great. I tried to get this guy into it, but he didn't like the first episode. And then I'll be like, but like, this fucking anime is great right now. It's like, dude, y'all missing out. And then like the guy would be like, oh yeah, I didn't like how the main character just like, he did something that didn't make any sense to me. Like, it's just like, and they'll just keep saying that over and over and over as the reason why. It's like, man, I think you're just looking for a reason to make me not feel this hype. I think you are like anti-hype. You don't like the fact that this is my thinking whenever maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe this is me wanting to like my thinking, because it's like, it doesn't make sense to me why you'd be so anti-hype over something that I'm interested in, And it's like to me it feels like you're jealous that I enjoy this to the point where like I'm visibly happy that I'm enjoying this. Like, it's not like you're jealous that you don't get it or anything. It's like you wish you could be as excited about something the way that I'm excited about this. That it seemingly excitement about stuff comes easily to me. And like, maybe you're a person that's overly critical of everything, and you want to bring me down a little bit. You want to bring me a little bit down to your level. You want me to be as much of a negative Nancy as you are. You want to, because because you see all these flaws in it. You want me to see nothing but those flaws. But you're also like, from my perspective, you're only focusing on the flaws. I see the flaws. I see them just fine. But the difference is I'm also paying attention to the things that are really cool about it. And while it's okay for you to focus on those flaws, don't make me tune into that mindset. It's not my fault you're not willing to be open enough to like see the positives of this anime. You know? I don't know. That's the way I think about it when it comes to like those kind of situations. I wonder if any of y'all have ever like had been on that. It's like Perry the Platypus type shit. It's like Chopper, yeah. Okay, yeah. I went from 6 feet under to 12. I love Haikyuu. I'll absolutely watch it again someday. Yeah, same here. I think I've rewatched like Haikyuu at least twice. It's great. And welcome back, Artie. I think it's strange how people can find others being hype over something annoying. I love people being super hype about things they love. Yo, exactly, Natalie. Exactly. By the way, remember yesterday I mentioned how I didn't drink zero sugar soda because it hurts my stomach? I found out why. Why? Is it because of the aspartame? LMAO. Luckily, I don't have that type of friends. Yeah, I have. I don't know. Maybe I just kind of like. I don't know. Maybe I just kind of got used to being around people like that, so I just naturally make friends with people like that. Because like I have an older brother that's a little bit like that too, but like he's not as obnoxious about it. Like he'll also do that, but not extremely. Like he's more. I feel like he's more honest when he doesn't like something. He doesn't like it, and like, but like I'll have some friends that are just like want to just be negative about stuff, and like I don't hang out with those friends as much, you know, partially because of reasons like that. But you know, it's what it is. Maybe sometimes I feel like there are definitely some people who do that, but maybe other people have legitimate reasons why they don't get hyped for things that I'm hyped over, right? Maybe it's just not what their thing, and I just kind of grown to accept that as I gotten older. Because I've had friends that were so negative like that. I kind of like, whenever I see somebody who's I have a friend who's like not as hyped as I am for something, I kind of automatically assume they're being like the negative people. But what's really the situation is, but in reality, they're really just too busy or something. You know what I mean? Maybe they're just too busy focusing on work. So they unless like an anime is like especially like hype for them, they can't commit the time to watching it. But I still have the scars, man. I still have the scars from the negative Nancy friends. What is it? Are you allergic? I don't think I have ADHD. Oh, that's good to know, Monolium. Also, welcome back. I'm pretty sure you heard earlier. Moon. Hello? Oh, Moon. You know, can we continue? Yeah, sure, in a bit. I think I'll have my own condition on my own. Of course you do. Call it Loomish. You should make therapy confession stream. He's philosophizing. Plato of our time, truly. Amen, amen. Howdy, y'all. It's okay to be honest, but if you bring me down, I kick you out. I don't think much of it. Yeah. Sometimes like that's why I try not to assume that's the case for everybody, but I've had so many situations where somebody is like obviously just trying to like take down my hype to like bring me down to their level, that I kind of see that. That's my automatic like knee jerk reaction whenever I see like a person is like, when I get the vibe that they're trying to take away my hype somehow. That's my knee-jerk reaction a little bit. But I'm, you know, I could be wrong. Maybe that's not what they're thinking. Hey, what's up, Topatoon? E-Soul is basically Darth Vader. I think I have ADHD. Modafinil provides mental endurance. L-carnitine may enhance physical energy and reduce mental and physical fatigue. They can offer clean, stable energy without strong nervous bones. Are you about to shill like your new supplement? do you got a supplement for us? Hey, listen, you can sponsor me if you want, Tobatoon Bear. If you're a sponsor and you want me to shill your supplements, you know, first off, I need to make sure it's safe. Send me a sample. Send me some lab results, you know, show like from the FDA to prove that it's a healthy product. And then you know, you can be a sponsor for my stream. I'll shout out your modafinil and L-carnitine supplements. He's watching To Be Hero XPBs. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back into it.
Hello.
他虽然是我心目中的大英雄，但也是大家心目中的。
He is a lot like Chopper.
所以
But the original concept for Chopper was he was like a
他
reindeer,
自己都不知
humanoid
道，
reindeer
明
with
天
like
人们会希望他成为怎样的
samurais,
英雄。
like the samurai powers.
刚买的蛋糕打翻了，
蛋糕不重要，只要你能在我身边，比什么都好。
星阳，我会永远守护你的。
Oh, so he actually does have an owner, I guess. I think. I was wondering, is he like just like a dog? Is he just like a dog that just kind of like operates as a hero? Like he just happens to be a dog? Does he have an owner? If he has an owner, I figured it'd probably be like some like rich like corporate dude or something. But I guess it's like his owner is just like an innocent girl that he saved one time. That's kind of cool. Interesting. I want to know more about him. Too bad he only has one episode. I did some research. Zero sugar soda is made from aspartame, which is made from proteins derived from meats, dairy, and eggs. I am allergic to it. Oh, really? That's where it comes from? Now that is interesting. I had no idea. Honestly, I had no idea what aspartame even is. All I know is that it's like potentially bad for you. But that's interesting. I didn't know that. I think I might want to check out stuff about aspartame at some point. Yapping, neon, pink, onion yapping. I yap. That's what I do. That's what my streams are. That's my brand, dude. If I deviate from the brand, I will no longer be Neo. Neo ain't Neo if we ain't yapping. That was instructions on how to get rid of ADHD. Oh, okay. Interesting. My thinking of in my opinion, I think if for people I think with ADHD, if ADHD is like kind of like a weird regulation of dopamine, right? It's like our dopamine regulation, which affects our sense of focus, is like blurred or something. I would think that like taking a break from things that are easy sources of dopamine, like video games and like social media and stuff and whatever, taking breaks from that shit, you know, like spacing it out, not like consuming too much stuff at the same time, probably reduces ADHD on its own, in my opinion. But we live in a world where that's not exactly something that's super feasible for most people, which is why Adderall is very is used a lot by a lot of people. But I am kind of curious about your solution there, man. I wonder if that would counteract the effects of just having too many easy sources of dopamine. What's up, Remy? Welcome. You got donuts? Yo, speaking of donuts, I want to take a bite out of this strawberry cake I got. While it's before it gets a little bit too stale. It was like freshly baked yesterday. But I feel like if I don't finish it today, it'll probably go too stale to the point where it wasn't worth buying it. Just taught my mom about sirens. Ooh, nice. What'd you think? Did she like them? Did she like the sirens? Sirens are woman bird beings. They then evolved into mermaid guys. Oh, interesting. I didn't know about that. I didn't know that whole process. Allergic to menthol. I have to pay attention to skincare products. Wait, really? I didn't know it was possible to be allergic to menthol. That sucks. I love that shit. It's so like refreshing feeling. Sea sirens, medieval Christian thing. Can we get rid of narcolepsy, please? Man, if only, dude. I feel like narcolepsy is one of like the most debilitating things. Not is debilitating the right word. I feel like it's like one of the most inconvenient conditions to ever get. Like, and that's saying something as a person with ADHD. Have a great day. Gotta go medical examination. Good luck, Tupatoon. All right, that's gonna start it from the top. We're going to be following in this PV Lucky Cyan, like the color cyan. I literally just watched her first episode today, right before the stream. So I kind of want to see where this is going. I'm pretty sure I watched this already, but yeah, her backstory is it's very tragic, but also kind of cool the way it ends. But no, I still haven't seen the complete ending. But I don't know. I feel so bad for her. Is all I'm gonna say.
你在哪里？你去了哪里？我一定会帮你找到他。
She's talking to her future self. Oh, this looks cool. Okay, I don't remember seeing this one actually. I don't think I saw this. I think I just saw a trailer that had Lucky Cyan in it. I didn't see the PV. This is kind of sick. But knowing what this represents, man, it's so heartbreaking. This feels like man, you know what this reminds me of right here? This PV reminds me of it was like a Game Grumps thing. What was it? What was the song called? It was like a Ninja Sex Party song. It was called Ninja Sex Party Danny. Danny, Don't You Know? Yeah, this PV already kind of reminds me of Danny, Don't You Know by Ninja Sex Party. For any of y'all that know what Ninja Sex Party is or Game Grumps or whatever. Dude, this animation is really good compared to the other PVs I saw. This is probably the best animation I've seen out of the ones we just watched. Huh. Hey, whoa, spoilers. I didn't know he's gonna die. Shit. That's crazy. Wow, I feel like I just got spoiled by the PV, which is like you expected to watch this. Like I just got introduced to that character, and you're like, now I'm finding out that he's gonna die. What a way to get spoiled, man, by the official material. Damn, now I want to know how the fuck this happens. I mean, I kind of have a feeling with the way that
这是属于我的真相，
this week's episode
必
ended.
须由我自己去拿回来。
I have a feeling. Yeah. Damn. Damn, he dies? Holy shit. I can't believe that's how I found that out. I don't know. I'm sorry. That threw me off. I wasn't expecting to see that. I can't use Adderall. I could die. It negatively interacts with my other meds. Yeah, I mean, but like there's other medications other than Adderall, right? There's like Ritalin, there's Vyvanse and all that. But I'm assuming that you probably have a similar reaction with pretty much any other of the stimulants. There are other things that you can do for ADHD that's not amphetamines, right? But like those are definitely like the most convenient, which is why most people do them. Which is why it's really hard to get them sometimes because too many people use them now. Already super small and has a fragile body, must be hard. Yeah, for real. I haven't watched the episode yet. I think every next episode will be full 2D until last episode that is of X. Every next episode, yeah, it was full 2D, wasn't it? Yeah, I just noticed that actually. I didn't even realize that. Cause like up until this one, up until Lucky Science story, it was all like 3D mixed with 2D. But like Lucky Science story is like all 3D. I mean, it's all 2D. And also that title is wild. What's up? Why? What's up with that title? What are they trying to say with this? What? But that's interesting. I always thought the 2D thing was like a whole, was supposed to be like whenever it's like 2D, I thought it was supposed to mean that X is like around or something, or X is watching. That was like a theory that a lot of people had.
诺诺姐，快来！
I actually have no idea who these characters are. Wait, her name is Loli. Her name is Loli. Oh, that interesting name. I was like, what's up with that title? That title is sus. Oh, that's literally her name. Oh, still pretty sus, but slightly less sus. So no, a common lidocaine tends to be deathly allergic to lidocaine, as well as need a medical alert bracelet that says that, and it has a QR code for the rest of my medical stuff. Damn, that's rough. I think almost everyone in top 10 almost is someone close to them. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like it feels like everybody in the top 10 is gonna, like, even Lucky. I thought Lucky Cyan was probably going to be like the one character that didn't have that, you know, because her whole thing is that she's lucky. Not lucky enough, I guess. It's past 1 a.m. starting to hit, but I don't want to leave. Okay, go and sleep. You can watch fun. I don't want to. Kind of gay, to be honest. Yeah, Loli, what's gay already? Yeah, what do you mean God? What do you mean what's gay? The Loli God Requiem girl is turning into a TV Hero X character. I actually don't know what that is. I know it's a song or something. And I heard like I've listened to like some covers for the song, but I never heard the original. Is that actually what the original character looks like for that song? I wouldn't know. I don't think China will show it. The two girls. Yeah, I think China has like a thing with like they don't mind like the implied stuff, but they don't want to explicitly show gayness, which is okay. China, I guess that some places in the world still aren't okay with that stuff, but you know, that's just the world, man. I'll leave the stream running and close my eyes. I'll let sleep take me at its own pace, I guess. Hey, I'll say Kai. You know, some people, there are some people that fall asleep to my stream sometimes. I've heard of that before. Though sometimes I randomly. Boy, this is why you don't sleep next to my fucking wheels. I literally just posture check myself. And I just realized, I forgot that you were right there. And I almost ran over your foot again. See, this is why I gotta figure out a way to train him to not lie down next to my chair again, like so much. And his voice is calming anyway, so it'll probably help. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not commenting on Loli. I have mixed opinions of it. Wait, what? Wait. What? No, that's just her name. I thought it was like weird that I thought the title was weird, and I was like, why is that the title? But like, it's just her name, so it's like whatever. Yeah, voice majestic. Oh, thank you. Falls asleep in the Neo stream sometimes, and I wake up at the end. And like, just like finding out about that made me feel bad for those moments where I randomly start yelling because of a reaction, or because something is pissing me off in a game or something. Don't worry, Topo. I'm the bus. Boom. I play one Chinese gacha game and 2 characters are just gay, but they're called best friends officially. Yeah, that is something that happens in a lot of like Chinese media, right? I've heard of these things, but I never really watched a lot of like Chinese shows. Never played a lot of Chinese games until recently, like ever since like Genshin Impact started like becoming a thing, and China's been pumping out like a lot of like anime style things. And now I've been starting to get into them. I'm starting to actually notice like these little undertones myself. Finally, I've heard about them for years, but I've never actually like been exposed to the Chinese censorship, you know, because like it used to be like they'd import anime from Japan into China, and then they would censor things themselves. Now that China's making their own anime and exporting it to other countries, like they don't have to censor it. It's already censored from the beginning in conception, you know. So like actually seeing it, To Be Hero X is probably one of the first Chinese anime I watched. Like, to see it just like censored like in the writing is very interesting, and it kind of reminds me of like old school, like back in the day, like Sailor Moon back in the day, like the first English dubs of Sailor Moon, where like I forgot who the 2 girls were that were like definitely gay for each other, right? But like I think the American censorship made it so that they're like cousins. That's the reason why they're so close. It kind of takes me back to those days, back when like it was like, I think it was like Christian fundamentalists, I think, had a lot of power and a lot of say in like what got censored and stuff. It's the reason why Yu-Gi-Oh had to censor a lot of things that were deemed satanic back in the day. But like these days, we're starting to see a resurfacing of the artworks, the original artworks, before the censorship happened. Oh, hold on. I think my dog wants to go outside. I'm gonna let him out real quick. All right, boy. I'll let you out. No? Okay. I thought I understood you, boy. Come on, Shadow. Alright, let's keep going. Sailor Moon flat out called them cousins, which is weird because they didn't cut out the gay moments between them. Yeah, I know. I think I heard about that. I never watched like Sailor Moon, but like I think I heard something like that. I thought that was very funny. Wait, are you gonna go out or not? Okay. I think he wants me to give him a treat. He wants me to give him a treat so he'll leave. I don't know if he'll. I don't know. You want to go out or not? Come on. He's just like hanging out next to the door. He just keeps staring at it. I'm like, okay, I'm opening the door for you. And he just stares at me. And then he walks back into the room. I'm like, what is it? And then he goes back right back to the door, like obviously looking at me, telling me he wants to go out. I think he wants to go for a walk, but I walked him earlier. Like, I don't think I'm supposed to walk him like twice a day. He's a small dog. He's only supposed to be walked once a day. Bro, I want to rant so hard about Honkai Star Rail, but it's a spoiler. Hey, hold on. That's going to be the next one. After I get through all the PBs, I'm going to react to some Honkai, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much I have left after that I'm going to react to. I might react to the language video. If anybody still wants to watch it by the time we finish the Honkai Star Rail stuff. Sailor Moon Flat. Oh, wait. Historians will call him best friend. Neo, they believe in nice X rec. I don't know what nice X rec. Oh, wait, nice X rec. Yeah. I believe that's definitely gay. I believe nice X rec is definitely a gay thing. Like, but like I thought it. I that's what I assumed when I was watching it, but they never fucking said it, and I just remembered like, oh yeah, that's right. This is like a Chinese anime. They're probably not gonna say it. Okay, well, hold on. I gotta go back a little bit. Who's Professor Luo? Oh, this is definitely gay. This is definitely gay. I don't walk my dogs. They just run around the property whenever they want. Nah, my dog needs to be walked. But like he needs to be walked. I need to make sure, because like he's the only dog. So like if he had like other dogs to keep him company, then maybe it's not as important. But if he's kind of like by himself a lot of the time. So he needs to go out, touch grass, see other dogs every once in a while, you know what I mean? Socialize. Is that supposed to be high? Oh no, she's gonna show what's a real spin. She's gonna fucking break the machine, right? Oh, that's right. She's drunk as fuck. Oh no, this is the girl that's got powers. Jesus, what was that number? Oh, it was like 888. Basically broke the scale. Okay. God damn. The cat girl. You know, all I'm gonna say is you got two anime girls. They're definitely obviously like got some obviously seem pretty close. One is pink, one is blue. Almost most of the time when you got like a duo like that, no, there's probably some Yuri going on. That's all I'm gonna say. I ever since Fire Emblem Three Houses, you know, it was like Hilda and what was the other girl's name? I forgot. Hilda and the girl with the blue hair. God damn, it's been a while since I played Fire Emblem Three Houses. But like, yeah, whenever I saw those two hanging out, there was definitely a lot of implied Yuri between those two characters. Okay, I want to know more about this character too. I like the setting, you know, the whole like underground like bar, underground like bar, like they're all hanging out. I kind of like that. She looked like a college student too, so they're gonna be like college stuff. So All right. We're seeing like heroes for like all of these top 10 heroes seem to be coming from like very wildly different walks of life. I don't think anyone recognized the song lyrics I said. I don't think I did, but I don't know. Maybe somebody else did. Natalie recognized them. History Hates Lovers ones. There you go. Nico. Oh, Nico knows it. And 10 dogs, so they run around the backyard. Our property's big enough. I do not have problems. Yeah, I can't do that. Like I live next to a street. I live in a neighborhood, you know. If I let him out, run free, the best I can do is let him run free in the backyard, which has its problems, I guess, now, because he was like rolling around in something to where he's like covered in like very prickly like leaves and dried twigs and stuff. I need to clean that shit out of them after the stream. I need to figure out where that happened, and I need to clean that up in the backyard. Need to make it doggy safe. Cats get closed indoors to around and climb. That sounds like fun. Now's another lore reveal. And our ducks and chickens are inside right now, hanging out in the cat area. You're going to set them up outside. Oh, so many animals. You should become a vet or something. New PV for greatness unlocked. What is this one? Who is this character? It's gonna be like, now we're getting into like uncharted territory for me. Like after Lucky Cyan, between Lucky Cyan and X, I'm not gonna know any of these characters.
Okay.
Like, I don't know this guy. It's a cat boy. There's a hero. There's a character trope for everybody in the top 10 heroes, man. You want a cat boy here? You got a cat boy. Yeah. I know. Speaking of cats, by the way, right, Nico? I mean, not Nico. I mean Artie. Nico's not a cat, but Artie was talking about cats earlier. Y'all look kind of random because I'm doing laundry. Does anyone else get insane anxiety from the sounds of washing machines and dryers? It's just me. Like, they really stress me out. Like how? Like, are you worried that like your washing machine is gonna break because of the sounds? The thing that whenever I hear the sounds, doesn't that usually mean you put too many things? You put too many things in the machine? Like, or if you put something really heavy in there. I think I usually get those sounds when I put like my bed comforter in the washing machine, and it gets like doom 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 kind of sound, you know. And then like it shakes, like the inner barrel that's like spinning in the washing machine shakes the machine so much that the machine is like moving around in this little spot in the fucking garage. It's just moving. Like, I have to push it back and readjust it like every time I watch something big. Oh, he's definitely okay. So he's like very like he's got like a lot of merch. He's a very commercial hero. This was like something that they touched on a lot with Esol. So it's interesting to see that in this PV. And we didn't see any of that with E-Souls. Wait, what? His father was once X? Wait, hold on. Maybe he goes this far just... Oh. So his father was the previous Hero X. Before the current one. Ooh, now that is an interesting backstory right there. I want to know more about this character now. He actually kind of looks a little bit like Hinata from Haikyuu, doesn't he? Huh? It's like a werecat? Are we gonna see his powers? Oh, He's like Aquaman, but with cats. He can summon giant cats just by whistling them. Oh, dogs too. Oh.
支持我们的同时，
Oh, he's just like Aquaman, but he's able to control all animals.
也别忘了支持野生动物保护哦。
Oh. Yo, Fauna would love this character. I mean, Nimi. I'm sorry. Not Fauna. Nimi. Nimi Nightmare would love this character. Yo. Like a cat boy character that has the ability to just like summon animals just by whistling and like... Dude. Nimi Nightmare would fucking love that shit. Or Artie too. I think Artie would be able to love that power too. Yeah, what, 34 animals right now? Not counting the babies. Oh, not counting the babies. Damn, that's a lot. The Johnnies. Maybe it's because I have cats, but I'm scared that every time I run the wash, they might be inside, and even though I know they aren't. Oh, really? That would freak me out. If there was ever like a situation where I had to like take the cats out of the washing machine, because like I have to make sure like the washing, I always have to make sure to check the washing machine because my cats have a tendency to like jump in the washing machine, you know, when no one's looking. I would also have paranoia for that too. That's kind of like me with my dog actually. Like even if I know my dog's not around in my room, right? I still check the back of my chair. I'm always checking the back of my chair, like behind me, just to make sure my dog's not right there. So like when I back away from my desk, I'm not rolling on his paws. I have something similar going on with that, but like I already know that he's not there because I like he's like outside, not in my room. I close my door and everything, so I don't have anything to worry about. But like you never really know, right? Like maybe I forgot something. Maybe I forgot I let him in at some point. I just gotta double check. I think Esol was also X. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Esol was X during definitely after his fight with Zero, who was also apparently X. I think if you said so before, I'm pretty sure I saw that in the anime too. Like Zero was also the previous X, and then Esol succeeded him. I don't remember who was X after Esol, but definitely there was like a time where there was a brief period of time where there's someone else, and now it's this Neko guy's like. What was his name again? Did I catch his name? I don't know. I was calling him Catboy. This Catboy's dad was apparently the X, and now I think I guess they're implying that the current X is the one that was immediately after this guy's dad. I think that's what they're implying here. Hey, what's up, Monolium? Welcome back. School sucks. Again, forever. I think Modern X has been around 2 to 5 years as X. Yeah. So so maybe it was like Catboy's dad was maybe right after Esol then, if that's the case. Alright, who is this? Moshe? How many more do we have left? Okay, 2 more until we get to X. Okay. Hold on. Starting up from the top. Why? Oh, literally? Are you like the Joker from that one movie where he has a condition which forces him to laugh during inappropriate situations? Oh, it's the opposite actually. He's the opposite of Joker.
是一种嘴角上扬的运动。我对着镜子练习过好几次，但每次看到嘴角上扬的自己，只觉得 更好笑。
I wonder, is that a real thing? Is that a real condition where, because I know that there are some conditions out there that, like, you know, they're pretty like niche that you don't really hear about too often. Like, you know, like the condition that the Joker had, right? It makes you uncontrollably laugh during inappropriate situations, or like there are some people who have like something like face blindness, right? I wonder, is this like a thing also where you're just like unable to smile and laugh and stuff? Is that a medical condition? Is that a mental health thing? Or is it just like did he just not have a sense of humor?
同样好笑的还有哭。我看过很多动物，
Where is he going with this?
也包括人。我能感受到动物的眼泪是生命在消失前最后的一缕波澜，而人的眼泪像海浪。
So this guy seems to be like the cold killer of the group.
裹挟着太多东西，想要留在海滩上。
At least that's how we're being presented.
他们说我有病。从前我并不觉得有病是一种困扰，直到有一天，我也有了属于自己的海滩。我想留下什么，但却什么都留不下来。
Okay, damn. Now, okay. They're starting to bring me back a little bit, actually. I'm starting to get a little bit interested again. Because now that's an interesting character, too. An anti-Joker type hero. It's like the opposite kind of condition that Joker had, where he's, like, unable to, like, laugh and stuff. He can find things laughable, but he doesn't have the ability to laugh or smile, even. I wonder where that... What kind of story are they going to make based off of that premise? I'm very curious about that. I want to know. I want to know more about this guy now. This guy seems pretty interesting. He kind of looks like Oni. You think so? because I don't because I look depressed all the time. Is that why? Because I don't smile unless I'm like really smiling like this one. But my default is like my doom and gloom frown. But that just makes it more meaningful whenever I do smile, right? If I was smiling all the time, then it just looks like I'm smiley all the time. I kind of noticed that during my Undertale stream. Even when I was frustrated, I was still smiling. I was like, this does not convey this does not properly convey my emotions. But like I feel like this face currently that you're seeing right now, looking at me, like, but for the most part, you know, just straight face, you know. I mean, you know, I usually have a pretty bored expression anyway. But if something happens that's worth smiling over, hey, or you know, laughing about, you get to see the smile. You know, it makes it feel more meaningful, doesn't it? It's called Ghostblade. I don't like them. Wait, what? Finish munching on the donuts? Nice. Damn, now you need more donuts. Yeah, so I get 50 millions of all world currency from today. I don't know. I wish if I knew the answer to that question, I wouldn't tell you. I'd use it myself. 11-year-old brother loves him. I think he's around your height. Oh, are you talking to Artie with that one? I have a mental health issue. I can't get angry. Really? Is that actually true? No, I've never heard of that one. That's a new one to me too. But I say I'm learning new things. This is what I like about streaming, you know? Just chatting with y'all. And especially whenever like someone new you know, shows up in my chat, I always feel like I'm always learning new things, you know what I mean? Is he like that one guy from Gravity Falls? That one guy from Gravity Falls. Wait, who are you talking about? Who is like that in Gravity Falls? Hey, what's up, Air Sands? Wait, what? Yo, that actually does sound familiar, but I won't be able to remember that character off the top of my head. Who are you talking about? Agent Trigger. Oh, is his name? Oh, okay. Agent Trigger. Agent Trigger. Let me see. Oh, this guy. I didn't. Maybe that was like a one. Maybe that was like a one-off line where he said he wasn't able to to smile. Okay. I kind of vaguely remember him. But I don't really though, to be honest. He's kind of one of those characters that I tend to not remember in shows like Gravity Falls. New things are so much fun to learn, right? Isn't that cool? That's one of those cool things about streaming, isn't it? I'm a medical examination, huge queue here. Like, are you Historia will include his daughter, as I know? Okay. Are you like Topatoon, are you taking a test for medical, like are you taking a medical test like studying? Like, are you like academic medical stuff? Or are you saying that like you're at the hospital waiting for a medical examination? Like they're examining you or something. My rest expression is depressing smile. Depressing smile. Yeah, I guess maybe that's the facial expression that I tend to have too, is a depressing smile. You can see the depression in my eyes at all times, even though I smile through it. You know, trying to make an edit every day is too much effort. Yeah, it is. It is. That's really hard. I agree. Also, hello, Minsong. Welcome to the stream. Just evade taxes here. Evade taxes? I can't express anger, so I just smile at problem. Oh, interesting. All right, see you later, Topatoon. Oh, it's his partner, not Agent Trigger. Oh, it's Agent Trigger's partner? I see. If anyone shows DMA one of the characters, can I feel fear? So it was Agent Powers. Agent Powers, okay. Gravity Falls is your favorite show? Nice. Gravity Falls, dude, that's a great show. If that's your favorite show, you have good taste. I have alexithymia. There's a name for it? Jesus. Oh, shit. Never heard of this. Very interesting. My resting face looks like I'm constantly lost, I swear. My resting face is always just like, I just kind of have like, and my resting face just looks a lot like this. I kind of like always have a blank face, apparently. Either that, or I just have like a very obnoxious smile. I feel like when people see me smile, it kind of pisses them off a little bit for some reason. I have the kind of smile that's like, Neil, you should not be smiling that much. I don't like that you're smiling like that. I feel like I imagine the way I smile is very mocking. It's like a mocking way. I feel like if I were to like you know how like sometimes when people like when somebody like pisses you off and they're like smiling at you and they're laughing at you and stuff, and if they have a certain kind of smile, it makes you even angrier. I think I have that kind of smile. It can be like infectious and contagious, but it also has the drawback of being completely obnoxious in certain situations. Anyway, I look like this upside down triangle face. Really? All right, let's keep going with this. Liang Long. yet another character I don't know anything about.
好了好了，我认错，我自首还不行吗？
不行，垃
你不是
圾
英雄吗？
要清理干净。
Wait, so he's not the hero. Who's this one?
还好你赶上了。
Wait, who's the hero here?
这家伙是不是疯了？他联合会排名第几来着？你刚才不是很嚣张吗？啊！
别打了。
Wait, no, he is the hero. Okay, no, he is the hero.
没有我允许。
Hey yo. Damn, dude just like dove in, like they thought they were gonna run away from him, fucking jumped up, fucking landed right next to them. That's exactly how I like to play Venom and Marvel Rivals, dude. Let's go. This guy is using the Venom strat. Let's go. That's literally the Venom strat, actually. Though this is how I play. This is how I play my Venom. I've been maining Venom a lot for my past few days that I've been playing Rivals, trying to get him to Lord. Like basically, this is exactly how I play. Right? I'll be like I'll be chasing somebody down. I basically 1v1 Venom. You usually win most 1v1s, right? But once one of their teammates, once they start double teaming you, okay, you're gonna take some damage. You're gonna get hurt. But you're not gonna die, because Venom has a lot of HP. Okay, he's not gonna die. So the minute the enemy, they feel like they got you to stop attacking, right? And they're like, okay, Venom's no longer attacking us. He's basically running away to get some health or something. Let's get out of here. Let's just leave. And then as soon as I get my health back, I get back up, I fucking jump up in the air, web sling over to the enemy, fucking catch them off guard because they thought they could escape from me, fucking kill them on the spot, dude. This guy is using preem Venom strats right there. What's up, Crunchy Luo? Hey, welcome back, Hermes. So this guy's good. So this guy looks like he's just like a tanky guy. Like he can take a lot of damage. He's just like a tough bastard. Yeah, much like Venom, not necessarily a hero. Maybe a little bit of an anti-hero, but not necessarily a hero. This guy is just Venom. Okay, I like this guy just because of that. I'm just projecting Venom onto him.
从来都不是英雄该干的事情。
This character looks interesting too. I can't wait for his art. Yo, okay. Man, my hype was dying in the beginning of this, but like actually watching some of these other ones, heroes I don't know about, I'm actually very curious about them now. Actually getting my hype back up. Kind of crazy. Hello again. Good to see you, Crunchy. Sorry I haven't been streaming on Twitch lately. It's too much of a hassle for me to multi-stream. I just wanted to try it out. I think I'm gonna stick to YouTube just for a while. Maybe one day I'll go back to multi-streaming. Like I think literally you were the only person that that was like kind of a regular on Twitch. So I kind of felt like I didn't really want to like multi-stream for after a while, and I was like, okay, before I end up getting like a bunch of regular people on in my Twitch streams, maybe it's better to just stop streaming on Twitch now before it becomes like impossible to stop. Mabo Rabo hates me, I swear. Literally my games have been straight dookie. That just means you need to get so good that you can carry your team. But that's the problem though. The problem is that the problem is it takes a lot of time to do that. Not everybody has the time to commit to that. My unemployed ass though definitely can. All it is like, honestly, it helps to try, it helps to like understand like the main like combos or like the main strategy for each character. It's probably a big thing to even like say to people. Like even the idea of like playing one match with every character sounds like a big hurdle to do, but it really helps a lot. Like that, I spent a lot of my time early on playing Marvel Rivals back when I really sucked. I played every single hero at least once, and then I tried it again where I tried to win at least one game with every hero at some point. And like actually, perform well, get more kills than deaths, all that. Once I was able to like understand how each character worked, the game gets a lot easier because like once you face the enemy team and you know how their character works, you know how to get around their small little weaknesses that they have that you can only understand if you've played their characters enough times. Like for instance, like Wolverine, right? Wolverine is a character that like like Wolverine people like to switch into Wolverine whenever like I'm killing them like crazy as Venom, because Wolverine's supposed to be the anti-tank, right? Whereas so like the way to deal with Wolverine is like you just got to make sure that you know when his cooldowns are happening because his HP just like skyrockets, right? That's his passive ability. And he has like 2 attacks. He has a couple of attacks where he's able to leap at you and stuff. It's like, so once you know when his like health boost cooldown is active, his health boost is gone, and he's using up his leaping abilities, that's the best time to strike against Wolverine. Like once his cooldowns are happening, he's not able to do much, and then that's when you go for the offense. Like a lot of the time, it's like being able to know when to use a cooldown, when being able to know when to attack them, and knowing how long their cooldowns are. But like honestly, that's like a lot of things to have to do in order to get good. So if you don't want to do that, the easiest way is to get better at Rivals. Just focus on your aim. A lot of people in Marvel Rivals can't aim. If you focus, spend a lot of time trying to get really good at aiming with your favorite character, you're gonna be doing better than most people in Rivals, honestly. Ammo Cream Puff totally promoted. My guild is pretty good. Eternal Sugar is Fire Spirit. Only got Fire Spirit because of Soul Stones. What are you talking about? Only had Twitch for like a week. You're fine. I appreciate that, Crunchy, though. Thank you for understanding. That was like my main thing. It was like after I stopped streaming on Twitch, I was like, man, it's gonna suck not being able to see Crunchy Luo, but like I know that Crunchy sometimes is on YouTube chat. Hopefully I'll see you there. That was my one thing I was thinking in the back of my mind, man. It's like, dude, like I have like one person that actually shows up on Twitch like consistently enough. It's like Crunchy. So I was like worried that I won't see you anymore. It was my main thing. I forgot my Twitch password again. Twitch is good, but like it isn't for everyone. Yeah, it's to me. It's just I don't want to. I like the simplicity. I tried Twitch and it was interesting. It was a good experience. Dual multi-streaming, right? I even did the vertical short stream too. That was all just me trying it out. And if I liked it enough, I would have kept it going. But for the most part, it was actually just a little bit stressful for me, and it kind of made me not want to stream so much. So when I switched back to just streaming on YouTube, like just YouTube without shorts also, just the one stream, it felt like so easy, and I felt like I could just like doing it this way made me feel like I could just stream whenever, and I don't feel that feeling that makes me feel like I don't know if I want to do this today. Because I kind of felt like that a little bit whenever I started up a multi-stream. Except I don't use Twitch, so I don't think it matters. But like everyone streams on Twitch, I swear. I'll just have to stick to watching VODs though. Hey, listen though, YouTube streams are kind of popping, honestly. But maybe I'm just biased. I just love YouTube streaming. I just like the ability to have like your VODs on here is so convenient. And like also, I never got to see all the cool stuff with Twitch, but I was scared. I am a little bit scared that if I try out all the cool stuff on Twitch, I might just like be willing to put up with the amount of stress of like having to deal with 2 chat boxes. Because the main thing about like having 2 chat boxes, like technically you're not allowed to do that, right? You know how I have like on my screen, I used to have like both Twitch and YouTube chats in the same screen. You'd be able to see both of them on my main screen, right? Apparently I'm not allowed to do that. So apparently that's against Twitch TOS, and that kind of stressed me out a little bit. Like, what if I started seeing some positive growth in Twitch, and I would have to figure out some solutions, and I'd have to be able to like communicate between YouTube chat and Twitch chat. Like, what made it easy for me to do that was being able to show on my stream, you guys could look at my screen and see what Twitch is saying. Twitch could look at the screen and see what y'all are saying, and I don't have to be like communicating between you two, right? If I'm replying to something on Twitch, it's gonna be confusing to people on YouTube. If I'm gonna be replying to something that somebody said on YouTube, it's gonna confuse some people on Twitch, and I didn't want to deal with that. Like, the only reason why I was able to get away with it is because, like, literally 50 subs or 50 followers on Twitch, they're not looking at me. But if I grew big enough, I could get, like, my account could get, like, a warning or a strike or something for breaking that TOS, you know? And, yeah, I don't know. I didn't want to deal with it, but, and also at the same time of just trying to read two chats at the same time is also a little stressful. And also Twitch also has a bunch of like bots for some reason. It's kind of annoying. There's like a bunch of things. I'm just more used to YouTube. I'm just more used to it. That's all it is. It's not that deep, honestly. I'm just more comfortable here. And I think that's that's the reason why a lot of people stick to Twitch. They're more comfortable with Twitch. I think that's fair. What do you guys think I should try to upload videos on a regular? What kind of videos are you gonna try to upload? Gotta have the motivation and fun doing it in order to upload videos regularly. Like, what kind of videos do you like to do again? Not new, and that's why we love him even more. What? Oh, wait, yeah, you just love that I don't stream on Twitch. Okay. Depends daily. Seems a little bit much. True. Yeah, daily is a lot, but that's the best way to game the algorithm. If you want to make this your job, you got to be able to upload it daily. If it's like your side gig, it probably still helps to upload daily, but it's tough. Try maybe every 3 days. Every 3 days, or maybe every other day, or every 2 days. Doesn't mean every day, but at least try once a week to post at least a short. Yeah, every day is basically impossible. Like, if it's like your job, then yeah, it's easy. Like, you're actually getting income, then like daily uploads, still pretty hard to do, but you know, you got the financial motivation, right? That means a lot. But if you're just like doing it out of pure like, just for like because you want to do it, right? It's hard sometimes to be able to do that. You know, it's like a hobby thing to do uploads daily. You'd have to be very passionate about your YouTube channel. 2 chat screens. Yeah, 2 chat screens sucks to read, honestly. And having to like communicate between the two of you, if you go like, hey, who are you talking to there, Neo? Like, I didn't say anything yet. I'm like, oh, I was talking to someone on YouTube, and having to say that all the time sounds annoying to me. Do cosplay, gaming, and art mainly. I'm learning how to edit. Oh, okay. Character design and gotcha, I mean. Oh, okay. That's right. I think you mentioned that before. Daily uploads. Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna do daily uploads, it's just gonna be like, do minimal edits, do like short but sweet videos, minimal edits, you know, try to get as much as you can with as little effort as possible. You know what I mean? That's that's what I like to do with my YouTube channel. Because you know, it's not this isn't my job. I'd like it to be a side gig. I don't know if I'm planning on making YouTube my full-time job ever. Even if I did see success, I don't know if I could do that. Maybe for a year, if anything, but nah. All right, sorry. I'm done with that tangent. Let's get into Queen. I saw this character. She showed up at some point during the Lucky Cyan episode. Apparently she's really making an honest go at trying to be Hero X. That's like her motivation apparently. And the way it's seeming like, the way it's playing out, it looks like she's probably the next. She's probably the best. She's probably in the best position to become the next X. You know, out of anybody else that's not X already. But I don't know anything about her other than she's like trying to become X.
无序只能给世界带来混沌，而我将立志成为一个能给世界带来秩序的英雄。
往前跳，勇敢一点。
没事的，有我们在。
So supposed to represent order, huh? She looks like a Valkyrie.
我不会再相信任何人。
Like an Amazonian, like Wonder Woman. Oh, hey! This is the guy that can't sit down. This is the guy I was talking about earlier. He can't lie down. He has to stand up straight all the time. Like you can't knock this guy down.
虽然你能在你的领域里制定规则，但别忘了，这个世界的规则不是你一个人可以决定的。
He stands tall no matter what.
只有登顶了 X。你才能改变这个世界的规则。
Oh, they didn't show it. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, okay. Yeah, so she really is like, she's making an honest go of like trying to be X. That's the whole thing. Like you gotta, like, that's X's whole thing. He's able to change reality. He changes the rules of the world basically at his own will. So yeah, that is something to aspire to. I don't get paid from YouTube. I just recently passed 100 subs this year, and not nearly enough for money. Oh, I mean, like, I'm just saying, like it's completely understandable to not be able to do daily uploads, especially if you're not making money off of YouTube, you know? Like, to be driven by pure motivation to just do daily uploads, even though you're not getting compensated for it, that takes a lot of effort, and I commend anyone who's able to do that kind of stuff. Like, I can't do it. I did it for a little bit while I was hyper-focused, back when YouTubing is new to me, and I was, like, excited for it, and it became the only thing that was interesting to me at the time. Like my first couple months of YouTubing, I would be doing like 2 to 3 uploads every day. And I'd be recording stuff every day at the same time. I'd be recording stuff, uploading them in the same day, and I did that every day for like a month. And I actually saw some decent growth, actually. I was pretty happy with it. But yeah, it's hard to keep that up for a long time, like to the point where you can get it's hard to keep that up unless you're using content that's like, you know, that makes easy growth, you know? Like even React content is like probably one of those where making reactions is probably one of the easiest ways to grow your channel, quote unquote easiest. I say that, but like editing React videos can be kind of tough also. And at that point, you kind of have to hope that you got, you have to hope that like people are willing to watch your videos, even if you're not editing to them too much, because editing can be so time consuming. Which is why I'm so grateful that people were still interested in watching my Epic the musical reaction, even though I didn't do any editing for it. I see those complaints. There are some people who complain that a lot of the video is just me yapping to my chat. But understand, editing a 6-hour video to take out all the parts where I'm yapping to my chat, that's gonna take me like a few days of editing. And I don't even know if it's gonna improve my numbers even that much. You know, it's like, you know, it's not a good enough return on investment. You know what I mean? Yeah, editing, daily uploads, YouTubing. You know, like a lot of people who talk about quote unquote real jobs, they see it. They never really, they see it outside looking in. They see YouTubing as like this easy thing to do. Like all these people, like, you know, like, oh, they never had to do a real job. YouTubing is easy. They just got lucky and all that. No. And maybe there's a little bit of that, but YouTube, like being a professional YouTuber, as a person who's done it non-professionally, but I spent a lot of time on it. It's not easy. Even the quote unquote easy content like React stuff, right? Even that stuff is actually takes some effort, you know? Which is why I have a lot more respect for reaction streamers, reaction YouTubers, and definitely people who like clearly put a lot of effort into like editing their videos. Highly edited videos, and with people who like also like upload very like more than like multiple times a week, dude. Like, you know, it's like bravo. Like that's not easy. I can speak from a little bit of experience, dude. Kudos to you. You know, those of you who do that. So he's like Uncle Masa. Who's like Uncle Masa? Wait, OMG reality. I do YouTube shorts, but not videos. I only do it for fun, not a job. I'm too young for a job right now. Hey, if you grow your YouTube channel, like if you somehow end up with like a big YouTube channel just off of editing YouTube shorts, it's possible, by the way. And you're like still like, you know, you're still like underage and stuff. You're not old enough to have a job. I mean, a lot of people start out like YouTube becomes like their first job, you know, if they somehow strike it big early on. Would bend reality to your will. How many videos are there? There's like, this is the last one, and then I'm gonna watch like the longer version of the XPV. Just if this video doesn't convey enough of like how insane X's powers are. Hey, what's up, Wayward Son? Speaking of money, I just secured my first business deal in South Korea. Hell yeah! Hey, yo, congratulations, man! Hey, yo, dude. Hey, everyone, give some props to Wayward, all right? Yeah! Good job, man. I think in OBS you can pause recordings. Maybe you can do that when you're going on a yapathon. I don't know how long the yap is gonna go. I just kind of just like, sometimes I'll start a yap and I'll just talk about this for like 1 minute, but then like it ends up, I just end up reading another comment and it makes the yapathon go even longer. I start thinking about other stuff. My mind isn't usually on that kind of stuff, like in the middle of streaming. There are things I could do. I think if I get creative enough, I'm sure there's something I could figure out. Like maybe I can put like some sort of watermark like in the corner of my screen when I realize, like in the middle of a yap session and I realize I'm yapping a lot. I kind of want to keep everything in one VOD, you know, pausing the recording. I don't know. I kind of want to keep it all in there, you know what I mean? I want to keep the whole VOD. So like, I'd rather have like some sort of visual marker on the screen so that I can know if this is a part to edit out. That's something I'm thinking about. If anything, that's probably the type of stuff I'll do. But there are some people who just kind of like putting on like a long reaction, putting on the background, and not, you know, you're just like, while you're, I don't know, washing dishes, doing laundry, I don't know. People like to do that with streams. Why not like reaction videos? That's how I watch reaction videos sometimes. I watch some yappers who like to yap a lot during their reactions. I still watch their videos, you know. And there are people since there are people like me who will enjoy watching reactions like that, I'm sure there are people out there who, you know, will even enjoy the way I react with yaps and all. You know what I mean? And my thing is, I'm just hoping I accumulate more of an audience that likes that kind of stuff. That's instead of like catering to people who I would have to edit my videos a lot in order for them to enjoy my content, because I don't think I could ever like I'd have to become a full-time YouTuber, and I'd have to be able to make money off of it in order to be able to justify the time it would take for me to do all that editing. But knowing that I'm going to be working at a job at the same time while doing YouTube as my side gig / hobby, I want to focus my main stuff on my career. And I don't want to spend all the time editing editing out all my yaps in my streams. You know, that's my streams are supposed to be fun. If I start editing things a lot, cutting out all my yapping, the whole streaming thing becomes less fun, more stressful, and eventually would probably lead to me like wanting to stop streaming and making YouTube videos, content and stuff. Like if I were to go down the path of wanting to make my videos more watchable for a broader audience, I think I would probably quit at some point. I've learned that the hard way of editing. I'm bad at editing. I still do it. Maybe you're using like Hypercam or something. No, I am using OBS. Yeah, it's a small but 10K bag secured in this economy, dude. Hey, 10K is a bag though. It's not. Is that is, you know, like it I don't know what the upper ceiling of like of what was like what's realistically possible for you. 10K sounds like a decent amount. That sounds like a bag, dude. That sounds good to me. Normally edit with a template as a base and edit it to what I want. I just did my first real edit from scratch. It took 3 hours. Yeah, editing, like even for like a 10-minute video can take like 3 hours, and like at a certain point you wonder if it's worth it. Like when I edit a lot of video, like my and it makes me question it even more when I spend like 2 hours editing like my latest upload, which is like a few weeks ago, which is like Sister Leveling Part 2, right? I spent like at least 2 hours editing that. It was like an hour or 2 hours. I can't remember exactly, right? That got like 100 views, right? Not that many likes. Again, I'm not complaining about it, but here, see my perspective. I would compare that to my Epic the Musical video, 6-hour yap session, unedited, just one part out of my 24-hour stream, right? 6-hour reaction to fucking Epic the Musical. I never thought anybody would be watching that. But somehow it's my most viewed video on my channel. Right? So I put all the effort into this video, got barely any views. I put no effort into this other video, has like literally the most amount of views I've ever gotten. In my mind, I see that, I'm like, why should I put all the effort into editing at this point? If it was like a case where I edited the Sister Leveling video and if I got 1,000 views, I would be like, okay, maybe there is something here. It only got like 100. So I'm like, maybe I shouldn't edit things. Maybe I should just like kind of just enjoy the streaming, and hopefully just like hope I have viewers who don't mind that I don't edit my stuff a lot. See you later, Hermes. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Should be sleeping, but my body says no. Some of y'all have like school tomorrow. I watch the epic VODs when doing the dishes. Yo, right? So sometimes people like just to watch something while they're doing something else, you know, not necessarily pay attention to it, but you know, still wanting to hear somebody yapping is a good background noise. And that is, I say this, I haven't said this in a while, but I say this, I used to say this more regularly before, but I try to become background noise. I like being a background noise streamer because those are the kind of streamers I like to watch, you know? Don't worry, Neil, I still watch VTubers who yap. In the main one, I watched yaps for hours before getting to the game. Hours? Thank you for making me feel better about my yapping before I get into the game. Because I once I get to that 1 hour mark, I'm like, okay, let's go. 1 hour's too long. I already feel bad about 30 minutes, dude. Multiple hours of yapping before the actual game. I don't even know if I can do that. I mean, I can do that. I'd feel really bad if I ever got to that point. I'd feel bad. I'd feel like, oh man, I should probably fix this. But it's nice to know that like that doesn't bother you either. Sitting on my roof deck, got my feet propped up on the railing, celebratory 30-year-old whiskey in one hand, and lit complimentary stogie on the other. Life's good, boys. Life's good, dude. That sounds so chill. Play some Nate Dogg, you know, in the background. I've been listening to Nate Dogg again ever since you mentioned that you were listening to him again. I was listening to like this Nate Dogg like YouTube video mix, and it was like, man, this like anything by Nate Dogg is such a fucking vibe if you're just like in a chill mood, you know. Wish my volleyball team for the last day. Good luck, Hermes. Never even had close to 10K to my name in my life. One day, you're still pretty young. Even though you like to call yourself old, very rarely do people get 10K by age 18. Okay, that's not a common thing for people for things to happen for people. If anything, you usually get that around like maybe like early to mid 20s, and that's only if you're like really saving up. Edit took 3 hours 50 seconds long. It's 50 seconds long. I know, right? And sometimes you just don't wonder if it's worth it. One of the things I need to when I get back into like my skill building, because I consider editing a skill, right? Obviously, right? I need to get better at it, so I need to do it more. I still want to edit. I just don't want to do it. I just don't want it to edits, and I don't want to edit certain types of my content. I don't want to edit out my yaps is the main thing I don't want to edit out. I also, how do I say it? Like, I still want to learn how to edit stuff because editing can be fun. It can be fun. Because I enjoy editing like the starting screens, the ending screens, all that kind of stuff. I enjoy doing that. And there's other kind of content that I want to make at some point that requires a lot of editing skills. So I need to build up to that at some point. You watch the whole Epic the Music video in one setting. One setting is crazy, but damn, dude, I hella appreciate you for that. And if that's actually, damn, if you actually did that, that's crazy, dude. Beat their ashes. Every time I don't put effort I get over 1K views, but now I'm putting 3 hours in it, and it's a day old and only 700 views. Artie, dude, you're experiencing that too? It's so weird. It feels weird when that happens, doesn't it? I don't know how to I don't know how to like it's like I don't even know like how to feel after that. I was like, man, maybe I shouldn't put that much effort into my shit, you know? Hey, y'all, I hate that to be that guy, but it says we got 19 folk here. Can we get more likes in the stream? If you haven't subscribed yet, please share and do so. Keep up with the future streams. Hell yeah, thank you. Thanks, favorite son. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, if you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, please hit subscribe. I'm not ending the stream yet, but I should be better about saying that stuff in the middle of my streams. So happy I don't have school. I have a week off for half term. Let's go, Minsong. If Neon didn't have half of what he actually does, wouldn't even be watched. Where's Dan 3 streams of him in the first place? Wait, what? Oh, I see. Interesting. You're basically also here for the yaps. Very much appreciated. I was the first like on the stream, so I'm good. Yeah, you're pretty early, Artie. Nate Dogg is the truth, brother. I'm a lurk, and we'll be back in a bit. No problem there, Wayward. I'm still young, but I feel like I have a grandpa body sometimes. Damn. That's not a good way to feel, man. I hope it's not that way for you forever. Also, the Epic the Musical video is my first introduction to VTubers. I'm so curious how that may have like ended up on your feed, because like I'm not the first VTuber to react to Epic the Musical. There are much bigger VTubers that have reactions with many more views than me. So I am curious how like what caused the algorithm to push my video over theirs, you know? But like, also I don't want to question it too much. I just want to just be happy that it happened that way. Brenda had 10K to her name and at 14, and then again her YouTube channel was doing pretty good and she did art commissions. Oh shit, nice. Didn't even know they existed before then. That's so wild that I was somebody's first introduction to VTubers. I hope I was a good I hope I've been a good representation. I don't think I'm all that much like a lot of YouTubers out there, but I hope yeah, I hope yeah, I mean, you're still watching, so seems like it. Channel's almost 8K subs. Let's go. Damn, that's pretty nice. Damn, she must be a good artist. I was supposed to say good drawer. Hey, what's up, Thingablazza? Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. Hey, Premiere Pro and After Effects. I spent 3 days editing a college video for summer's project. I use DaVinci Resolve. I'm not sure if it's better or worse. I've never used the other softwares, but I enjoy DaVinci Resolve enough. It's pretty useful and it does everything I needed to do. And if it doesn't have anything built in, there's ways around it. Anyway, final video in this playlist, but I might watch the longer. You know, I don't know if I'm gonna watch the longer X video. Let's see how this goes. If it hypes me up enough, I might be wanting to watch it again. Let's see. This is the number one hero. This is X himself. A little bit of a perfectionist here. Not even like this is on a different level than even nice. Maybe.
哎，昨天英雄微笑的直播访谈看了吗？说来听听。他聊到去年排位赛。
Oh wait, no, I saw this one. Okay.
跟 X 交手时候的感受。
Because they're talking about X.
当时我就听到了一声响指，随后就发现自己面前出现了月球。你们没听错，是月球。啊！
你们说他这无厘头的能力到底怎么来的呀
He's like such a cool character, man. I can't believe he only has one episode.
你是不是啊？哎，刚才旁边是不是还？
I just like the ability. I like the concept of like the way to use ability is like to snap your fingers. No matter what, like using your snapping fingers in order to activate your ability always looks cool. In my opinion, I feel like that always looks cool. I know they say don't say always, but I feel like it always is cool. It's like, you know, it's like if you know Persona, right? Persona 5. Eha. You know what I mean? Eha. It's cool, man. Joker's cool. And so is X. Dang. I am starting to realize though, this is all 2D, and a lot of fan theories currently like to say that whenever the transitions from 3D animation to 2D animation, it's happening because that's what X's ability does. But in this PV, it's always 2D, and anytime he snaps his fingers, it just stays 2D. So maybe that's kind of already throwing a wrench into that theory. And this really is the whole transitioning between 3D and 2D animation. It really is just a stylistic choice. It has nothing to do with X's powers. Probably. But like, look, notice what they said actually there. Is what did they say? What were they saying earlier? X is so awesome. I saw destroy Black Soul with my own eyes. Okay, hold on. Like, what power on earth have you loyal believers given him, right? And that's important, again, to reiterate, like I said earlier about this world. Your powers are based off of what your fans, how your fans perceive you, and how much they trust you, right? If they trust you, the more they trust you, the more powerful you are, and your powers are dictated by how they see you, right? Your perception. Nice is the perfect hero, so everything he does is perfect. Stand tall, I think was the guy's name, the guy who can't be knocked down. He is always standing tall. He can never lie down. He can never sit down. He's always standing tall. But that also means you can never knock the guy down too, right? Very powerful. Now X, what kind of powers have his loyal believers given him? Interesting question, right? For the number one hero. What is her answer to this question? They say that he's omnipotent. I believe that he's omnipotent. So this guy literally just be like, he can just do anything. He's with a snap of his fingers, he can do anything. He can break reality, he can bend the rules of the world at his own will, because his believers believe that he can, his followers believe that he can do that. And that's what it means to be Hero X, baby. It's a cool concept. I've never seen this in the show before. And this is what makes me so interested in this show, to be honest. And it makes me want to see more of this character, but it sucks that I don't really get to see him too much, you know what I mean? Since he's only gonna have one episode. According to Gamerzilla. Maybe because I like mythology and you're an Oni, which is Japanese mythology. Oh yeah, maybe. Because I need to do this again. It's been a while since I've last done it. I used to do like Japanese mythology streams where I just do research on learning about Japanese yokai. One of the first ones was me learning about Onis, right? I want to do that kind of stream again. It's been a while. Should I add one of her videos on the playlist we need to watch? Maybe. It's all manual edits. I do it myself, no templates, nothing. Yeah, I generally don't use templates myself. Though I'm curious about templates. If templates, I don't have anything against them. If I see a template that works for my purposes, I'd definitely use it in order to save time. I added it's only 17 seconds and I want to show her off. Okay. Every time I snap my finger, someone random in the world poops their pants from the big massive dysentery. But it looks cool. I snap with my fingers. I'm here for now. Did Neil finish? Yeah, I finished. I'm gonna watch the PV. I'm just gonna do it with no pauses. Here's my challenge to myself. I'm going to watch a video, no pausing. I will yap over it, but I finished watching that playlist. But I want to see this one again. I want to rewatch it because it did get me hyped up again. Dude, y'all need to understand how crazy X is as a character. You got to see what kind of shit this guy does, and the reason why I got so like obsessed with this show for like a couple years, and I got annoyed by the fact that it hasn't dropped until now. I've been waiting for this, and it's finally out, and it's great. But like, it sucks that X is only in one episode. Like the art style, the fights, this character's powers, character design, everything about it. I just like I loved it. Okay, I'm sorry I paused character if he only gonna be in one episode. I hope maybe he's just gonna be the focus of one episode. You know, maybe he'll show up at some other characters' backstories. Maybe, hopefully. As a side character, you know, maybe he'll make a cameo. Maybe he'll show up. Maybe like nobody's talking about the guy. Nobody's even talking about the guy in the show right now. They'll say Hero X, but I don't know if they're referring to this X or like some other X. Top 10 was an end scene of this PV, including Ahu. Didn't you notice? No, I didn't even I didn't know that they were the top 10 at the time. I just thought they were just heroes. I just like, oh, okay, these are probably just gonna be like I guess now that I'm actually paying attention to it, like if I'm actually looking at it, if I'm seeing it says like number 10, it says like number, I wasn't even noticing that. I was just like, I just watched this trailer like one time and it stuck with me. I just remember I just saw the trailer one time and I thought, I was like, oh man, this guy's got some cool powers. This animation is cool. That was my entire takeaway. I didn't analyze every single thing. I didn't realize this was the top 10 thing. And if it was like, even if I did pay attention to it, that was like 2 years ago. I don't remember that shit. I don't remember. I'm not that analytical. I mean, I can be analytical, but I'm not that analytical. I'm not tearing down. I'm not like looking for every single detail of everything. That's not how I do things. I'm too ADHD for that. I think. Oh wait, Technoblade's a Minecraft YouTuber who died of cancer. Yo, that sucks. Is he? Was did I'm assuming people thought very fondly of him. You know, that's crazy that your channel's still growing even posthumously. But yeah, rest in peace. I don't know him, but it sounds like, you know, he probably made an impact on a lot of people's lives to reach 2 million or 20 million. I think I'm going to Japan again for my holiday to see my girlfriend. Apparently, she has another haunted doll again for me. Man, I think she only ever knows she only invites you whenever she has a haunted doll. Maybe she's got some ulterior motives. Just kidding. I was like, maybe she only wants you to come over whenever there's an exorcism. You know what I mean? No, I'm just messing around. Yeah, I wish he was able to see his channel get to 20 million. May he rest in peace. Was that a goal that he was trying to shoot for? Was he being like, yo, guys, help me get to 20 million? It was like that's probably one of his big goals, and that it didn't happen. But then he died of cancer, because that would be tragic, actually. Smash X in a suit. Yeah, I read that earlier. To which I said, understandable. I don't feel the same way, but very understandable. I think the suit looks really cool. Technoblade will never die. It's the same as Edworld would keep spinning. That's the spirit. Let's go. Technoblade never really dies as long as they never really die as long as you hold them in your memory. Cheesy as it sounds, it's true. It's true. As long as a person is remembered, they're never really truly dead. You only really die when nobody that exists remembers you. You know, if you're completely forgotten by everyone who's still alive, that's when you truly die. And which is why a lot of people really want to be remembered for like fondly forever. Like, you know, like who's a good example of a person people still remember to this day for thousands of years, like Jesus, right? Or Socrates, even, or like Genghis Khan, you know, not living legends, but like legends. People like that are definitely, in my book, low-key immortal. People still remember them to this day, many years after they died. Getting turned into graffiti sounds scary. If you saw that happen to like other versions of you, I'd be freaking out. Yes. If I saw that happen to like clones of me, I'm like, I really don't want that to be me. I'm gonna make a bunch of clones, but my main clone, the main body, is gonna be way over here, away from where Hero X is. Neo should react to the Great Potato War. The Great Potato War? What's the Great Potato War? 341 days of Duolingo streak. Done. I may have problems. That just means you're like fluent in another language already. Good job, man. He had the 20 million merch planned out. Oh, wow. He really did? Fuck. Damn, that is tragic, dude. If he was like really like pushing for it and he was like really he had merch for it and everything. Dude, man, to finally reach that after he died, dude. Yeah, dude, like that's yeah, I feel for you. I feel for y'all fans. And you probably have 2 years worth of Duolingo, but I kept forgetting my streak. Dang. Yeah, the streaks are pretty important, I'd say. Though I've never really used Duolingo, so I don't know for sure. Techno's mottos, Technoblade never dies. Really? Let's go. That's a good motto to have, I think. You're gonna go now? Gotta go pack. See you later, Minsung. Good luck. Have a safe travels if I don't see you, by then. Minecraft movie did a thing in honor of him. Oh, really? That's kind of cool. Was it the chicken jockey thing or? I never watched the guy, but my sister did. I mean, statistically speaking, there's a good shot that you probably know somebody who has. Why? Right? Like, I never heard of Technoblade, but I probably, if I were to ask all my friends, I'd probably get at least one person who knows. And a lot of my fans are not my fans. A lot of my friends are not like Minecraft YouTube watchers, but I still believe that at least one of them knows. Me and my homies hate Duolingo. Damn. Okay. You got I want to check out at least one Honkai Star Rail trailer, and I don't know if I have a lot of time for like more than one. Remy, do you have one lined up? What do you want me to watch? Since you're still here, what is the let me put some background music. It's a little quiet. What is Honkai Star Rail trailer that you wanted me to check out? A pig in a crown is for him. The pig in a crown. Oh, the pig in a crown. Oh, I see. You're talking about like the piglin? Are you talking about like the piglin with the funny voice? Was that him? Was that supposed to like be a reference to him or something? Because I remember that's where I stopped watching the movie. It's like, because like that's when I realized the quality of the video was not very good. But I saw like one of the piglins had like a silly voice. It was like the general one or something. No, he had his own scene. Oh, okay. Wait, so he was literally in a movie? Because that's pretty cool. Because, like, was that a recent death? Like, where, like, he was able to, like, to show up for the filming. So that was, like, maybe the last thing people saw of him. It's not a spoiler, too? Okay. No, the pig in the crown that they call a legend. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you mean. Like a statue. Okay, it's my day. All right, my day. The Wrath of Man. All right. So this is going to be the first time I ever react to a Honkai Star Rail trailer. I'm not sure what to expect here. I've only played Honkai Star Rail for like maybe an hour until I realized I didn't have the time to commit to it, and I didn't want to spend any money on gacha. I have a bad problem when it comes to spending money on gachas, okay? I just didn't I didn't want to get into more of them. The end result would be less money for me. When the crew was walking the village, he saw a pig, and Steve said that's not a king, it's a... Oh, that one! I see. I remember now. I remember he mentioned that. Okay. Yes. I remember that scene now. I remember now. Thank you. I think that's like pretty close to where I stopped watching. but I'm pretty sure I remember him saying like, "That's not a king, that's a legend." It's like the way that Jack Black likes to say things. All right. My day. How was my day? Pretty good. How about you? Sorry, what did that say? He wielded the fury of man to seize the authority of gods. Edgy. Very, very intimidating font. Looks great. Would look great on a t-shirt.
It is time.
Okay.
Make your choice.
So like he looks like a berserker character. Oh my god! I think I never watched this, but I think this was 2 months ago. This was like this was a recent thing, because I remember like sometime after he dropped, this character dropped, some people in my chat were talking about this guy, and I remember I looked it up, and like I remember seeing his character design. I was like, this character looks pretty cool. This character looks very powerful, very top tier. Probably not popular for like the waifu lovers, but he's probably like very strong. and honestly, I would bet just by looking at him, he probably looks like a top tier character, like S tier, probably in terms of strength. Honkai Star Rail's version of Doom Guy, yeah, probably, yeah, he kind of does, yeah, he's got like the berserker like kind of vibes. He reminds me of like Guts, yeah, like characters like Guts or like fucking like yeah, Doom Guy. Aesthetically, he reminds me of what was Tidus's dad's name in Final Fantasy X? You know, Tidus, the main character from Final Fantasy X. His father, he reminds me of him a lot.
Make your choice.
The Last Prince. That's cool. What's My Damos? Is that his full name? Is My Day just a nickname?
When your back bears the mark of your demise.
I'm a little bit confused. Is he supposed to be like 1v everybody? Is he taking on everybody by himself, or like some people like helping him out and they're dying in front of him or something?
Make your choice.
Make
your choice.
Make your choice. Because this really does remind me of Doom.
The day will come when your back bears the mark of your demise.
Oh, okay, so it seems like he's like in the middle of a battle. All of his allies die, and he goes like mad. He goes crazy because all of his comrades are dead, and he just goes berserk on everybody who killed his allies, I guess.
Your choice.
Yeah, he's a tank. Bro, tanking the arrows, dude. Like, bro, dodging? Who dodges? You'll never see a scar on my back, dude. Yeah, he's definitely a berserker. Cool stuff.
From now on,
damn, the music though.
I am strife. Submit or die.
Dude. Yeah. I'm sure a lot of ladies are big fans. Kratos, even. There you go. Kratos also. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, he does look a lot like Kratos. What does show mean in English? Good question. Don't worry, Arnie is also capable of typing. I was. I can see that. Doesn't show the way the British pronounce yo. I don't know. I'm not British. I don't know. I only know how to kind of do a British accent, but not that great at it, to be honest. was probably like the worst British accent I've ever fucking done in my life. After this, you can watch the God games with extra gods. Probably not yet. It's starting to get pretty late. Yeah, that video is pretty cool. Dionysus is in it. It's the only cool part. I asked for the Boot Hill trailer. I'm actually thinking about heading out because I'm starting to get pretty I'm starting to get a little bit I'm starting to get that. It's starting to get to that time. I want to be able to go to sleep at a decent time. Maybe please. Okay, maybe Boot Hill Boot Hill, and that's it. And that's the last thing. After this, I'm going to it's gonna be like the end of stream. That was a pretty cool trailer, so I kind of want to see another one. Hypno's part's really cool. Yeah, I mean, I might check it out, but like, yeah, I stream has to end at some point, and I'm getting hungry, and it's like late for me. And streaming late last night kind of threw off my sleep schedule a little bit, so I wasn't able to start my stream earlier today. It's kind of like one of those things where like streaming late yesterday kind of made it so that I couldn't start my stream earlier today because I wanted to stream originally a little bit longer today. But I wasn't able to do that because I stayed up late for last night's stream, and I don't want to keep that cycle going. I need to end the stream at a reasonable time so I can sleep at a normal time. It's the one video. I can't. It's like I do one more and someone's gonna ask for another one. It's just gonna keep going. It's just gonna keep going. It's always like that.
Jade, spokesperson for the IPC Strategic Investment Department, responded with,
This is a big deal, cowboy. Of course, it'll be dangerous. How big? IPC big enough?
I don't know if I agree with this guy's voice right now. It doesn't sound cowboy enough for me.
Dangerous? Well, fudge. Dangerous for who?
Dangerous for who? Damn. Okay, I take it back. That's pretty cowboy. That's okay. That's pretty cool. I love the gunslinger trope. I would fuck with this character. This character is just kind of cool. I'd probably pull for him.
Waiting in line for a bullet? Don't worry. This one's on me.
Like gunslinger revolver shit, it's always a thing for me. Like I always like that shit.
Here, I'll give you a chance. Aim here. Just kidding, budget. Come on.
Chat, my favorite weapon, my favorite gun is the revolver, okay? It's always gonna be like my favorite. Any video game where it has revolvers in it, unless it's absolutely trash, that's always gonna be my main weapon. Shout out Destiny 2.
Or dig your own grave. Of course, remember to aim for the heart.
Dang, that's cool shit. That's cool shit. Actually, pretty cool. That's a pretty cool way to like show off a gunslinger type character. That was a cool introduction to a gunslinger. I will say that was a cool trailer. I like that one. I like that one a lot. Bro is not Michael Jackson. that one, I think I like that one a little bit more than the other one. But maybe I'm just biased because dude has a revolver and I'm like, bro, I just love revolvers. They're just such a cool gun. They're impractical as fuck, but they're cool as fuck too at the same time. McKeel Jackson thought laugh always got me. Oh, Shamona. Gotta go. It's already late and you have school tomorrow. Yeah, I gotta go too. It's pretty late for me. I'll check out the Game of God stuff. next reaction stream. It's gonna be on next Sunday, but I might do another reaction stream before that. It's possible. Hard to say though, to be honest. Anyway, let's go back in my room real quick. I'm gonna head out in a bit. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed yet, please hit subscribe. I hope to see you on the next stream. I think my next stream is probably going to be... Okay. Okay. It's either going to be Omori or it's going to be... Yakuza Kiwami 2. Like, those are two games I really want to, like, spend some time finishing. Because Kiwami 2, I think I'm going to try to finish it in my next stream, right? Because I want to finish Yakuza Kiwami 2, the main story, and so I can, like, play New Game Plus with the silly mod enabled. Because that's kind of been a goal for me for a while now. Ever since I found out about the silly mod, I say this a lot, but I'm gonna say it again. It looks really fun, and it's probably something that's like I'm pretty hyped for, honestly. So that's the reason why I've been kind of like streaming a lot of Yakuza lately, because I really want to get into the silly mod. Some of y'all who were there during yesterday's Yakuza Kiwami stream. Yakuza Kiwami 2 stream, saw like the Obitarian side quest with the old lady that with the three what was it, it was like the three replays of her jumping Kiryu. Man, if you thought that shit was funny, dude, there's like so many more side quests in Yakuza Kiwami 2 that are probably just as crazy, if not crazier than that. And if I add the silly mod on top of that, dude, it's gonna, dude, the Yakuza Kiwami 2 streams, they're gonna be so fun. They're gonna be so fun. They're gonna be so fun, dude. I can't wait for it. Silliest mod, dude. Yeah, I can't wait for it, dude. I'm so hyped for it, honestly. So that's one of the things I've been so hyped for. The other thing is, like, obviously, like, Omori, right? But I think I might do Omori first. Omori, because, like, the hardest part about streaming Omori was trying to find, like, a nice block of time for it. You know, because I wanna like, I want to have like potentially 8-hour stream, but I also don't want it to go too late. You know, I don't like my Omori streams like going too late is my main thing on it. I'd rather start the Omori streams like in the afternoon. I don't want it to go past midnight, you know. Yeah. So that's gonna be like, if I can start up a stream early enough, it's gonna be Omori. If it's gonna be a later stream, it's gonna be Yakuza Kiwami 2. I think it's because, like, a lot of people that like to watch Omori, a lot of people that like to watch the Omori streams are like, they don't stay up that late, right? Is the main thing. Well, sometimes they do, but it's a pretty busy week for a lot of the Omori watchers are on the younger side, and some are probably still going to school, right? Right? It's probably finals week for a lot of y'all. So happy. I'm glad you are. I'm happy I was able to make you happy. And and also, like, with the Yakuza Kiwami, a lot of people that like to watch my Yakuza Kiwami streams are kind of already used to me staying up late for those streams. So, like, that whenever I have a late stream, even though they bleed into 8 hours, like, if that's kind of the reason why I stream these games the way I do. So, like if I have to do a lot of stuff during the day and I don't have that much time left, and I have no choice but to start a stream like in the evening time, in my time, it's gonna be a Yakuza stream, right? for the Omori streams, it's got to be earlier in the day, and it's been hard for me to find the time earlier in the day to stream it, and that's the reason why I haven't streamed the Omori ending yet. If you've been wondering why that is, now you know. So yeah, that's part of the reason why I kind of wanted to end stream here, so I can go sleep earlier, get some stuff done during the day, and hopefully I'll be able to start an earlier stream and play Omori, you know? If it turns out that I end up like having to be busy or I sleep in until the evening, then it'll probably be a Yakuza stream. So that's how I'm thinking. And like once I finish both of those games, once I beat Omori, get all the endings for it, and after I beat Yakuza Kiwami 2's main story, then I'll continue on and getting back into Detroit. Because honestly, it's been a little bit nice being able to focus more on some games, right? I don't particularly enjoy like streaming like multiple games at the same time, like juggling a lot of games and trying to keep up with the stories and stuff. I'd like to keep it down. I want to bring it back down to just like streaming between like 2 games, you know, 2 games that are going across multiple streams. So like I'm thinking like after I beat the main story for Yakuza Kiwami 2, I'm gonna be playing the silly mod for that, and I'm gonna be getting back into Detroit, and those are gonna be the 2 games that I kind of like juggle between. And you know, every once in a while I'll like weave in like a few games that like I'm not as like invested in terms of like the main story and stuff. Like maybe I'll throw in like a Hades 2 stream, you know, in the middle of all that, right? Because I already played the main story for Hades 2 for so you know, like it's not that big of a deal if I just like pick it up and put it down, wait a few weeks, and then I'll pick it up again. That's fine for Hades. It's a little bit harder to do that with games like Detroit. So once I pick it up, I want to be able to stream it again consistently, you know? O-Block become human. O-Block? What's O-Block? Yeah, Detroit. I have been streaming Detroit. It's been about a month since I last streamed it, because I got kind of ambitious with like starting up a bunch of new games, and it kind of got a little stressful, like juggling all of them. But yeah, welcome back, Asaya. Why does this happen so often where I see you in chat like right before I end the stream? It happens a lot. So yeah. So once I finish Omori, basically, I'm gonna get back into Detroit. I just want to finish Omori finally. It's just been hard to find a good time for it. Hopefully it'll be tomorrow. Anyway, hope to see you there. Thanks for watching. If you didn't see it, if you weren't here when I said this earlier, if you haven't hit the like button yet, please hit the like. If you haven't hit the subscribe button, please hit subscribe. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching, y'all. O-Block is a place in Chicago where a lot of gang activities are taking place. Oh, really? I gave up on grammar. Okay. I was like, what is O-Block? I've never heard of that place. Like, what? Is that like another word for Detroit? Apparently. You don't want to go to school tomorrow? Yeah, but hopefully you're going to start your summer vacation soon, right? It can't be that much longer until summer. But again, thanks for watching.